You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Dwellings of the Damned. 15 Haunted House Stories. Nobody's House by A.M. Burrage. They faced each other across the threshold of the great doorway in the dimness of 2 meagre lights. It was just dusk on a windy autumn evening, and Mrs. Park, the caretaker, had brought a candle with her to answer the summons at the door. Behind the stranger, the last grey light of the day filtered through veils of dingy, low-flying clouds. Between them, the candle flame fluttered in the draught like a yellow pennon, the cavernous darkness of the hall advancing and retreating, like some monster at once curious and shy. The man was tall and broad, and seemingly in the early 50s. He wore a grey moustache and beard, both closely trimmed, and his black velour hat was pulled low down over a high forehead. His overcoat was cut to an old-fashioned pattern, having a cape to it, and it was perhaps this which lent him an air of, even at his years, having outlived his age. He was fumbling in an inside pocket when the door was opened, and he said nothing until he had produced an envelope. "I have an order from Messrs. Flake and Limpenny to see the house." Here he offered Mrs. Park the envelope. "I am afraid I have called at an inopportune time, but I missed one train and the next arrived late. Perhaps, however, you won't mind showing me over the place." He spoke slowly and a little nervously, as if he were repeating a speech which he had previously prepared. His voice was very low and mellowed and gentle. Mrs. Park stood back from the threshold. "Will you come in, sir?" she said. "I'm afraid you won't be seeing the house at its best. I shall have to show you over by candle. There is no gas or electric light." He stepped inside and scrutinized her. She was a tall, gaunt, middle-aged woman of the kind which is generally described as superior. Nature had intended her to become matron of an institute. Fate and widowhood had forced her a rung or two down the ladder. She looked what she was, honest, hard-working, and almost devoid of sympathy. "I'm afraid," she added in her hard, toneless voice, "you'll find everything just anyhow. I wasn't expecting anybody. Very few people come here nowadays, and a place of this size takes more than one pair of hands to keep it clean. It has been empty a long time, then. Ever since—" She checked herself suddenly. "For more than 20 years, I should think." She turned her shoulder upon him, lifting the candle above her head. "This is supposed to be a fine hall, and everybody admires the staircase. If the house doesn't find a tenant or a purchaser soon, I hear they intend removing the staircase and selling it separately. There is a lot of fine oak panelling, too. The library—" Turning to see if he were listening, she saw him start and shiver and rub his long, thin hands together. "Excuse me," he said. "I've been a long time in the train, and I'm very cold. I wonder if it would be troubling you too much to get me a cup of tea." "Yes, I could do that," she answered. "The kettle is on, for I intended having one myself. Will you come this way? Perhaps you would like a warm by the fire." She led the way across the hall and through a baize-covered door at the end. Turning once to see if she were giving him sufficient light, Mrs. Park noticed that he walked with a slight limp. He followed her down a short passage, through a great kitchen ruddy with firelight, down another passage, and into a small room intended to be used as a housekeeper's parlour. Here there was warmth, even stuffiness. A paraffin lamp stood burning on a flaming red tablecloth. The room was full of hideous modern cottage furniture, and decorated largely with the portraits of people who ought to have known better than to be photographed. He saw at a glance Mrs. Park in some kind of uniform, Mrs. Park's mother wearing bustles, Mrs. Park's father in stiff Sunday attire and side whiskers. But a fire burned brightly in the grate, and a kettle on a brass trivet murmured and rattled its lid. This commonplace room, lighted and hot and over-furnished, was at least a relief from the dark passage and the draughty, gloom-ridden hall. "I'll give you your tea in here, sir, and take mine in the kitchen," the caretaker said. "Nonsense. Why should you? Besides, I want to talk. Oh, here's the order to view. You see, Mr. Stephen Royds, that's my name, to view." He was running his thumbnail along the sheet of heavily headed office notepaper. Mrs. Park glanced perfunctorily at the typewriting. So far as she was concerned, an order to view was a superfluous formality. She was more interested in this Mr. Royds, who, having removed his hat, disclosed a head of sparse iron-grey hair. He spoke like a gentleman, but there was nothing opulent in his appearance. He looked an unlikely purchaser or tenant, but for that matter she had never been able to visualize the sort of person whom the house would suit. "I'll remove my greatcoat if you don't mind," he said, while Mrs. Park went to a cupboard for another cup and saucer. "The room is warm." He laid the coat across the back of a chair. "Do you live here entirely alone?" "Yes." "Aren't you nervous?" She looked up sharply. "Nervous? What is there to be nervous about?" "I didn't know. Some people cannot bear loneliness. Can you tell me why the house has been on the market all these years?" Mrs. Park smiled grimly. "That's easy enough," she said. "It's nobody's house." "What do you mean, nobody's house?" "People who can afford to keep up a great house like this generally want land along with it. There isn't any land. People who don't want land can't afford to keep up a house like this. The estate was sold to Major Skirting. He's a house of his own. He's let the land, and he's been trying to let or sell the house ever since. I've shown hundreds over, but nobody's ever thought twice about taking it." "Strange. It's a good house. But the land, yes, I quite follow you. To whom used it to belong?" Mrs. Park set the cup and saucer down upon the table with a rattle. "A gentleman named Harboys," she said, and suddenly stood rigid, her head a little on one side, in an attitude of listening. "Do you hear anything?" he asked sharply. "No. I'll make the tea. I suppose you sometimes fancy you hear things." She bent over the kettle, giving no answer. He waited until the teapot was full, and then gently repeated the question. "Hear things?" she repeated with some show of asperity. "No. Why should I?" "I didn't know. These empty old houses. I'm not one of the fanciful sort, sir." She let him see that the talk had veered in a direction contrary to her liking. There was veiled fear in her eyes, and, watching her intently, he could see that she was not impervious to loneliness. Here was a woman who suffered more than she knew. She could bluff her nerves by sheer willpower, but this willpower was steadily losing in the long battle. Mrs. Park was afraid of something, and always, in her inner consciousness, fighting against that fear. "Thank you," the stranger said, taking the cup and saucer. "Who was this Harboys? Is he still alive?" "I couldn't say." "Isn't there some story about the house? Didn't something happen here?" "I don't know." "Forgive me. I think you do." "There are stories. You don't need to listen." She spoke jerkily. Once more he remarked that look in her eyes. "Tell me," he said gently. "I can't, sir. If Major Skirting knew I told people, I would lose my job. He'd think I was trying to prevent people from taking the house." "It wouldn't prevent me. Wasn't this Harboy supposed to have shot—" "Ah!" She set cup and saucer down with a rattle. "Then you've heard something already, sir." "A little. You had better tell me all. It will not affect me in the least as a prospective purchaser." Mrs. Park passed a hand across her forehead. "I don't like talking about it, sir. You see, I live here all alone." She checked herself suddenly, finding herself about to admit to a second person something which she never confessed even to herself. "Just so," Royd said sympathetically. "And you sometimes hear noises." "What noises?" "Oh, it's imagination," she said. "Or the wind. Sometimes the wind sounds like footsteps and voices, and sometimes I seem to hear... It may be a loose door somewhere that bangs." He leaned forward, his eyes shining with the excitement of some strange fascination. "You mean you hear a shot fired?" he asked, scarcely above a whisper. Her one hand resting on the tablecloth contracted nervously. "I've known it to sound like a shot." "Oh, I don't believe." "They say the house is haunted?" he asked eagerly. "They say... Oh, when there's been a tragedy happened in a house, people will always... Never mind what people say. What do you say?" The timbre of his voice had changed. Under excitement it had hardened, grown louder. "Is the house haunted?" There was something compelling in Royd's gaze, in the new tone of his voice. She answered him sullenly, helplessly. "I don't know. I've heard things. I tell myself they're nothing." "You haven't seen anything?" he asked in a low, strained voice. "No, thank God. I never go near the library after dark." "The library? So it was there. Tell me." Mrs. Park gulped some tea and replenished her cup with a shaking hand. "It must have been about 20 years ago," she said in a low and curiously unwilling tone. "The place belonged to a Mr. Gerald Harboys. He was quite young, not much more than 30, and very well liked. Some said he was a bit odd, but there was a strain of oddness in all the Harboys. Mad on hunting he was, and one of the best riders in these parts. You'll be surprised at the size of the stables when you see them. He had them built. He'd married a young wife, one of the Miss Greys from Hornfield Manor, and some say he thought more of her than he did of his horses. She used to ride too, and the pair of them and Mr. Peter Marsh from Brinkchurch were always together. Harboys and Marsh had known each other since they were in the cradle. Whether there was really anything between Marsh and Mrs. Harboys, I don't know. There's been arguments about that for years, but they're both dead and gone now, and nobody will ever know. About one Christmas time, Harboys took a fall in the hunting field and broke his leg, and it was during his convalescence that he got into one of his strange moods. I dare say it was being kept out of the hunting field which brought it on. His leg mended slowly, and right at the end of January he could only just get about with a stick. Mrs. Harboys followed the hounds every time there was a meet in the neighbourhood, and, with her husband unable to get about, she saw more of Peter Marsh than usual. But nobody seemed to know that Mr. Harboys was jealous, or that he suspected anything wrong. Well, one day at the end of January, Mrs. Harboys went out hunting, and her husband brooded all day over the library fire. During the afternoon he amused himself by cleaning a revolver, which he afterwards laid aside on the mantelpiece within reach. Mrs. Harboys came in just after dark. Peter Marsh had been piloting her, and she brought him with her. While she was ordering tea and poached eggs to be sent up to the morning room, she sent Peter Marsh into the library to get himself a whisky and tell Mr. Harboys about the day's hunting. He had not been in the library a minute when angry voices were heard and then a shot. The butler then burst into the room and found Peter Marsh lying dead, and Mr. Harboys still in his chair before the fire, staring wildly at the body, with the revolver in his hand. She paused, and in the silence she heard Royd's breathing heavily. His head was bent, and his gaze lowered to the near edge of the table, so that she could scarcely see his face. "Mr. Harboys," she resumed, "pleaded not guilty at the trial, and said that his mind was a blank at the time when the shot was fired. He couldn't remember anything that had happened between Marsh coming into the room and then the butler bending over the dead body. His counsel put in a plea for insanity, but the jury would not have it. They found him guilty and added a recommendation for mercy. The death penalty was changed to penal servitude for life. She broke off and began to muse. That must be 20 years ago. They let them out after 20 years. He's out already, or soon will be, if he's alive. Slowly, Royds lifted his head and turned burning eyes upon her face. And do you think Harboys did it? He demanded. The question took Mrs. Parker back. Of course. Why? How else could it have happened? There was only those two in the room. It couldn't have happened any other way. Royds got upon his legs. His pale face was shining with little drops of moisture, his eyes aflame with a strange passion. I swear to you, he cried, that I don't believe Harboys did it. I knew the man. Mrs. Park's stare intensified, and she uttered a smothered exclamation. I knew him well as child and boy and man. I was at school with Harboys. I tell you, he was incapable of murder. All the circumstantial evidence in the world would not weigh an atom with me against my knowledge of his character. They say he had fits of madness, another lie. But mad or sane, he couldn't have done it. He loved his wife, and Peter Marsh, too. He knew that they were two of God's best and whitest people. I tell you. He broke off suddenly and lowered his voice. I'm frightening you, he said. I didn't mean to. Oh, but think. This Harboy's been rotting in prison these 20 years, remembering nothing of those few dreadful moments. To this day he doesn't know if he's innocent or guilty. Think of it. Mrs. Park lifted her white face and twitching lips. One hand had stolen to the region of her heart. Each rapid stroke of her pulses seemed to shake her. Why have you come here? She cried in a voice which rose high and querulous with a nameless dread. You don't want the house. You never intended— No, said Royds. I came here to find out. What? They say strange things happen in the library. I have heard stories. You tell me you have heard footfalls, voices, the sound of a shot. Don't you understand, woman? What happened in the library that evening 20 years ago is known only to God. The man who lives remembers nothing. If it be true that Peter Marsh returns— Oh, don't you understand? It is the only way of learning. The only way. Mrs. Park stood up. Her slim body made a barrier between him and the door. I can't let you go to the library, she cried sharply. I must. I'm going to spend the night there. I'm going to wait until Peter— I can't let you, she said again. But you must. Don't you understand? This means life or death to a man. She backed almost to the door. It's madness, she cried. Nobody has ever endured that room after nightfall. I will. I shall be sent away if it is found out, she said. It won't be found out. I'll recompense you if it is. Here, I came prepared to pay for the privilege. He tugged a bundle of banknotes roughly out of his breast pocket and flung them on the table. How much do you want? £5? 10? 20? Mrs. Park's gaze lingered on the roll of notes. She knew the value of money. Besides, she was alone in the great house with a man it might be dangerous to thwart. Come, said Royds. Here are 5 £5 notes. Take them and act like a sensible woman. Then I shall go to the library, and you will make me a fire. Is there any furniture there? No, muttered the woman, her gaze still on the roll of banknotes. Then, if you will permit me, I will take a chair. He picked up the notes again, and transferred all of them but 5 to his breast pocket. With these 5 he advanced and pressed them into the woman's hand. Her fingers closed over them. I'm doing wrong, she muttered. You're doing right. I'll get the truth tonight if I have to summon the devil himself. Now come and help me make a fire in the library. She turned heavily away without a word and went to a cupboard, from the bottom of which she took a bundle of firewood and an old sheet of newspaper, which she dropped on top of the contents of the half-filled scuttle. Then she lit a candle in a brass stick and motioned him towards the door. He picked up a chair as he followed her. The house was very still as they passed through the kitchen and passages leading to the hall. Their footfalls on the uncarpeted floor rang out sonorously through the hollow shell of the house. To the woman, the shattering of a silence which seemed almost sacred was a new weapon put into the hands of terror. Her overstrained nerves cried out in protest at each of the man's heavy steps. Around her, in the shifting penumbra beyond reach of the candle light, above her in the empty upper chambers of the house, all manner of sleeping horrors, shapeless abominations of the night world, seemed to waken and listen and draw near. The silent house seemed full of stealthy movements, and each blotch of darkness was an ambush peopled by the awful phantasms of her mind. The man walking behind her seemed to be without nerves, or he had so stimulated them as to bring them entirely under his control. Evidently, he knew the house, for he passed her in the hall, taking the lead in the procession of two, and went straight to the library door, which he flung open and passed on the crest of the following candlelight. The library was a long room in an angle of the house. A long row of windows fronted the hearth, and two more faced the door. The walls were of oak panels stained a mahogany colour, but in that dim light they looked black, as if they were hung with funereal trappings. The man lingered between the door and the first of the windows, while Mrs. Park, half closing her eyes, hurried across to the fireplace with the scuttle. He seemed to be searching for something. Presently he found it. "There's a hole in one of those panels," he announced. Mrs. Park's heart gave a leap. "Yes," she stammered. "It's a bullet hole. The shot lodged there after... "Yes," he said quietly. "I understand." He crossed the room with a chair and set it down at that corner of the hearth which faced the door and the damaged panel. And that afternoon, over 20 years ago, I was sitting here. There was a crash as the scuttle fell from the woman's hands. All her horror and amazement expressed itself in one thin, muffled scream. "You were sitting there! You! Gerald Harboys! Gerald Harboys, the murderer!" He answered quietly. "Gerald Harboys or Stephen Royds, God help me, what does it matter? Murderer or not, only God knows, but I shall learn tonight. Light that fire, woman, and then leave me." She left him and stumbled blindly back to the little vulgar room behind the kitchen. But a fascination stronger than terror drew her back to the outside of the library door, there tremblingly to wait and to listen. Harboys, to give him his real name at the last, settled himself on the chair, and at first busied himself with the building up of the fire. Then he took a revolver from his coat pocket and placed it upon the mantelpiece within his reach. This done, he looked out across the room with a steady gaze. The firelight wrought strange patterns among the shadows, but in the swiftly changing measures of the shadow dance, he found nothing of what he sought. Presently, he began to speak aloud, quietly, but very distinctly, so that the shivering woman outside the door brought her hands to her tightening throat. "Peter, Peter." The tone was almost wheedling. "Can you hear me? I'm sitting in just the same place that I sat that evening, with my bad leg resting on a stool. Here am I, and here's that damned revolver. Now, Peter, won't you come? They say you're always here, that you can't rest because your best friend shot you. Did I shoot you, Peter? My mind's a blank, a blank. For 20 years I have been trying to remember. I have not known peace day and night for 20 years, Peter. Oh, come and tell me. I want to know, to know. There's something wrong, Peter. I couldn't have done it. How could I have shot you, boy? He relapsed into silence, his gaze never leaving the space between the door and the first window. After a long minute, his voice broke again, choked and almost tearful. Is it because you hate me that you won't show yourself, Peter? Was I mad? And did I do it after all? Don't hate me, Peter. I've suffered. Have pity. One way or another, I want to end this agony tonight. Oh, God, make him merciful to me. Peter, we'd been friends so long. School. Don't you remember Rivone? And those long talks under the lime trees in the close on summer nights, and study teas, and then going up to Lord's? He babbled on, while kaleidoscopic pictures passed before the eyes of his memory. Cool, dewy morning, and the cricket 11 tumbling out of houses for fielding practice, rows of languid boys in dim classrooms and a scratching of pens, bright sunlight and white shapes moving on a green sward, crowded touchlines, and the scrum forming, and goalposts standing up stark against a grey November sky. In each and all of them he caught a wavering, vanishing glimpse of Peter Marsh. "Peter!" he cried out again. "Can't you hear me? Won't you come to me? You do come back. They all say so. That woman hears you. You in your scarlet coat, as you came in that evening, I remember. When I saw you lying there, the blood scarcely showed. I was sitting here waiting for Muriel. I heard you both come up the drive. Muriel was laughing at something. You were both talking to the groom outside. Then I heard you in the hall. Muriel ordered tea and went upstairs, and I thought, she doesn't come in to see me. I'm nothing to her now. I'm crocked. It's all Peter, 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 by God. I said, I've been blind as well as lame. The things I've seen which they pretended were nothing. The things I haven't seen, but heard of in whispers and hints. All in a moment my brain caught fire. Damn you! I said, I'll teach you to fool a lame man. Then you came in. The trembling woman outside heard him utter a hoarse cry. Peter! Peter! Oh, God, I'm beginning to remember. You stood where you're standing now, touching the handle of the door. That's right. And you said, I remember now, give us a peg, Jerry. I'm frozen. There's a devil of an east wind. Peter, Peter, don't look like that. I'm remembering. Oh, God, have mercy on me. A hoarse scream echoed through the room. A chair reeled over with a crash, and then followed a frenzied shouting. I remember, damn you, when you turned your back on me like that. A shot rang out, then another. Then silence enfolded nobody's house, and its one living inmate, a fainting woman who clung to the oak balustrade. It was half an hour later when Mrs. Park forced herself into the library. The red glow of the fire was still dancing on the walls and floor. For a moment, one ruddy gleam seemed to take a fantastic shape, like the prostrate figure of a man in hunting pink. Harboys lay crumpled and face downwards across the hearth, the revolver still in his hand, the ugly wound in his temple mercifully hidden. To that end had he remembered. Where there had been a bullet hole in one of the panels, the police next morning found two. They were side by side, and scarcely an inch apart. A Night of Horror by Dick Donovan. My dear old chum, before you leave England for the East, I claim the redemption of a promise you made to me some time ago that you would give me the pleasure of a week or two of your company. Besides, as you may have already guessed, I have given up the folly of my bachelor days, and have taken unto myself the sweetest woman that ever walked the face of the earth. We have been married just 6 months, and are as happy as the day is long. And then, this place is entirely after your own heart. It will excite all your artistic faculties, and appeal with irresistible force to your romantic nature. To call the building a castle is somewhat pretentious, but I believe it has been known as the castle ever since it was built, more than 200 years ago. Hester is delighted with it, and if either of us was in the least degree superstitious, we might see or hear ghosts every hour of the day. Of course, as becomes a castle, we have a haunted room, though my own impression is that it is haunted by nothing more fearsome than rats. Anyway, it is such a picturesque, curious sort of chamber that if it hasn't a ghost, it ought to have. But I have no doubt, old chap, that you will make one of us, for, as I remember, you have always had a love for the eerie and creepy, and you cannot forget how angry you used to get with me sometimes for chaffing you about your avowed belief in the occult and supernatural, and what you were pleased to term the inexplicable phenomena of psychomancy. However, it is possible you have got over some of the errors of your youth, but whether or not, calm down and rest assured that you will meet with the heartiest of welcomes. Your old pal, Dick Dirkman, Bleak Hill Castle. The above letter was from my old friend and college chum, who, having inherited a substantial fortune, and being passionately fond of the country and country pursuits, had thus the means of gratifying his tastes to their fullest bent. Although Dick and I were very differently constituted, we had always been greatly attached to each other. In the best sense of the term, he was what is generally called a hard-headed, practical man. He was fond of saying he never believed in anything he couldn't see, and even that which he could see he was not prepared to accept as truth without due investigation. In short, Dick was neither romantic, poetical, nor, I'm afraid, artistic in the literal sense. He preferred facts to fancies, and was possessed of what the world generally called an unimpressionable nature. For nearly 4 years I had lost sight of my friend, as I had been wandering about Europe as tutor and companion to a delicate young nobleman. His death had set me free, but I had no sooner returned to England than I was offered and accepted a lucrative appointment in India, and there was every probability of my being absent for a number of years. On returning home, I had written to Dick, telling him of my appointment, and expressing a fear that unless we could snatch a day or two in town, I might not be able to see him, as I had so many things to do. I had not heard of his marriage. His letter gave me the first intimation of that fact, and I confess that when I got his missive, I experienced some curiosity to know the kind of lady he had succeeded in captivating. I had always had an idea that Dick was cut out for a bachelor, for there was nothing of the ladies' man about him. And now Dick was actually married, and living in a remote region where most town-bred people would die of ennui. I did not hesitate about accepting Dick's cordial invitation. I determined to spare a few days at least of my somewhat limited time, and duly notified Dick to that effect, giving him the date of my departure from London, and the hour at which I should arrive at the station nearest to his residence. Bleak Hill Castle was situated in one of the most picturesque parts of Wales. Consequently, on the day appointed, I found myself comfortably ensconced in a smoking carriage of a London and North Western train. And towards the close of the day, the time of the year was May, I was the sole passenger to alight at the wayside station, where Dick awaited me with a smart dog-cart. His greeting was hearty and robust, and when his man had packed in my traps, he gave the handsome little mare that drew the cart the reins, and we spanked along the country roads in rare style. A drive of 8 miles through the bracing Welsh air meant that it was dark when we arrived, and I had no opportunity of observing the external characteristics of Bleak Hill Castle. But there was nothing in the interior that suggested bleakness. It was warm, comfortable, and well lit. Following the maid up a broad flight of stairs and along a lofty and echoing corridor, I found myself in a large and comfortably furnished bedroom. A bright wood fire burned upon the hearthstone, for although it was May, the temperature was still very low on the Welsh hills. Hastily changing my clothes, I made my way to the dining room, where Mrs. Dirkman emphasized the welcome her husband had already given me. She was an exceedingly pretty and rather delicate-looking little woman, in striking contrast to her great, bluff, burly husband. A few neighbors had been gathered together to meet me, and we sat down, a dozen all told, to a perfect dinner. It was perhaps natural, when the coffee and cigar stage had arrived, that the conversation should turn upon our host's residence, by way of affording me, a stranger to the district, some information. Of course, the information was conveyed to me in a scrappy way, but I gathered in substance that Bleak Hill Castle had originally belonged to a Welsh family, chiefly distinguished by the extravagance and gambling propensities of its male members. It had gone through some exciting times, and numerous strange and startling stories were told of it. There were stories of wrong and shame and death, and more than a suggestion of dark crimes. One of these stories turned upon the mysterious disappearance of the wife and daughter of a young scion of the house, whose career had been somewhat shady. His wife was considerably older than he, and it was generally supposed that he had married her for money. His daughter, a girl of about 12, was an epileptic patient, while the husband and father was a gloomy, disappointed man. Suddenly, the wife and daughter disappeared. At first, no surprise was felt, but then some curiosity was expressed to know where they had gone to, and curiosity led to wonderment, and wonderment to rumor, for people will gossip, especially in a country district. Mr. Greta Jones, the husband, had to submit to much questioning as to where his wife and child were staying. But being sullen and morose of temperament, he contented himself by brusquely saying they had gone to London. But as no one had seen them go, and no one had heard of their going, the statement was accepted as a perversion of fact. Nevertheless, incredible as it may seem, no one thought it worthwhile to insist upon an investigation, and a few weeks later Mr. Greta Jones himself went away, and to London, as was placed beyond doubt. For a long time Bleak Hill Castle was shut up, and throughout the countryside it began to be whispered that sights and sounds had been seen and heard at the castle which were suggestive of things unnatural, and soon it became widely believed that the place was haunted. On the principle of giving a dog a bad name, you have only to couple ghosts with the name of an old country residence like this castle for it to fall into disfavor, and to be generally shunned. As might have been expected in such a region, the castle was shunned. No tenant could be found for it. It was allowed to go to ruin, and for a long time was the haunt of smugglers. They were cleared out in the process of time, and at last hard-headed, practical Dick Dirkman heard of the place through a London agent, went down to see it, took a fancy to it, bought it for an old song, and soon converted the half-ruined building into a country gentleman's home, and thither he carried his bride. Such was the history of Bleak Hill Castle as I gathered it, in outline during the post-prandial chat on that memorable evening. On the following day, I found the place all that my host had described it it in his letter to me. Its situation was beautiful in the extreme, and from its windows there was a magnificent view of landscape and sea. He and I rambled about the house. He evinced a keen delight in showing me every nook and corner, in expatiating on the beauties of the locality generally, and of the advantages of his dwelling place in particular. Why he reserved taking me to the so-called haunted chamber until the last I never have known. But so it was, and as he threw open the heavy door and ushered me into the apartment, he smiled ironically and remarked, "Well, old man, this is the ghost's den, and as I consider that a country mansion of this kind should have its haunted room, I have let this place go untouched. But I needn't tell you that I regard the ghost stories as rot." I did not reply to my friend at once, for the room absorbed my attention. It was unquestionably the largest of the bedrooms in the castle, and, while in keeping with the rest of the house, had characteristics of its own. The walls were panelled with dark oak. The floor was polished oak. There was a deep, V-shaped bay formed by an angle of the castle, and in each side of the bay was a diamond-paned window, and under each window an oak seat, which was also a chest with an ancient iron lock. A large wooden bedstead with massive hangings stood in one corner. The rest of the furniture was of a very nondescript character. In a word, the room was picturesque, and to me it at once suggested all sorts of dramatic situations of a weird and eerie character. There was a very large fireplace with a most capacious hearthstone, on which stood a pair of ponderous and rusty steel dogs. Finally, the window commanded superb views, and altogether my fancy was pleased, and my artistic susceptibilities appealed to in an irresistible manner, so that I replied to my friend thus, "I like this room, Dick. Let me occupy it, will you?" He laughed. "Well, upon my word, you're an eccentric fellow to want to give up the comfortable den which I've assigned to you for this mouldy, draughty, dingy old lumber room. However," here he shrugged his shoulders, "there is no accounting for tastes, so I'll tell the servants to put the bed in order, light a fire, and cart your traps from the other room." I was glad I had carried my point, for I frankly confess to having romantic tendencies. I was fond of old things, old stories and legends, old furniture, and anything that was removed above the dull level of commonplaceness. This room, in a certain sense, was unique, and I was charmed with it. When pretty little Mrs. Dirkman heard of the arrangements, she said, with a laugh that did not conceal a certain nervousness, "I am sorry you are going to sleep in that wretched room. It always makes me shudder, for it seems so uncomfortable. Besides, you know, although Dick laughs at me and calls me a little goose, I'm inclined to believe there may be some foundation for the current stories. Anyway, I wouldn't sleep in the room for a crown of gold. I do hope you will be comfortable, and not be frightened to death by gruesome apparitions." I hastened to assure my hostess that I should be comfortable enough, while as for apparitions, I was not likely to be frightened by them. The rest of the day was spent in exploring the country round about, and after dinner Dick and I played billiards until 1 o'clock, and then, having drained a final peg, I retired to rest. When I reached the haunted chamber, I found that much had been done to give an air of cheerfulness and comfort to the place. Some rugs had been laid about the floor, a modern chair or two introduced, a wood fire blazed on the hearth. On a little occasional table that stood near the fire was a silver jug, filled with hot water, and an antique decanter containing spirits, together with lemon and sugar, in case I wanted a final brew. I could not but feel grateful for my host and hostess's thoughtfulness, and having donned my dressing-gown and slippers, I drew a chair near the fire and proceeded to fill my pipe for a few whiffs, previous to tumbling into bed. This was a habit of mine that afforded me solace and conduced to restful sleep. So I lit my pipe and fell to pondering and trying to see if I could draw any suggestions as to my future from the glowing embers. Suddenly, a remarkable thing happened. My pipe was drawn gently from my lips and laid upon the table, and at the same moment I heard what seemed to me to be a sigh. For a moment or two I felt confused, and wondered whether I was awake or dreaming. But there was the pipe on the table, and I could have taken the most solemn oath that, to the best of my belief, it had been placed there by unseen hands. My feelings, as may be imagined, were peculiar. It was the first time in my life that I had ever been the subject of a phenomenon capable of being attributed to supernatural agency. After a little reflection, and some reasoning with myself, however, I tried to believe that my own senses had made a fool of me, and that in a half-somnolent and dreamy condition I had removed the pipe myself and placed it on the table. Having come to this conclusion, I divested myself of my clothing, extinguished the 2 tall candles, and jumped into bed. Although usually a good sleeper, I did not go to sleep at once, but lay thinking of many things. Mingling with my changing thoughts was a low, monotonous undertone, nature's symphony, of booming sea on the distant beach, and a bass piping, rising occasionally to a shrill and weird upper note of the wind. From its situation, the house was exposed to every wind that blew, hence its name, Bleak Hill Castle. The booming sea and wind had a lullaby effect, and I fell asleep. How long I slept I do not know, but I awoke suddenly and with a start, for it seemed as if a stream of ice-cold water was pouring over my face. With an impulse of indefinable alarm, I sprang up in bed, and then a strange, awful, ghastly sight met my view. The sight I gazed upon appalled me, yet was I fascinated with a horrible fascination that rendered it impossible for me to turn my eyes away. I seemed bound by some strange, weird spell. My limbs appeared to have grown rigid. There was a sense of burning in my eyes. My mouth was parched and dry, my tongue swollen, so it seemed. Of course, these were mere sensations, but they were sensations I never wished to experience again. They were sensations that tested my sanity, and the sight that held me in the thrall was truly calculated to test the nerves of the strongest. There, in mid-air, between floor and ceiling, surrounded by a trembling, nebulous light, weird beyond the power of any words to describe, was the head and bust of a woman. The face was paralyzed into an unutterably awful expression of stony horror. The long black hair was tangled and disheveled, and the eyes appeared to be bulging from the head. But this was not all. 2 ghostly hands were visible. The fingers of one were twined savagely in the black hair, and the other grasped a long-bladed knife, and with it hacked and gashed and tore and stabbed at the bare white throat of the woman, and the blood gushed forth from the jagged wounds, reddening the spectre hand and flowing in one continuous stream to the oak floor, where I heard it drip, 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 until my brain seemed as if it would burst, and I felt as if I was going mad. Then I saw with my strained eyes the unmistakable sign of death pass over the woman's face, and next the devilish hands flung the mangled remnants away, and I heard a low chuckle of satisfaction. Heard, I say, and swear it as plainly as I have ever heard anything in this world. The light had faded. The vision of crime and death had gone, and yet the spell held me. Although the night was cold, I believe I was bathed in perspiration. I think I tried to cry out. Nay, I'm sure I did. But no sound came from my burning, parched lips. My tongue refused utterance. It clove to the roof of my mouth. Could I have moved so much as a joint of my little finger, I could have broken the spell. At least such was the idea that occupied my half-stunned brain. It was a nightmare of waking horror, and I shudder now as I recall it all. But the revelation, for revelation it was, had not yet reached its final stage. Out of the darkness was once more evolved a faint, phosphorescent glow, and in the midst of it appeared the dead body of a young girl with her throat all gashed and bleeding, the red blood flowing in a crimson flood over her nightrobe. And the cruel, spectral hands, dyed with her blood, appeared again, and grasped her, and lifted her, and bore her along. Then that vision faded, and a third appeared. This time I seemed to be looking into a gloomy, damp, arched cave or cellar, and the horror that froze me was intensified as I saw the hands busy preparing a hole in the wall at one end of the cave, and presently they lifted two bodies, the body of the woman and the body of the young girl, all gory and besmirched, and the hands crushed them into the hole in the wall, and then proceeded to brick them up. All these things I saw as I have described them, and this I solemnly swear to be the truth, as I hope for mercy at the supreme judgment. It was a vision of crime, a vision of merciless, pitiless, damnable murder. How long it all lasted, I don't know. Science has told us that dreams which seem to embrace a long series of years last but seconds, and in the few moments of consciousness that remain to the drowning man, his life scroll is unrolled before his eyes. This vision of mine, therefore, may only have lasted seconds, but it seemed to me hours, years, nay, an eternity. With that final stage in the ghostly drama of blood and death, the spell was broken, and flinging my arms wildly about, I know that I uttered a great cry as I sprang up in bed. Every detail of the horrific vision I recalled, and yet somehow it seemed to me that I had been the victim of a hideous nightmare. I felt ill, strangely ill. I was wet and clammy with perspiration, and nervous to a degree that I had never before experienced. Nevertheless, I noted everything distinctly. On the hearthstone there was still a mass of glowing red embers. I heard the distant booming of the sea, and round the house the wind moaned with a peculiar, eerie, creepy sound. Suddenly I sprang from the bed, impelled thereto by an impulse I was bound to obey, and by the same impulse I was drawn towards the door. I laid my hand on the handle. I turned it, opened the door, and gazed into the long, dark corridor. A sigh fell upon my ears, an unmistakable human sigh, in which was expressed an intensity of suffering and sorrow that thrilled me to the heart. I shrank back, and was about to close the door, when out of the darkness appeared the glowing figure of a woman clad in blood-stained garments and with dishevelled hair. She turned her white, corpse-like face towards me, and her eyes pleaded with a pleading that was irresistible, while she pointed the index finger of her left hand downwards, and then beckoned me. Then I followed whither she led. I could no more resist than the unrestrained needle can resist the attracting magnet. Clad only in my night apparel, and with bare feet and legs, I followed the spectre along the corridor, down the broad oak stairs, traversing another passage to the rear of the building, until I found myself standing before a heavy, barred, door. At that moment, the spectre vanished, and I retraced my steps like one who walked in a dream. I got back to my bedroom, but how I don't quite know, nor have I any recollection of getting into bed. Hours afterwards I awoke. It was broad daylight. The horror of the night came back to me with overwhelming force, and made me faint and ill. I managed, however, to struggle through with my toilet, and hurried from that haunted room. It was a beautifully fine morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the birds caroled blithely in every tree and bush. I strolled out onto the lawn, and paced up and down. I was strangely agitated, and asked myself over and over again if what I had seen or dreamed about had any significance. Presently, my host came out. He visibly started as he saw me. "Hello, old chap. What's the matter with you?" he exclaimed. "You look jolly queer, as though you had been having a bad night of it." "I have had a bad night." His manner became more serious and grave. "What? Seen anything?" "Yes." "The deuce? You don't mean it, really?" "Indeed I do. I have gone through a night of horror such as I could not live through again. But let us have breakfast first, and then I will try and make you understand what I have suffered, and you shall judge for yourself whether any significance is to be attached to my dream, or whatever you like to call it." We walked, without speaking, into the breakfast room, where my charming hostess greeted me cordially. But she, like her husband, noticed my changed appearance, and expressed alarm and anxiety. I reassured her by saying I had had a rather restless night, and didn't feel particularly well, but that it was a mere passing ailment. I was unable to partake of much breakfast, and both my good friend and his wife again showed some anxiety, and pressed me to state the cause of my distress. I recounted the experience I had gone through during the night of terror. So far from my host showing any disposition to ridicule me, as I quite expected he would have done, he became unusually thoughtful, and presently said, "Either this is a wild fantasy of your own brain, or there is something in it. The door that the ghost of the woman led you to is situated on the top of a flight of stone steps, leading to a vault below the building, which I have never used, and have never even had the curiosity to enter, though I did once go to the bottom of the steps. But the place was so exceedingly suggestive of a tomb that I shut it up, bolted and barred the door, and have never opened it since." I answered that the time had come when he must once more descend into that cellar or vault, whatever it was. He asked me if I would accompany him, and of course I said I would. So he summoned his head gardener, and after much searching about, the key of the door was found. But even then the door was only opened with difficulty, as lock and key alike were foul with rust. As we descended the slimy, slippery stone steps, each of us carrying a candle, a rank, mouldy smell greeted us, and a cold, noisome atmosphere pervaded the place. The steps led into a huge vault that apparently extended under the greater part of the building. The roof was arched, and was supported by brick pillars. The floor was the natural earth, and was soft and oozy. The miasma was almost overpowering, notwithstanding ventilating slits in the wall in various places. We proceeded to explore this vast cellar, and found that there was an air shaft which apparently communicated with the roof of the house, but it was choked with rubbish, old boxes and the like. The gardener cleared this away, and then, looking up, we could see the blue sky overhead. Continuing our exploration, we noted in a recess formed by the angle of the walls a quantity of bricks and mortar. Under other circumstances, this would not, perhaps, have aroused our curiosity or suspicions. but in this instance it did, and we examined the wall thereabouts with painful interest, until the conviction was forced upon us that a space of over a yard in width and extending from floor to roof had recently been filled in. I was drawn towards the new brickwork by some subtle magic, some weird fascination. I examined it with an eager, critical, curious interest, and the thoughts that passed through my brain were reflected in the faces of my companions. We looked at each other, and each knew by some unexplainable instinct what was passing in his fellow's mind. "It seems to me we are face to face with some mystery," remarked Dick solemnly. Indeed, throughout all the years I had known him, I had never before seen him so serious. Usually, his expression was that of good-humored cynicism, but now he might have been a judge about to pronounce the doom of death on a red-handed sinner. "Yes," I answered, "there is a mystery, unless I have been tricked by my own fancy." "It is strange," muttered Dick to himself. "Well, sir," chimed in the gardener, "you know there have been some precious queer stories going about for a long time, and before you come and took the place, plenty of folks round about used to say they'd seen some uncanny sights. I never had no faith in them stories myself, but after all, maybe there's truth in 'em." Dick picked up half a brick and began to tap the wall where the new work was, and the taps gave forth a hollow sound, quite different from the sound produced when the other parts of the wall were struck. "I say, old chap," exclaimed my host, with a sorry attempt at a smile, "upon my word, I begin to experience a sort of uncanny kind of feeling. I'll be hanged if I'm not getting as superstitious as you are." "You may call me superstitious if you like, but either I have seen what I have seen, or my senses have played the fool with me. Anyway, let us put it to the test." "How?" "By breaking away some of that new brickwork." Dick laughed a laugh that wasn't a laugh, as he asked, "What do you expect to find?" I hesitated to say, and he added the answer himself. "Mouldering bones, if your ghostly visitor hasn't deceived you." "Mouldering bones," I echoed involuntarily. "Gardener, have you got a crowbar amongst your tools?" Dick asked. "Yes, sir." "Go up and get it." The man obeyed the command. "This is a strange sort of business altogether," Dick continued, after glancing round the vast and gloomy cellar. "But, upon my word, to tell you the truth, I'm half ashamed of myself for yielding to anything like superstition. It strikes me that you'll find you're the victim of a trick of the imagination, and that these bogey fancies of yours have placed us in rather a ridiculous position." In answer to this, I could not possibly resist reminding Dick that even scientists admitted that there were certain phenomena that could not be accounted for by ordinary laws. Dick shrugged his shoulders and remarked with assumed indifference, Perhaps it is so." He proceeded to fill his pipe with tobacco, and having lit it, he smoked with a nervous energy quite unusual with him. The gardener was only away about 10 minutes, but it seemed infinitely longer. He brought both a pickaxe and a crowbar with him, and in obedience to his master's orders, he commenced to hack at the wall. A brick was soon dislodged. Then the crowbar was inserted in the hole, and a mass prized out. From the opening came forth a sickening odor, so that we all drew back instinctively, and I am sure we all shuddered. I saw the pipe fall from Dick's lips, but he snatched it up quickly and puffed at it vigorously until a cloud of smoke hung in the fetid and stagnant air. Then, picking up a candle from the ground where it had been placed, he approached the hole, holding the candle in such a position that its rays were thrown into the opening. In a few moments, he started back with an exclamation. "My God! "The ghost hasn't lied," he said, and I noticed that his face was sheet white. I peered into the hole, and so did the gardener, and we both drew back with a start, for there in the recess were decayed human remains. "This awful business must be investigated," said Dick. "Come, let us go." We needed no second bidding. We were only too glad to quit that place of horror and get into the fresh air and bright sunlight. We verily felt that we had come up out of a tomb. Half an hour later, Dick and I were driving to the nearest town to lay information of the awful discovery we had made. The subsequent search carried out by the police brought 2 bodies to light. Critical medical examination left not the shadow of a doubt that they were the remains of a woman and a girl, and each had been brutally murdered. Of course, it became necessary to hold an inquest, and the police set to work to collect evidence as to the identity of the bodies hidden in the recess in the wall. Naturally, all the stories which had been current for so many years throughout the country were revived. The chief topic was that of the strange disappearance of the wife and daughter of the last owner of the castle, Greta Jones. This story had been touched upon the previous night during the after-dinner chat in my host's smoking room. Jones, as was remembered, had gambled his fortune away and married a lady much older than himself, who bore him a daughter who was subject to epileptic fits. When this girl was about 12, she and her mother disappeared from the neighborhood, and, according to the husband's account, they had gone to London. Then he left, and people troubled themselves no more about him and his belongings. A quarter of a century had passed since that period, and Bleak Hill Castle had gone through many vicissitudes until it fell into the hands of Dick Dirkman. The more the history of Greta Jones was gone into, the more it was clear that the remains which had been bricked up in the cellar were those of his wife and daughter. That the unfortunate girl and woman had been brutally and barbarously murdered was beyond doubt. The question was, who murdered them? After leaving Wales, Greta Jones, as was brought to light, led a wild life in London. One night, while in a state of intoxication, he was knocked down by a cab, and so seriously injured that he died while being carried to the hospital, and with him his secret, for could there be any reasonable doubt that, even if he was not the actual murderer, he had connived at the crime? But there was reason to believe that he had killed his wife and child with his own hand, and that with the aid of a navvy whose services he bought, he bricked the bodies up in the cellar. It was remembered that a navvy named Howell Williams had been in the habit of going to the castle frequently, and that suddenly he became possessed of what was, for him, a considerable sum of money. For several weeks he drank hard. Then, being a single man, he packed up his few belongings and gave out that he was going to California, and all efforts to trace him failed. So much for this ghastly crime. As to the circumstances that led to its discovery, it was curious that I should have been selected as the medium for bringing it to light. Why it should have been so, I cannot and do not pretend to explain. I have recorded facts as they occurred. I leave others to solve the mystery. It was not a matter for surprise that Mrs. Dirkman should have been deeply affected by the terrible discovery, and she declared to her husband that if she were to remain at the castle, she would either go mad or die. And so poor Dick, who was devoted to his charming little wife, got out as soon as he could, and once more Bleak Hill Castle fell into neglect and ultimate ruin, until at last it was razed to the ground, and modern buildings reared on its site. As for myself, that night of horror I endured under Dick's roof affected me to such an extent that my hair became prematurely grey, and even now, when I think of the agony I endured, I shudder with an indefinable sense of fear. The Room in the Tower by E.F. Benson. It is probable that everybody who is at all a constant dreamer has had at least one experience of an event or a sequence of circumstances which has come to his mind in sleep being subsequently realized in the material world. But, in my opinion, so far from this being a strange thing, it would be far odder if this fulfillment did not occasionally happen, since our dreams are, as a rule, concerned with people whom we know and places with which we are familiar, such as might very naturally occur in the awake and daylit world. True, these dreams are often broken into by some absurd and fantastic incident, which puts them out of court in regard to their subsequent fulfillment, but on the mere calculation of chances it does not appear in the least unlikely that a dream imagined by anyone who dreams constantly should occasionally come true. Not long ago, for instance, I experienced such a fulfillment of a dream which seems to me in no way remarkable, and to have no kind of psychical significance. The manner of it was as follows. A certain friend of mine living abroad is amiable enough to write to me about once in a fortnight. Thus, when 14 days or thereabouts have elapsed since I last heard from him, my mind, probably either consciously or subconsciously, is expectant of a letter from him. One night last week I dreamed that as I was going upstairs to dress for dinner, I heard, as I often heard, the sound of the postman's knock on my front door, and diverted my direction downstairs instead. There, among other correspondence, was a letter from him. Thereafter the fantastic entered, for on opening it I found inside the ace of diamonds, and scribbled across it in his well-known handwriting, "I am sending you this for safe custody. As you know, it is running an unreasonable risk to keep aces in Italy." The next evening I was just preparing to go upstairs to dress, when I heard the postman's knock, and did precisely as I had done in my dream. There, among other letters, was one from my friend. Only it did not contain the ace of diamonds. Had it done so, I should have attached more weight to the matter, which, as it stands, seems to me a perfectly ordinary coincidence. No doubt I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, and this suggested to me my dream. Similarly, the fact that my friend had not written to me for a fortnight suggested to him that he should do so. But occasionally it is not so easy to find such an explanation, and for the following story I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it has gone again. All my life I have been an habitual dreamer. The nights are few, that is to say, when I do not find on awaking in the morning that some mental experience has been mine, and sometimes all night long apparently, a series of the most dazzling adventures befall me. Almost without exception these adventures are pleasant, although often merely trivial. It is of an exception that I am going to speak. It was when I was about 16 that a certain dream first came to me, and this is how it befell. It opened with my being set down at the door of a big red-brick house, where, I understood, I was going to stay. The servant who opened the door told me that tea was being served in the garden, and led me through a low, dark-panelled hall, with a large open fireplace, onto a cheerful green lawn set round with flower-beds. There were grouped about the tea-table a small party of people, but they were all strangers to me except one, who was a schoolfellow called Jack Stone, clearly the son of the house, and he introduced me to his mother and father and a couple of sisters. I was, I remember, somewhat astonished to find myself here, for the boy in question was scarcely known to me, and I rather disliked what I knew of him. Moreover, he had left school nearly a year before. The afternoon was very hot, and an intolerable oppression reigned. On the far side of the lawn ran a red brick wall with an iron gate in its centre, outside which stood a walnut tree. We sat in the shadow of the house, opposite a row of long windows, inside which I could see a table with cloth laid, glimmering with glass and silver. This garden front of the house was very long, and at one end of it stood a tower of 3 stories, which looked to me much older than the rest of the building. Before long, Mrs. Stone, who, like the rest of the party, had sat in absolute silence, said to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Quite inexplicably, my heart sank at her words. I felt as if I had known that I should have the room in the tower, and that it contained something dreadful and significant. Jack instantly got up, and I understood that I had to follow him. In silence we passed through the hall, mounted a great oak staircase with many corners, and arrived at a small landing with 2 doors set in it. He pushed one of these open for me to enter, and without coming in himself closed it after me. Then I knew that my conjecture had been right. There was something awful in the room, and with the terror of nightmare growing swiftly and enveloping me, I awoke in a spasm of terror. Now that dream or variations on it occurred to me intermittently for 15 years. Most often it came in exactly this form: the arrival, the tea laid out on the lawn, the deadly silence succeeded by that one deadly sentence, the mounting with Jack Stone up to the room in the tower where horror dwelt, and it always came to a close in the nightmare of terror at that which was in the room, though I never saw what it was. At other times I experienced variations on this same theme. Occasionally, for instance, we would be sitting at dinner in the dining-room, into the windows of which I had looked on the first night when the dream of this house visited me. But wherever we were, there was the same silence, the same sense of dreadful oppression and foreboding. And the silence I knew would always be broken by Mrs. Stone saying to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Upon which, this was invariable, I had to follow him up the oak staircase with many corners, and enter the place that I dreaded more and more each time that I visited it in sleep. Or, again, I would find myself playing cards, still in silence, in a drawing-room lit with immense chandeliers that gave a blinding illumination. What the game was, I have no idea. What I remember, with a sense of miserable anticipation, was that soon Mrs. Stone would get up and say to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." This drawing-room where we played cards was next to the dining-room, and, as I have said, was always brilliantly illuminated, whereas the rest of the house was full of dusk and shadows. And yet, how often, in spite of those bouquets of lights, have I not pored over the cards that were dealt me, scarcely able, for some reason, to see them? Their designs, too, were strange. There were no red suits, but all were black, and among them there were certain cards which were black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I got to know the greater part of the house. There was a smoking-room beyond the drawing-room, at the end of a passage with a green baize door. It was always very dark there, and as often as I went there I passed somebody whom I could not see in the doorway coming out. Curious developments, too, took place in the characters that peopled the dream as might happen to living persons. Mrs. Stone, for instance, who, when I first saw her, had been black-haired, became grey, and instead of rising briskly as she had done at first when she said, "Jack will show you your room, I have given you the room in the tower," got up very feebly, as if the strength was leaving her limbs. Jack also grew up, and became a rather ill-looking young man, with a brown moustache, while one of the sisters ceased to appear, and I understood she was married. Then it so happened that I was not visited by this dream for 6 months or more, and I began to hope, in such inexplicable dread did I hold it, that it had passed away for good. But one night after this interval I again found myself being shown out onto the lawn for tea, and Mrs. Stone was not there, while the others were all dressed in black. At once I guessed the reason, and my heart leaped at the thought that perhaps this time I should not have to sleep in the room in the tower. and though we usually all sat in silence, on this occasion the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I had never yet done. But even then matters were not altogether comfortable, for no one else spoke, but they all looked secretly at each other. And soon the foolish stream of my talk ran dry, and gradually an apprehension, worse than anything I had previously known, gained on me as the light slowly faded. Suddenly a voice which I knew well broke the stillness, the voice of Mrs. Stone, saying, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." It seemed to come from near the gate in the red brick wall that bounded the lawn, and looking up, I saw that the grass outside was sown thick with gravestones. A curious greyish light shone from them, and I could read the lettering on the grave nearest me, and it was, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." And as usual Jack got up, and again I followed him through the hall and up the staircase with many corners. On this occasion it was darker than usual, and when I passed into the room in the tower I could only just see the furniture, the position of which was already familiar to me. Also, there was a dreadful odour of decay in the room, and I woke screaming. The dream, with such variations and developments as I have mentioned, went on at intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I would dream it 2 or 3 nights in succession. Once, as I've said, there was an intermission of 6 months, but taking a reasonable average, I should say that I dreamed it quite as often as once in a month. It had, as is plain, something of nightmare about it, since it always ended in the same appalling terror, which so far from getting less seemed to me to gather fresh fear every time that I experienced it. There was, too, a strange and dreadful consistency about it. The characters in it, as I have mentioned, got regularly older. Death and marriage visited this silent family, and I never in the dream, after Mrs. Stone had died, set eyes on her again. But it was always her voice that told me that the room in the tower was prepared for me, and whether we had tea out on the lawn or the scene was laid in one of the rooms overlooking it, I could always see her gravestone standing just outside the iron gate. It was the same, too, with the married daughter. Usually she was not present, but once or twice she returned again, in company with a man whom I took to be her husband. He, too, like the rest of them, was always silent. But, owing to the constant repetition of the dream, I had ceased to attach, in my waking hours, any significance to it. I never met Jack Stone again during all those years, nor did I ever see a house that resembled this dark house of my dream. And then something happened. I had been in London in this year up until the end of July, and during the first week in August went down to stay with a friend in a house he had taken for the summer months in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. I left London early, for John Clinton was to meet me at Forest Row Station, and we were going to spend the day golfing and go to his house in the evening. He had his motor with him, and we set off about 5 of the afternoon after a thoroughly delightful day, for the drive, the distance being some 10 miles. As it was still so early, we did not have tea at the clubhouse, but waited till we should get home. As we drove, the weather, which up till then had been, though hot, deliciously fresh, seemed to me to alter in quality and become very stagnant and oppressive, and I felt that indefinable sense of ominous apprehension that I am accustomed to before thunder. John, however, did not share my views, attributing my loss of lightness to the fact that I had lost both my matches. Events proved, however, that I was right, though I do not think that the thunderstorm that broke that night was the sole cause of my depression. Our way lay through deep, high-banked lanes, and before we had gone very far I fell asleep, and was only awakened by the stopping of the motor, and with a sudden thrill, partly of fear but chiefly of curiosity, I found myself standing in the doorway of my house of dream. We went, I half wondering whether or not I was dreaming still, through a low oak-panelled hall and out onto the lawn, where tea was laid in the shadow of the house. It was set in flower beds. A red brick wall with a gate in it bounded one side, and out beyond that was a space of rough grass with a walnut tree. The facade of the house was very long, and at one end stood a 3-storied tower, markedly older than the rest. Here for the moment all resemblance to the repeated dream ceased. There was no silent and somehow terrible family, but a large assembly of exceedingly cheerful persons, all of whom were known to me. And in spite of the horror with which the dream itself had always filled me, I felt nothing of it now that the scene of it was thus reproduced before me. But I felt intensest curiosity as to what was going to happen. Tea pursued its cheerful course, and before long Mrs. Clinton got up, and at that moment I think I knew what she was going to say. She spoke to me, and what she said was, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." At that, for half a second, the horror of the dream took hold of me again, but it quickly passed, and again I felt nothing more than the most intense curiosity. It was not very long before it was amply satisfied. John turned to me. "Right up at the top of the house," he said, "but I think you'll be comfortable. We're absolutely full up. Would you like to go and see it now? By Jove, I believe that you're right, and that we're going to have a thunderstorm. How dark it has become." I got up and followed him. We passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. Then he opened the door, and I went in. And at that moment, sheer unreasoning terror again possessed me. I did not know what I feared. I simply feared. Then, like a sudden recollection, when one remembers a name which has long escaped the memory, I knew what I feared. I feared Mrs. Stone, whose grave with a sinister inscription in evil memory I had so often seen in my dream just beyond the lawn which lay below my window. And then once more the fear passed so completely that I wondered what there was to fear, and I found myself sober and quiet and sane in the room in the tower, the name of which I had so often heard in my dream, and the scene of which was so familiar. I looked around it with a certain sense of proprietorship, and found that nothing had been changed from the dreaming nights in which I knew it so well. Just to the left of the door was the bed, lengthways along the wall, with the head of it in the angle. In a line with it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Opposite the door the outer wall was pierced by two lattice-paned windows, between which stood the dressing-table, while ranged along the fourth wall was the washing-stand and a big cupboard. My luggage had already been unpacked, for the furniture of dressing and undressing lay orderly on the washstand and toilet-table, while my dinner clothes were spread out on the coverlet of the bed. And then, with a sudden start of unexplained dismay, I saw that there were two rather conspicuous objects which I had not seen before in my dreams. One, a life-sized oil painting of Mrs. Stone, the other a black-and-white sketch of Jack Stone, representing him as he had appeared to me only a week before in the last of the series of these repeated dreams, a rather secret and evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, looking straight across the room to the other portrait, which hung at the side of the bed. At that I looked next, and as I looked I felt once more the horror of nightmare seize me. It represented Mrs. Stone, as I had seen her last in my dreams, old and withered and white-haired, but in spite of the evident feebleness of body, a dreadful exuberance and vitality shone through the envelope of flesh, an exuberance wholly malign, a vitality that foamed and frothed with unimaginable evil. Evil beamed from the narrow, leering eyes. It laughed in the demon-like mouth. The whole face was instinct with some secret and appalling mirth. The hands clasped together on the knee seemed shaking with suppressed and nameless glee. Then I saw also that it was signed in the left-hand bottom corner, and wondering who the artist could be, I looked more closely and read the inscription, "Julia Stone, by Julia Stone." There came a tap at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," said I, pointing to the picture. He laughed. "Hard-featured old lady," he said. "By herself, too, I remember. Anyhow, she can't have flattered herself much." "But don't you see," said I, "it's scarcely a human face at all. It's the face of some witch, of some devil." He looked at it more closely. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant," he said. "Scarcely a bedside manner, eh? Yes, I can imagine getting the nightmare if I went to sleep with that close by my bed. I'll have it taken down, if you like." I really wish you would, I said. He rang the bell, and with the help of a servant we detached the picture and carried it out onto the landing and put it with its face to the wall. By Jove, the old lady is a weight, said John, mopping his forehead. I wonder if she had something on her mind. The extraordinary weight of the picture had struck me, too. I was about to reply when I caught sight of my own hand. There was blood on it, in considerable quantities, covering the whole palm. I've cut myself somehow, said I. John gave a little startled exclamation. Why, I have too, he said. Simultaneously, the footman took out his handkerchief and wiped his hand with it. I saw that there was blood also on his handkerchief. John and I went back into the towel room and washed the blood off, but neither on his hand nor on mine was there the slightest trace of a scratch or cut. It seemed to me that, having ascertained this, we both, by a sort of tacit consent, did not allude to it again. Something in my case had dimly occurred to me that I did not wish to think about. It was but a conjecture, but I fancied that I knew the same thing had occurred to him. The heat and oppression of the air, for the storm we had expected was still undischarged, increased very much after dinner, and for some time most of the party, among whom were John Clinton and myself, sat outside on the path bounding the lawn, where we had had tea. The night was absolutely dark, and no twinkle of star or moon ray could penetrate the pall of cloud that overset the sky. By degrees, our assembly thinned. The women went up to bed, men dispersed to the smoking or billiard-room, and by 11 o'clock my host and I were the only two left. All the evening I thought that he had something on his mind, and as soon as we were alone, he spoke. The man who helped us with the picture had blood on his hand too. Did you notice? He said. I asked him just now if he had cut himself, and he said he supposed he had, but that he could find no mark of it. Now where did that blood come from? By dint of telling myself that I was not going to think about it, I had succeeded in not doing so, and I did not want, especially just at bedtime, to be reminded of it. I don't know, said I, and I don't really care so long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is not by my bed. He got up. But it's odd, he said. Now you'll see another odd thing. A dog of his, an Irish terrier by breed, had come out of the house as we talked. The door behind us into the hall was open, and a bright oblong of light shone across the lawn to the iron gate, which led onto the rough grass outside, where the walnut tree stood. I saw that the dog had all his hackles up, bristling with rage and fright. His lips were curled back from his teeth, as if he was ready to spring at something, and he was growling to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his master or me, but stiffly and tensely walked across the grass to the iron gate. There he stood for a moment, looking through the bars and still growling. Then of a sudden his courage seemed to desert him. He gave one long howl and scuttled back to the house with a curious crouching sort of movement. He does that 6 times a day, said John. He sees something which he both hates and fears. I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something was moving on the grass outside, and soon a sound which I could not instantly identify came to my ears. Then I remembered what it was. It was the purring of a cat. I lit a match and saw the purrer, a big blue Persian walking round and round in a little circle just outside the gate, stepping high and ecstatically, with tail carried aloft like a banner. Its eyes were bright and shining, and every now and then it put its head down and sniffed at the grass. I laughed. The end of that mystery, I'm afraid, I said. Here's a large cat having Walpurgis night all alone. Yes, that's Darius, said John. He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery, for Toby and he are the best of friends, but the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? And why is Darius pleased while Toby is terror-stricken? At that moment I remembered the rather horrible detail of my dreams when I saw through the gate, just where the cat was now, the white tombstone with the sinister inscription. But before I could answer, the rain began as suddenly and heavily as if a tap had been turned on, and simultaneously the big cat squeezed through the bars of the gate and came leaping across the lawn to the house for shelter. Then it sat in the doorway, looking out eagerly into the dark. It spat and struck at John with its paw as he pushed it in order to close the door. Somehow, with the portrait of Julia Stone in the passage outside, the room in the tower had absolutely no alarm for me, and as I went to bed, feeling very sleepy and heavy, I had nothing more than interest for the curious incident about our bleeding hands and the conduct of the cat and dog. The last thing I looked at before I put out my light was the square empty space by my bed where the portrait had been. Here the paper was of its original full tint of dark red. Over the rest of the walls it had faded. Then I blew out my candle and instantly fell asleep. My awaking was equally instantaneous, and I sat bolt upright in bed, under the impression that some bright light had been flashed in my face, though it was now absolutely pitch dark. I knew exactly where I was, in the room which I had dreaded in dreams, but no horror that I ever felt when asleep approached the fear that now invaded and froze my brain. Immediately after, a peal of thunder crackled just above the house, but the probability that it was only a flash of lightning which awoke me gave no reassurance to my galloping heart. Something I knew was in the room with me, and instinctively I put out my right hand, which was nearest the wall, to keep it away, and my hand touched the edge of a picture frame hanging close to me. I sprang out of bed, upsetting the small table that stood by it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter onto the floor. But for the moment there was no need of light, for a blinding flash leaped out of the clouds and showed me that by my bed again hung the picture of Mrs. Stone. And instantly the room went into blackness again. But in that flash I saw another thing also, namely a figure that leaned over the end of my bed, watching me. It was dressed in some close-clinging white garment, spotted and stained with mould, and the face was that of the portrait. Overhead the thunder cracked and roared, and when it ceased and the deathly stillness succeeded, I heard the rustle of movement coming nearer me, and, more horrible yet, perceived an odour of corruption and decay. And then a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and close beside my ear I heard quick-taken, eager breathing. Yet I knew that this thing, though it could be perceived by touch, by smell, by eye, and by ear, was still not of this earth, but something that had passed out of the body and had power to make itself manifest. Then a voice, already familiar to me, spoke. "I knew you would come to the room in the tower," it said. "I have been long waiting for you. At last you have come. Tonight I shall feast. Before long we will feast together." And the quick breathing came closer to me. I could feel it on my neck. At that, the terror, which I think had paralyzed me for the moment, gave way to the wild instinct of self-preservation. I hit wildly with both arms, kicking out at the same moment, and heard a little animal squeal, and something soft dropped with a thud beside me. I took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping up over whatever it was that lay there, and by the merest good luck found the handle of the door. In another second I ran out on the landing, and had banged the door behind me. Almost at the same moment I heard a door open somewhere below, and John Clinton, candle in hand, came running upstairs. "What is it?" he said. "I sleep just below you, and heard a noise as if— Good heavens, there's blood on your shoulder." I stood there, so he told me afterwards, swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with a mark on my shoulder as if a hand covered with blood had been laid there. "It's in there," I said, pointing. "She, you know. The portrait is in there, too, hanging up on the place we took it from." At that he laughed. "My dear fellow, this is mere nightmare," he said. He pushed by me and opened the door, I standing there, simply inert with terror, unable to stop him, unable to move. "Phew, what an awful smell," he said. Then there was silence. He had passed out of my sight behind the open door. Next moment he came out again, as white as myself, and instantly shut it. "Yes, the portrait's there," he said, "and on the floor is a thing spotted with earth, like what they bury people in. Come away, quick! Come away!" How I got downstairs I hardly know. An awful shuddering and nausea, of the spirit rather than of the flesh, had seized me, and more than once he had to place my feet upon the steps, while every now and then he cast glances of terror and apprehension up the stairs. But in time we came to his dressing-room on the floor below, and there I told him what I have here described. The sequel can be made short. Indeed, some of my readers have perhaps already guessed what it was, if they remember that inexplicable affair of the churchyard at West Forley some 8 years ago, where an attempt was made 3 times to bury the body of a certain woman who had committed suicide. On each occasion, the coffin was found in the course of a few days again protruding from the ground. After the 3rd attempt, in order that the thing should not be talked about, the body was buried elsewhere, in unconsecrated ground. Where it was buried was just outside the iron gate of the garden belonging to the house where this woman had lived. She had committed suicide in a room at the top of the tower in that house. Her name was Julia Stone. Subsequently, the body was again secretly dug up, and the coffin was found to be full of blood. The House of the Nightmare by Edward Lucas White. I first caught sight of the house from the brow of the mountain as I cleared the woods and looked across the broad valley several 100 feet below me to the low sun sinking toward the far blue hills. From that momentary viewpoint, I had an exaggerated sense of looking almost vertically down. I seemed to be hanging over the checkerboard of roads and fields, dotted with farm buildings, and felt the familiar deception that I could almost throw a stone upon the house. I barely glimpsed its slate roof. What caught my eyes was the bit of road in front of it, between the mass of dark green shade trees about the house and the orchard opposite. Perfectly straight it was, bordered by an even row of trees, through which I made out a cinder side path and a low stone wall. Conspicuous on the orchard side between 2 of the flanking trees was a white object, which I took to be a tall stone, a vertical splinter of one of the tilted limestone reefs with which the fields of the region are scarred. The road itself I saw plain as a boxwood ruler on a green baize table. It gave me a pleasurable anticipation of a chance for a burst of speed. I had been painfully traversing closely forested, semi-mountainous hills. Not a farmhouse had I passed, only wretched cabins by the road, more than 20 miles of which I had found very bad and hindering. Now, when I was not many miles from my expected stopping place, I looked forward to the better going, and to that straight, level bit in particular. As I sped cautiously down the sharp beginning of the long descent, the trees engulfed me again, and I lost sight of the valley. I dipped into a hollow, rose on the crest of the next hill, and again saw the house, nearer, and not so far below. The tall stone caught my eye with a shock of surprise. Had I not thought it was opposite the house next the orchard? Clearly, it was on the left-hand side of the road toward the house. My self-questioning lasted only the moment as I passed the crest. Then the outlook was cut off again, but I found myself gazing ahead, watching for the next chance at the same view. At the edge of the second hill, I only saw the bit of road obliquely, and could not be sure, but as at first, the tall stone seemed on the right of the road. At the top of the 3rd and last hill, I looked down the stretch of road under the overarching trees, almost as one would look through a tube. There was a line of whiteness which I took for the tall stone. It was on the right. I dipped into the last hollow, As I mounted the farther slope, I kept my eyes on the top of the road ahead of me. When my line of sight surmounted the rise, I marked the tall stone on my right hand among the serried maples. I leaned over, first on one side, then on the other, to inspect my tires. Then I threw the lever. As I flew forward, I looked ahead. There was the tall stone, on the left of the road. I was really scared and almost dazed. I meant to stop dead, take a good look at the stone, and make up my mind beyond peradventure whether it was on the right or the left, if not indeed in the middle of the road. In my bewilderment, I put on the highest speed. The machine leaped forward. Everything I touched went wrong. I steered wildly, slewed to the left, and crashed into a big maple. When I came to my senses, I was flat on my back in the dry ditch. The last rays of the sun sent shafts of golden-green light through the maple boughs overhead. My first thought was an odd mixture of appreciation of the beauties of nature and disapproval of my own conduct in touring without a companion, a fad I had regretted more than once. Then my mind cleared, and I sat up. I felt myself from the head down. I was not bleeding. No bones were broken, and, while much shaken, I had suffered no serious bruises. Then I saw the boy. He was standing at the edge of the cinder path, near the ditch. He was stocky and solidly built, barefoot with his trousers rolled up to his knees, wore a sort of butternut shirt open at the throat, and was coatless and hatless. He was tow-headed, with a shock of tousled hair, was much freckled, and had a hideous hare lip. He shifted from one foot to the other, twiddled his toes, and said nothing whatever, though he stared at me intently. I scrambled to my feet and proceeded to survey the wreck. It seemed distressingly complete. It had not blown up, nor even caught fire, but otherwise the ruin appeared hopelessly thorough. Everything I examined seemed worse smashed than the rest. My 2 hampers alone, by one of those cynical jokes of chance, had escaped. Both had pitched clear of the wreckage and were unhurt, not even a bottle broken. During my investigations, the boy's faded eyes followed me continuously, but he uttered no word. When I had convinced myself of my helplessness, I straightened up and addressed him. "How far is it to a blacksmith shop?" 8 mile, he answered. He had a distressing case of cleft palate, and was scarcely intelligible. "Can you drive me there?" I inquired. "Nary team on the place," he replied. "Nary horse, nary cow." "How far to the next house?" I continued. 6 mile, he responded. I glanced at the sky. The sun had set already. I looked at my watch. It was going 7:36. "May I sleep in your house tonight?" I asked. "You can come in if you want to," he said, "and sleep if you can. House all messy. Ma's been dead 3 year, and Dad's away. Nothing to eat but buckwheat flour and rusty bacon." "I've plenty to eat," I answered, picking up a hamper. "Just take that hamper, will you?" "You can come in if you're a mind to," he said, "but you got to carry your own stuff." He did not speak gruffly or rudely, but appeared mildly stating an inoffensive fact. "All right," I said. "Lead the way." The yard in front of the house was dark, under a dozen or more immense ailanthus trees. Below them, many smaller trees had grown up, and beneath these, a dank underwood of tall, rank suckers out of the deep, shaggy, matted grass. What had once been, apparently, a carriage drive left a narrow, curved track, disused and grass-grown, leading to the house. Even here were some shoots of the ailanthus, and the air was unpleasant with the vile smell of the roots and suckers and the insistent odor of their flowers. The house was of grey stone, with green shutters faded almost as grey as the stone. Along its front was a veranda, not much raised from the ground, and with no balustrade or railing. On it were several hickory splint rockers. There were 8 shuttered windows toward the porch, and midway of them a wide door, with small violet panes on either side of it, and a fanlight above. "Open the door," I said to the boy. "Open it yourself," he replied, not unpleasantly nor disagreeably, but in such a tone that one could not but take the suggestion as a matter of course. I put down the 2 hampers and tried the door. It was latched, but not locked, and opened with a rusty grind of its hinges, on which it sagged crazily, scraping the floor as it turned. The passage smelt mouldy and damp. There were several doors on either side. The boy pointed to the first on the right. "You can have that room," he said. I opened the door. What with the dusk, the interlacing trees outside, the piazza roof, and the closed shutters, I could make out little. "Better get a lamp," I said to the boy. "Nary lamp," he declared cheerfully. "Nary candle. Mostly I get to bed before dark." I returned to the remains of my conveyance. All 4 of my lamps were merely scrap metal and splintered glass. My lantern was smashed flat. I always, however, carried candles in my valise. This I found split and crushed, but still holding together. I carried it to the porch, opened it, and took out 3 candles. Entering the room, where I found the boy standing just where I had left him, I lit the candle. The walls were whitewashed, the floor bare. There was a mildewed, chilly smell, but the bed looked freshly made up and clean, although it felt clammy. With a few drops of its own grease, I stuck the candle on the corner of a mean, rickety little bureau. There was nothing else in the room, save 2 rush-bottomed chairs and a small table. I went out on the porch, brought in my valise, and put it on the bed. I raised the sash of each window and pushed open the shutters. Then I asked the boy, who had not moved or spoken, to show me the way to the kitchen. He led me straight through the hall to the back of the house. The kitchen was large, and had no furniture, save some pine chairs, a pine bench, and a pine table. I stuck 2 candles on opposite corners of the table. There was no stove or range in the kitchen, only a big hearth, the ashes in which smelt and looked a month old. The wood in the woodshed was dry enough, but even it had a celery, stale smell. The axe and hatchet were both rusty and dull, but usable, and I quickly made a big fire. To my amazement, for the mid-June evening was hot and still, the boy, a wry smile on his ugly face, almost leaned over the flame, hands and arms spread out, and fairly roasted himself. "Are you cold?" I inquired. "I'm allus cold," he replied, hugging the fire, closer than ever, till I thought he must scorch. I left him toasting himself while I went in search of water. I discovered the pump, which was in working order and not dry on the valves, but I had a furious struggle to fill the 2 leaky pails I had found. When I had put water to boil, I fetched my hampers from the porch. I brushed the table and set out my meal. Cold fowl, cold ham, white and brown bread, olives, jam, and cake. When the can of soup was hot and the coffee made, I drew up 2 chairs to the table and invited the boy to join me. "I ain't hungry," he said. "I've had supper." He was a new sort of boy to me. All the boys I knew were hearty eaters and always ready. I had felt hungry myself, but somehow when I came to eat, I had little appetite and hardly relished the food. I soon made an end of my meal, covered the fire, blew out the candles, and returned to the porch, where I dropped into one of the hickory rockers to smoke. The boy followed me silently, and seated himself on the porch floor, leaning against a pillar, his feet on the grass outside. "What do you do," I asked, "when your father is away?" "Just loaf round," he said. "Just fool round." "How far off are your nearest neighbours?" I asked. "Don't know neighbours never come here," he stated. "Say they're afeard of the ghosts." I was not at all startled. The place had all those aspects which lead to a house being called haunted. I was struck by his odd, matter-of-fact way of speaking. It was as if he had said they were afraid of a cross dog. "Do you ever see any ghosts around here?" I continued. "Never see 'em," he answered, as if I had mentioned tramps or partridges. "Never hear 'em. Sort of feel 'em round sometimes." "Are you afraid of them?" I asked. "Nope," he declared. "I ain't scared of ghosts. I'm scared of nightmares. Ever have nightmares?" "Very seldom," I replied. "I do," he returned. "Always have the same nightmare. Big sow, large as a steer, trying to eat me up. Wake up so scared I could run to never. Nowheres to run to. Go to sleep and have it again. Wake up worse scared than ever. Dad says it's buckwheat cakes in summer." "You must have teased a sow sometime," I said. "Yep," he answered. "Teased a big sow once, holding up one of her pigs by the hind leg. Teased her too long. Fell in the pen and got bit up some. Wished I hadn't teased her. Have that nightmare 3 times a week sometimes. Worse'n being burnt out. Worse'n ghosts. Say, I sort of feel ghosts around now." He was not trying to frighten me. He was as simply stating an opinion as if he had spoken of bats or mosquitoes. I made no reply, and found myself listening involuntarily. My pipe went out. I did not really want another, but felt disinclined for bed as yet, and was comfortable where I was, while the smell of the ailanthus blossoms was very disagreeable. I filled my pipe again, lit it, and then, as I puffed, somehow dozed off for a moment. I awoke with a sensation of some light fabric trailed across my face. The boy's position was unchanged. "Did you do that?" I asked sharply. "Ain't done nary thing," he rejoined. "What was it?" It was like a piece of mosquito netting brushed over my face. "That ain't netting," he asserted. "That's a veil. That's one of the ghosts. Some blow on you, some touch you with their long, cold fingers. That one with the veil she drags across your face. Well, mostly I think it's Ma." He spoke with the unassailable conviction of the child in We Are Seven. I found no words to reply, and rose to go to bed. "Good night," I said. "Good night," he echoed. "I'll set out here a spell yet." I lit the match, found the candle I had stuck on the corner of the shabby little bureau, and undressed. The bed had a comfortable husk mattress, and I was soon asleep. I had the sensation of having slept some time, when I had a nightmare, the very nightmare the boy had described. A huge sow, big as a dray horse, was reared up on her forelegs over the footboard of the bed, trying to scramble over to me. She grunted and puffed, and I felt I was the food she craved. I knew in the dream that it was only a dream, and strove to wake up. Then the gigantic dream beast floundered over the footboard, fell across my shins, and I awoke. I was in darkness as absolute as if I was sealed in a jet vault, yet the shudder of the nightmare instantly subsided. My nerves quieted. I realized where I was, and felt not the least panic. I turned over and was asleep again almost at once. Then I had a real nightmare, not recognizable as a dream, but appallingly real, an unutterable agony of reasonless horror. There was a thing in the room, not a sow nor any other nameable creature, but a thing. It was as big as an elephant, filled the room to the ceiling, was shaped like a wild boar seated on its haunches, with its forelegs braced stiffly in front of it. It had a hot, slobbering red mouth, full of big tusks, and its jaws worked hungrily. It shuffled and hunched itself forward, inch by inch, till its vast forelegs straddled the bed. The bed crushed up like wet blotting paper, and I felt the weight of the thing on my feet, on my legs, on my body, on my chest. It was hungry, and I was what it was hungry for, and it meant to begin on my face. Its dripping mouth was nearer and nearer. Then the dream helplessness that made me unable to call or move suddenly gave way, and I yelled and awoke. This time my terror was positive, and not to be shaken off. It was near dawn. I could descry dimly the cracked, dirty window panes. I got up, lit the stump of my candle and 2 fresh ones, dressed hastily, strapped my ruined valise, and put it on the porch against the wall near the door. Then I called the boy. I realized quite suddenly that I had not told him my name, nor asked his. I shouted "hello" a few times, but won no answer. I had had enough of that house. I was still permeated with the panic of the nightmare. I desisted from shouting, made no search, but with 2 candles went out to the kitchen. I took a swallow of cold coffee and munched a biscuit as I hustled my belongings into my hampers. Then, leaving a silver dollar on the table, I carried the hampers out on the porch and dumped them by my valise. It was now light enough to see to walk, and I went out to the road. Already the night dew had rusted much of the wreck, making it look more hopeless than before. It was, however, entirely undisturbed. There was not so much as a wheel track or a hoof print on the road. The tall, white stone, uncertainty about which had caused my disaster, stood like a sentinel opposite where I had upset. I set out to find that blacksmith shop. Before I had gone far, the sun rose clear from the horizon, and almost at once scorching. As I footed it along, I grew very much heated, and it seemed more like 10 miles than 6 before I reached the first house. It was a new frame house, neatly painted and close to the road, with a whitewashed fence along its garden front. I was about to open the gate, when a big black dog with a curly tail bounded out of the bushes. He did not bark, but stood inside the gate wagging his tail and regarding me with a friendly eye. Yet I hesitated, with my hand on the latch, and considered. The dog might not be as friendly as he looked, and the sight of him made me realize that, except for the boy, I had seen no creature about the house where I had spent the night, no dog or cat, not even a toad or bird. While I was ruminating upon this, a man came from behind the house. "Will your dog bite?" I asked. "Nah," he answered. "He don't bite. Come in." I told him I had had an accident to my automobile, and asked if he could drive me to the blacksmith shop and back to my wreckage. "Cert," he said. "Happy to help you. I'll hitch up shortly. Where'd you smash?" "In front of the grey house about 6 miles back," I answered. "That big, stone-built house?" he queried. "The same," I assented. "Did you go past here?" he inquired, astonished. "I didn't hear you." "No," I said. "I came from the other direction." "Why?" he meditated. "You must have smashed about sunup. Did you come over them mountains in the dark?" "No," I replied. "I came over them yesterday evening. I smashed up about sunset." "Sundown!" he exclaimed. "Where in thunder have you been all night?" "I slept in the house where I broke down." "In that there big stone-built house in the trees?" he demanded. "Yes," I agreed. "Why," he quavered excitedly, "that there house is haunted. They say if you have to drive past it after dark, you can't tell which side of the road the big white stone is on." "I couldn't tell even before sunset," I said. "There," he exclaimed. "Look at that now. And you slept in that house? Did you sleep, honest?" "I slept pretty well," I said. "Except for a nightmare. I slept all night." "Well," he commented, "I wouldn't go in that there house for a farm, nor sleep in it for my salvation. And you slept. How in thunder did you get in?" "The boy took me in," I said. "What sort of a boy?" he queried, his eyes fixed on me with a queer, countrified look of absorbed interest. "A thick-set, freckle-faced boy with a hare lip," I said. "Talk like his mouth was full of mush?" he demanded. "Yes," I said. "Bad case of cleft palate." "Well," he exclaimed, I never did believe in ghosts, and I never did half believe that house was haunted, but I know it now. And you slept. I didn't see any ghosts, I retorted irritably. You seen a ghost for sure, he rejoined solemnly. That there hair-lip boy's been dead 6 months. The Shunned House. 1. From even the greatest of horrors, irony is seldom absent. Sometimes it enters directly into the composition of the events, while sometimes it relates only to their fortuitous position among persons and places. The latter sort is splendidly exemplified by a case in the ancient city of Providence, where in the late 40s Edgar Allan Poe used to sojourn often during his unsuccessful wooing of the gifted poetess, Mrs. Whitman. Poe generally stopped at the mansion house in Benefit Street, the renamed Golden Ball Inn, whose roofers sheltered Washington, Jefferson, and Lafayette, and his favorite walk led northward along the same street to Mrs. Whitman's home, and the neighboring hillside churchyard of St. John's, whose hidden expanse of 18th-century gravestones had for him a peculiar fascination. Now, the irony is this. In this walk, so many times repeated, the world's greatest master of the terrible and the bizarre was obliged to pass a particular house on the eastern side of the street, a dingy, antiquated structure perched on the abruptly rising side hill, with a great unkempt yard dating from a time when the region was partly open country. It does not appear that he ever wrote or spoke of it, nor is there any evidence that he even noticed it. And yet that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly, and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is unutterably hideous. The house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a farm or semi-farm building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century, the prosperous peaked roof sort, with 2 stories and dormerless attic, and with the Georgian doorway and interior panelling dictated by the progress of taste at that time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity, for Benefit Street, at first called Back Street, was laid out as a lane winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only when the removal of the bodies to the north burial ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundations so that a brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage, with door and 2 windows above ground, close to the new line of public travel. When the sidewalk was laid out a century ago, the last of the intervening space was removed, and Poe, in his walks, must have seen only a sheer ascent of dull grey brick flush with the sidewalk, and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingled bulk of the house proper. The farm-like grounds extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to Wheaton Street. The space south of the house, abutting on Benefit Street, was of course greatly above the existing sidewalk level, forming a terrace bounded by a high bank wall of damp, mossy stone, pierced by a steep flight of narrow steps, which led inward between canyon-like surfaces to the upper region of mangy lawn, roomy brick walls, and neglected gardens whose dismantled cement urns, rusted kettles fallen from tripods of knotty sticks, and similar paraphernalia set off the weather-beaten front door with its broken fanlight, rotting ionic pilasters, and wormy triangular pediment. What I heard in my youth about the Shunned House was merely that people died there in alarmingly great numbers. That, I was told, was why the original owners had moved out some 20 years after building the place. It was plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness and fungus growth in the cellar, the general sickish smell, the draughts of the hallways, or the quality of the well and pump water. These things were bad enough, and these were all that gained belief among the persons whom I knew. Only the notebooks of my antiquarian uncle, Dr. Elihu Whipple, revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmises which formed an undercurrent of folklore among old-time servants and humble folk, surmises which never travelled far, and which were largely forgotten when Providence grew to be a metropolis with a shifting modern population. The general fact is that the house was never regarded by the solid part of the community as in any real sense haunted. There were no widespread tales of rattling chains, cold currents of air, extinguished lights, or faces at the window. Extremists sometimes said the house was unlucky, but that is as far as even they went. What was really beyond dispute is that a frightful proportion of persons died there, or more accurately, had died there, since after some peculiar happenings over 60 years ago, the building had become deserted through the sheer impossibility of renting it. These persons were not all cut off suddenly by any one cause. Rather did it seem that their vitality was insidiously sapped, so that each one died the sooner from whatever tendency to weakness he may have naturally had. And those who did not die displayed in varying degree a type of anemia or consumption, and sometimes a decline of the mental faculties, which spoke ill for the salubriousness of the building. Neighbouring houses, it must be added, seemed entirely free from the noxious quality. This much I knew before my insistent questioning led my uncle to show me the notes which finally embarked us both on our hideous investigation. In my childhood, the Shunned House was vacant, with barren, gnarled, and terrible old trees, long, queerly pale grass, and nightmarishly misshapen weeds in the high terraced yard, where birds never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place, and I can still recall my youthful terror, not only at the morbid strangeness of this sinister vegetation, but at the eldritch atmosphere and odour of the dilapidated house, whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shudders. The small-paned windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung round the precarious panelling, shaky interior shutters, peeling wallpaper, falling plaster, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as still remained. The dust and cobwebs added their touch of the fearful, and brave indeed was the boy who would voluntarily ascend the ladder to the attic, a vast raftered length lighted only by small blinking windows in the gable ends, and filled with a massed wreckage of chests, chairs, and spinning wheels which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and festooned into monstrous and hellish shapes. But after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was the dank, humid cellar which somehow exerted the strongest repulsion on us, even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window-pierced brick wall to separate it from the busy sidewalk. We scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odour of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growths which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, grotesquely like the vegetation in the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines, detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation. They rotted quickly, and at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that nocturnal passers-by sometimes spoke of witch fires glowing behind the broken panes of the fetor-spreading windows. We never, even in our wildest Halloween moods, visited this cellar by night, but in some of our daytime visits could detect the phosphorescence, especially when the day was dark and wet. There was also a subtler thing we often thought we detected, a very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I refer to a sort of cloudy, whitish pattern on the dirt floor, a vague, shifting deposit of mold or nitre, which we sometimes thought we could trace amidst the sparse fungus growths near the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while, it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern toward the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at this odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later, I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild ancient tales of the common folk, a notion likewise alluding to ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer contours assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. 2. Not till my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the Shunned House. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school, and for all his interest in the place, was not eager to encourage young thoughts toward the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with abnormality, but he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would in a boy's fanciful mind take on all manner of gruesome imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, a white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note, who had often broken a lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell. He lived with one manservant in a Georgian homestead with knocker and iron-railed steps, balanced eerily on a steep ascent of North Court Street, beside the ancient brick court and colony house, where his grandfather, a cousin of that celebrated privateersman Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspé in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4th, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him in the damp, low-ceiled library with the musty white panelling, heavy carved-over mantel, and small-paned, vine-shaded windows were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shunned House in Benefit Street. That pest spot lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse along the precipitous hill up which the first settlement climbed. When, in the end, my insistent pestering and maturing years evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, there lay before me a strange enough chronicle. Long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was, there ran through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it had impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held mines of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and inchoate. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. for at last my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house he did not come away with me. I am lonely without that gentle soul whose long years were filled only with honour, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's churchyard, the place that Poe loved, the hidden grove of giant willows on the hill, where tombs and headstones huddle quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls of Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister, either about its construction or about the prosperous and honourable family who built it. Yet from the first a taint of calamity, soon increased to boding significance, was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began with the building of the structure in 1763, and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The Shunned House, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife Roby Dexter, with their children Elkanah, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Prudence, Providence built, of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen, a recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child, which the family expected. That child, a boy, came in December, but was stillborn. Nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April, sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Job Ives diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fever, though others declared it was more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed, in any event, to be contagious, for Hannah Bowen, one of the two servants, died of it in the following June. Eli Lydiason, the other servant, constantly complained of weakness, and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth, but for a sudden attachment for Mehitable Pierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Roby Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn Elkanah 2 years later was the final blow to her reason. In 1768 she fell victim to a mild form of insanity, and was thereafter confined to the upper part of the house, her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister, and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew, William, who from a sturdy infant had become a sickly, spindling lad. In this year, the servant Mehitable died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint that he disliked the smell of the place. For a time, Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths and case of madness, all occurring within 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion the body of fireside rumour, which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town. Anne White, a morose woman from that part of North Kingstown, now set off as the township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definite shape to the sinister, idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from the Nooseneck Hill country, for that remote bit of backwoods was then, as now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months Mercy discharged her, filling her place with a faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. Meanwhile, poor Rhoby Harris, in her madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times, her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors, which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Peleg Harris, in Presbyterian Lane, near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Peleg. Just what Mrs. Harris cried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather presents such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly, it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shocking delight utterly foreign to her. The next year, she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground, beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Angel, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, it is true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure, with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor, qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1782, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angel Street, in the newer East Side residence district, where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French-roofed mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Duty was brought up by his cousin, Rathbone Harris, Peleg's son. Rathbone was a practical man, and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property, nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants, or the steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he felt only vexation when, in 1804, the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulphur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much-discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Duty himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman, and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Calhoun in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of September 23rd, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town and floated a tall sloop well up Westminster Street, so that its masts almost tapped the Harris windows in symbolic affirmation that the new boy, Welcome, was a seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the Shunned House as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sickly odor of unkempt old age. Indeed, it never was rented after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend, until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror has gone. 3. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known it, an evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systematic array of miscellaneous data, legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the Shunned House, but I may refer to several dominant points which earn notice by their recurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy and evil influence. There had been servants, Anne White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly, on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt that most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her Exeter superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire one must, the grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ, and Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriate way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant Preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night. The death certificates of fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood, and the obscure passages of poor Roby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation, which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the Shunned House, one from the Providence Gazette and Country Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance, whose duplication was remarkable. It seems that in both instances, the dying person, in 1815, a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845, a schoolteacher of middle age named Eliza Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzling, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house, a series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madnesses wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 and 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people, for the ill-smelling and widely shunned house could now be rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Roby Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house after listening, some time subsequent to his return from the war, to the first-hand account of Doctors Chase and Whitmarsh. Indeed, I could see that my uncle had thought deeply on the subject, and that he was glad of my own interest, an open-minded and sympathetic interest which enabled him to discuss with me matters at which others would merely have laughed. His fancy had not gone so far as mine, but he felt that the place was rare in its imaginative potentialities, and worthy of note as an inspiration in the field of the grotesque and macabre. For my part, I was disposed to take the whole subject with profound seriousness, and began at once not only to review the evidence, but to accumulate as much more as I could. I talked with the elderly Archer Harris, then owner of the house, many times before his death in 1916, and obtained from him and his still surviving maiden sister Alice an authentic corroboration of all the family data my uncle had collected. When, however, I asked them what connection with France or its language the house could have, they confessed themselves as frankly baffled and ignorant as I. Archer knew nothing, and all that Miss Harris could say was that an old allusion her grandfather, Duty Harris, had heard of might have shed a little light. The old seaman, who had survived his son Welcome's death in battle by 2 years, had not himself known the legend, but recalled that his earliest nurse, the ancient Maria Robbins, seemed darkly aware of something that might have lent a weird significance to the French ravings of Roby Harris, which she had so often heard during the last days of that hapless woman. Maria had been at the Shunned House from 1769 till the removal of the family in 1783, and had seen Mercy Dexter die. Once she hinted to the child Duty of a somewhat peculiar circumstance in Mercy's last moments, but he had soon forgotten all about it, save that it was something peculiar. The granddaughter, moreover, recalled even this much with difficulty. She and her brother were not so much interested in the house as was Archer's son Carrington, the present owner, with whom I talked after my experience. Having exhausted the Harris family of all the information it could furnish, I turned my attention to early town records and deeds with a zeal more penetrating than that which my uncle had occasionally shown in the same work. What I wished was a comprehensive history of the site from its very settlement in 1636, or even before, if any Narragansett Indian legend could be unearthed to supply the data. I found, at the start, that the land had been part of the long strip of home lot granted originally to John Throckmorton, one of many similar strips beginning at the town street beside the river and extending up over the hill to a line roughly corresponding with the modern Hope Street. The Throckmorton lot had later, of course, been much subdivided, and I became very assiduous in tracing that section through which Back or Benefit Street was later run. It had, a rumor indeed said, been the Throckmorton graveyard, but as I examined the records more carefully, I found that the graves had all been transferred at an early date to the North Burial Ground on the Pawtucket West Road. Then suddenly I came, by a rare piece of chance, since it was not in the main body of records and might easily have been missed, upon something which aroused my keenest eagerness, fitting in as it did with several of the queerest phases of the affair. It was the record of a lease in 1697 of a small tract of ground to an Etienne Roulet and wife. At last, the French element had appeared. That and another deeper element of horror, which the name conjured up from the darkest recesses of my weird and heterogeneous reading, and I feverishly studied the platting of the locality, as it had been before the cutting through and partial straightening of Back Street, between 1747 and 1758. I found what I had half expected, that where the Shunned House now stood, the Roulets had laid out their graveyard, behind a one-story and attic cottage, and that no record of any transfer of graves existed. The document, indeed, ended in much confusion, and I was forced to ransack both the Rhode Island Historical Society and Shepley Library before I could find a local door which the name Etienne Roulet would unlock. In the end I did find something of such vague but monstrous import that I set about at once to examine the cellar of the Shunned House itself with a new and excited minuteness. The Roulets, it seemed, had come in 1696 from East Greenwich, down the west shore of Narragansett Bay. They were Huguenots from Cord, and had encountered much opposition before the Providence selectmen allowed them to settle in the town. Unpopularity had dogged them in East Greenwich, whether they had come in 1686, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and rumour said that the cause of dislike extended beyond mere racial and national prejudice, or the land disputes which involved other French settlers with the English in rivalries which not even Governor Andros could quell. But their ardent Protestantism, too ardent, some whispered, and their evident distress when virtually driven from the village down the bay, had moved the sympathy of the town fathers. Here the strangers had been granted a haven, and the swarthy Etienne Roulet, less apt at agriculture than at reading queer books and drawing queer diagrams, was given a clerical post in the warehouse at Pardon Tillinghast's wharf, far south in Town Street. There had, however, been a riot of some sort later on, perhaps 40 years later, after old Roulet's death, and no one seemed to hear of the family after that. For a century and more, it appeared, the Roulets had been well remembered and frequently discussed as vivid incidents in the quiet life of a New England seaport. Etienne's son, Paul, a surly fellow whose erratic conduct had probably provoked the riot which wiped out the family, was particularly a source of speculation, and though Providence never shared the witchcraft panics of her Puritan neighbours, it was freely intimated by old wives that his prayers were neither uttered at the proper time nor directed toward the proper object. All this had undoubtedly formed the basis of the legend known by old Maria Robbins. What relation it had to the French ravings of Roby Harris and other inhabitants of the Shunned House, imagination or future discovery alone could determine. I wondered how many of those who had known the legends realized that additional link with the terrible which my wide reading had given me. That ominous item in the annals of morbid horror, which tells of the creature Jacques Roulet of Cord, who in 1598 was condemned to death as a demoniac, but afterwards saved from the stake by the Paris Parliament and shut in a madhouse. He had been found covered with blood and shreds of flesh in a wood, shortly after the killing and rending of a boy by a pair of wolves. One wolf was seen to lope away unhurt. Surely a pretty hearthside tale, with a queer significance as to name and place, but I decided that the Providence gossips could not have generally known of it. Had they known, the coincidence of names would have brought some drastic and frightened action. Indeed, might not its limited whispering have precipitated the final riot which erased the roulets from the town? I now visited the accursed place with increased frequency, studying the unwholesome vegetation of the garden, examining all the walls of the building, and poring over every inch of the earthen cellar floor. Finally, with Carrington Harris's permission, I fitted a key to the disused door opening from the cellar directly upon Benefit Street, preferring to have a more immediate access to the outside world than the dark stairs, ground floor hall, and front door could give. There, where morbidity lurked most thickly, I searched and poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-ground windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door, which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same depressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancy that many pedestrians must have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon a suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the mouldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted, half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening, and I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitish deposits, a particularly sharp definition of the huddled form I had suspected from boyhood. Its clearness was astonishing and unprecedented, and as I watched I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace it rose, a subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor which, as it hung trembling in the dampness, seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay, and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with a fetor in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot. Refusing to flee, I watched it fade, and as I watched I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relation to it, he insisted that we both test, and if possible destroy, the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. 4. On Wednesday, June 25th, 1919, after a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the Shunned House 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. These we placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper, and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, we were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly and at great cost, as many days as our vigils might need to be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and then watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches, myself first, and then my companion, the inactive member resting on the cot. The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory and instinctively assumed direction of our venture, was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elihu Whipple had lived according to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and but for what happened later would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspect what did happen, Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then, too, we had spoken to him in advance of our quest, and I felt after my uncle's going that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but agreed to help me, and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration both gross and ridiculous. We were not, as I've said, in any sense childishly superstitious, but scientific study and reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power, and, so far as the human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather, must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in 3-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that an incontrovertible array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the Shunned House, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion. That the family of Roulet had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres which for normal folk hold only repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not, then, the riots of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulet, which obscurely survived the bodies murdered and buried by the mob, and continued to function in some multiple-dimension space along the original lines of force determined by a frantic hatred of the encroaching community? Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility, in the light of a newer science which includes the theories of relativity and interatomic action. One might easily imagine an alien nucleus of substance or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissues and fluids of other and more palpably living things into which it penetrates, and with whose fabric it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any case, such a monster must of necessity be, in our scheme of things, an anomaly and an intruder, whose extirpation forms a primary duty with every man not an enemy to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had even seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and equivocal mass of plasticity, capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenuously unparticled states. The anthropomorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellowish vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape, but how representative or permanent that similarity might be none could say with any kind of certainty. We had devised 2 weapons to fight it, a large and specially fitted Crookes tube operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors in case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations, and a pair of military flamethrowers of the sort used in the World War in case it proved partly material and susceptible of mechanical destruction. For like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out, if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to the cot and chairs, and to the spot before the fireplace, where the mould had taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed our furniture and instruments, and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment I half doubted that I had ever seen it in the more definitely limbed form, but then I thought of the legends. Our cellar vigil began at 10 p.m. daylight saving time, and as it continued we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak, filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside, and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within, showed the dripping stone of the walls, from which all traces of whitewash had vanished, the dank, fetid and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotting remains of what had been stools, chairs, and tables, and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams of the ground floor overhead, the decrepit plank door leading to bins and chambers beneath other parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with ruined wooden handrail, and the crude and cavernous fireplace of blackened brick, where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hooks, andirons, spit, crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things, and our austere cot and camp chairs, and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought. We had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open, in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that our continued nocturnal presence would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that being prepared, we could dispose of the thing with one or the other of our provided means as soon as we had recognized and observed it sufficiently. How long it might require to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our venture was far from safe, for in what strength the thing might appear no one could tell. But we deemed the game worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of outside aid would only expose us to ridicule, and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked, far into the night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2-hour sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by a sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside, and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within, for the house was repulsively damp even in dry weather, and in this storm positively swamp-like. I studied the loose, antique masonry of the walls in the fungus light, and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened windows, and once, when the noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights, and my nostrils on the wholesome air. Still, nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of the first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking moan. I turned my electric flashlight on him, and found his face averted, so rising and crossing to the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality. It must have been merely the association of any odd circumstance with the sinister nature of our location and mission, for surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed no doubt by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation, and seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of emotions seemed struggling within him. I think, on the whole, that it was this variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and with eyes that had now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienage from himself. All at once he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were at first indistinguishable, and then, with a tremendous start, I recognized something about them, which filled me with icy fear, till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education, and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Revue des Deux Mondes. For the venerable Elihu Whipple was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly, a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leaped abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to a cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and with a subsidence of facial expression to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet not of it, a shadowy geometrical confusion, in which could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures superimposed one upon another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time as well as of space seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. In this kaleidoscopic vortex of phantasmal images were occasional snapshots, if one might use the term, of singular clearness but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug-open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again, he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house apparently, but the details and inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even of the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the more presumably mobile objects. It was queer, damnably queer, and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that of the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family. And all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and strongest system might well be afraid. But in another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be, at most, no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation, also, soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful, and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt, in my visions, a cosmic and abysmal loneness, with hostility surging from all sides upon some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged, and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant associations than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a sharp and startled awakeness, in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. 5. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in this sudden flash of awakening I saw only the door to the street, the more northerly window, and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even a fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow of myself and the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish, penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of that shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leaped up and turned about to grasp the distractive instruments which we had left trained on the mouldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet, after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There are horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse light, yellow and diseased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist which curled putridly about and finally vanished up the chimney. I say that I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent plasticity, the one object to which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who with blackening and decaying features leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of the Crookes tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immortal blasphemousness, the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spaces and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw the dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatever. Then, in the midst of that demoniac spectacle, I saw a fresh horror, which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward that unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed upon the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction, whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a charnel house and a pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, that gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects, grinning as it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow in the caricatured likeness of Legion Strange, and yet not strange. I saw the features of the Harris line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor mad Roby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum, and another time I thought I caught the raw-boned image of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception. Toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor where a pool of greenish grease was spreading, it seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment, and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seems to me I hiccoughed a farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street, a thin stream of grease following me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and the Athenaeum, down Hopkins Street and over the bridge to the business section, where tall buildings seemed to guard me as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then grey dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples, and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end I went, wet, hatless, and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street, which I had left ajar, and which still swung cryptically in full sight of the early householders, to whom I dared not speak. The grease was gone, for the mouldy floor was porous, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form in nitre. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellowed straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture as nearly as sanity would let me just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What, then, but some exotic emanation, some vampirish vapour such as Exeter rustics tell of as lurking over certain churchyards? This, I felt, was the clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace, where the mould and nitre had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes my mind was made up, and taking my hat I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulphuric acid, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the Shunned House in Benefit Street. After that I tried to sleep, and failing, passed the hours in reading and in the composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day, I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later, I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which disposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade causing a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed, I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but still I delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my imminent contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. At length I climbed out of the hole and dispersed the heaped-up dirt. Then, arranging the great carboys of acid around and near the 2 sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that, I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly, and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved at my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of a pit. Suddenly, my spade struck something softer than earth. I shuddered, and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. Then courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I had provided. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further, and saw that it had form. There was a rift where a part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical, like a mammoth soft blue-white stovepipe doubled in 2, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leaped out of the hole and away from the filthy thing, frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys, and precipitating their corrosive contents one after another down that charnel gulf, and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose Titan elbow I had seen. The blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor which surged tempestuously up from that hole as the floods of acid descended will never leave my memory. All along the hill people tell of the yellow day, when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factory waste dumped in the Providence River, but I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar which at the same time came from some disordered water pipe or gas main underground, but again I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I do not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask, but when I recovered, I saw that the hole was emitting no fresh vapors. The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of the place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless, greyish powder, which blew ash-like along the floor. One of Earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be a hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. and as I patted down the last spadeful of mould, I shed the first of the many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shunned House's terraced garden, and shortly afterward Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it is torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small, sweet apples, and last year the birds nested in their gnarled boughs. The Red Lodge by H. Russell Wakefield. I am writing this from an imperative sense of duty, for I consider the Red Lodge as a foul death trap and utterly unfit to be a human habitation. It has its own proper denizens, and because I know its owner to be an unspeakable blackguard, to allow it so to be used for his financial advantage. He knows the perils of the place perfectly well. I wrote him of our experiences, and he didn't even acknowledge the letter. And 2 days ago I saw the ghastly pest house advertised in Country Life. So anyone who rents the Red Lodge in the future will receive a copy of this document, as well as some uncomfortable words from Sir William, and that scoundrel Wilkes can take what action he pleases. I certainly didn't carry any prejudice against the place down to it with me. I'd been too busy to look over it myself, but my wife reported extremely favorably. I take her word for most things, and I could tell by the photographs that it was a magnificent specimen of the medium-sized Queen Anne house, just the ideal thing for me. Mary said the garden was perfect, and there was the river for Tim at the bottom of it. I had been longing for a holiday, and was in the highest spirits as I travelled down. I was not in the highest spirits for long. My first vague, faint uncertainty came to me so soon as I had crossed the threshold. I am a painter by profession, and therefore sharply responsive to colour tone. Well, it was a brilliantly fine day, and the hall of the Red Lodge was fully lighted, yet it seemed a shade off the key, as it were, as though I were regarding it through a pair of slightly darkened glasses. Only a painter would have noticed it, I fancy. When Mary came out to greet me, she was not looking as well as I had hoped, or as well as a week in the country should have made her look. "Everything all right?" I asked. "Oh, yes," she replied, but I thought she found it difficult to say so, and then my eye detected a curious little spot of green on the maroon rug in front of the fireplace. I picked it up. It seemed like a patch of river slime. "I suppose Tim brings those in," said Mary. "I've found several. Of course, he swears he doesn't." And then for a moment we were silent, and a very unusual sense of constraint seemed to set a barrier between us. I went out into the garden to smoke a cigarette before lunch, and sat myself down under a very fine mulberry tree. I wondered if, after all, I had been wise to have left it all to Mary. There was nothing wrong with the house, of course, but I am a bit psychic, and I always know the mood or character of a house. One welcomes you with the tail-writhing enthusiasm of a really nice dog, makes you at home and at your ease at once. Others are sullen, watchful, hostile, with things to hide. They make you feel that you have obtruded yourself into some curious affairs which are none of your business. I had never encountered so hostile, aloof, and secretive a living place as the Red Lodge seemed when I first entered it. Well, it couldn't be helped, though it was disappointing. And there was Tim coming back from his walk, and the luncheon gong. My son seemed a little subdued and thoughtful, though he looked pretty well. And soon we were all chattering away with those quick changes of key which occur when the respective ages of the conversationalists are 40, 33, and 6½ and after half a bottle of Merceau and a glass of port, I began to think I had been a morbid ass. I was still so thinking when I began my holiday in the best possible way, by going to sleep in an exquisitely comfortable chair under the mulberry tree. But I have slept better. I dozed off, but I had a silly impression of being watched, so that I kept waking up in case there might be someone with his eye on me. I was lying back and could just see a window on the second floor framed by a gap in the leaves, and on one occasion, when I woke rather sharply from one of these dozes, I thought I saw for a moment a face peering down at me, and this face seemed curiously flattened against the pane. Just a carryover from a dream, I concluded. However, I didn't feel like sleeping any more, and began to explore the garden. It was completely walled in, I found, except at the far end, where there was a door leading through to a path which, running parallel to the right-hand wall, led to the river a few yards away. I noticed on this door several of those patches of green slime for which Tim was supposedly responsible. It was a dark little corner, cut off from the rest of the garden by 2 rowan trees. A cool, silent little place, I thought it. And then it was time for Tim's cricket lesson, which was interrupted by the arrival of some infernal callers. But they were pleasant people, as a matter of fact, the local nuts, I gathered, who own the manor house, Sir William Prowse and his lady and his daughter. I went for a walk with him after tea. "Who had this house before us?" I asked. "People called Hawker," he replied. "That was 2 years ago." "I wonder the owner doesn't live in it," I said. "It isn't an expensive place to keep up." Sir William paused, as if considering his reply. "I think he dislikes being so near the river. I'm not sorry, for I detest the fellow. By the way, how long have you taken it for?" "For 3 months," I replied. "Till the end of October." "Well, if I can do anything for you, I shall be delighted. If you're in any trouble, come straight to me." He slightly emphasized the last sentence. I rather wondered what sort of trouble Sir William envisaged for me. Probably he shared the general opinion that artists were quite mad at times, and that when I had one of my lapses I should destroy the piece in some manner. However, I was duly grateful. I was sorry to find Tim didn't seem to like the river. He appeared nervous of it, and I determined to help him to overcome this, for the fewer terrors one carries through life with one, the better, and they can often be laid by delicate treatment in childhood. Curiously enough, the year before at Frinton he seemed to have no fear of the sea. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. At least I think I can say so. After dinner, I strolled down to the end of the garden, meaning to go through the door and have a look at the river. Just as I got my hand on the latch, there came a very sharp, furtive whistle. I turned round quickly, but, seeing no one, concluded it had come from someone in the lane outside. However, I didn't investigate further, but went back to the house. I woke up the next morning feeling a shade depressed. My dressing-room smelled stale and bitter, and I flung its windows open. As I did so, I felt my right foot slip on something. It was one of those small, slimy green patches. Now, Tim would never come into my dressing-room. An annoying little puzzle. How on earth had that patch? The question kept forcing its way into my mind as I dressed. How could a patch of green slime dropped from something? From what? I am very fond of my wife. She slaved for me when I was poor and always has kept me happy, comfortable and faithful, and she gave me my small son, Timothy. I must stand between her and patches of green slime. What in hell's name was I talking about? And it was a flamingly fine day. Yet all during breakfast my mind was trying to find some sufficient reason for these funny little patches of green slime, and not finding it. After breakfast I told Tim I would take him out in a boat on the river. "Must I, Daddy?" he asked, looking anxiously at me. "No, of course not," I replied a trifle irritably. "But I believe you'll enjoy it." "Should I be a funk if I didn't come?" "No, Tim, but I think you should try it once anyway." "All right," he said. He's a plucky little chap, and did his very best to pretend to be enjoying himself, but I saw it was a failure from the start. Perplexed and upset, I asked his nurse if she knew of any reason for this sudden fear of water. "No, sir," she said. "The first day he ran down to the river just as he used to run down to the sea, but all of a sudden he started crying and ran back to the house. It seemed to me he'd seen something in the water which frightened him. We spent the afternoon motoring round the neighbourhood, and already I found a faint distaste at the idea of returning to the house, and again I had the impression that we were intruding, and that something had been going on during our absence which our return had interrupted. Mary, pleading a headache, went to bed soon after dinner, and I went to the study to read. As soon as I had shut the door, I had again that very unpleasant sensation of being watched. It made the reading of Sidgwick's The Use of Words in Reasoning, an old favourite of mine which requires concentration, a difficult business. Time after time I found myself peeping into dark corners and shifting my position. And there were little sharp sounds, just the oak panelling cracking, I supposed. After a time I became more absorbed in the book and less fidgety, and then I heard a very soft cough just behind me. I felt little icy rays pour down and through me, but I would not look around, and I would go on reading. I had just reached the following passage. "However many things may be said about Socrates or about any fact observed, there remains still more that might be said if the need arose. The need is the determining factor. Hence the distinction between complete and incomplete description, though perfectly sharp and clear in the abstract, can only have a meaning, can only be applied to actual cases, if it be taken as equivalent to sufficient description, the sufficiency being relative to some purpose. Evidently the description of Socrates as a man, scanty though it is, may be fully sufficient for the purpose of the modest inquiry whether he is mortal or not, when my eye was caught by a green patch which suddenly appeared on the floor beside me, and then another and another, following a straight line toward the door. I picked up the nearest one, and it was a bit of soaking slime. I called on all my willpower, for I feared something worse to come, and it should not materialize, and then no more patches appeared. I got up and walked deliberately, slowly, to the door, turned on the light in the middle of the room, and then came back and turned out the reading lamp and went to my dressing room. I sat down and thought things over. There was something very wrong with this house. I had passed the stage of pretending otherwise, and my inclination was to take my family away from it the next day. But that meant sacrificing £168, and we had nowhere else to go. It was conceivable that these phenomena were perceptible only to me, being half a Highlander. I might be able to stick it out if I were careful and kept my tail up, for apparitions of this sort are partially subjective. One brings something of oneself to their materialization. That is a hard saying, but I believe it to be true. If Mary and Tim and the servants were immune, it was up to me to face and fight this nastiness. As I undressed, I came to the decision that I would decide nothing then and there, and that I would see what happened. I made this decision against my better judgment, I think. In bed, I tried to thrust all this away from me by a conscious effort to change the subject, as it were. The easiest subject for me to switch over to is the myriad-sided, useless, consistently abused business of creating things. Stories out of pens and ink and paper, representations of things and moods out of paint, brushes and canvas, and our own miseries perhaps out of wine, women, and song. With a considerable effort, therefore, and with the edges of my brain anxious to be busy with bits of green slime, I recalled an article I had read that day on a glorious word, Jugendbewegung, the youth movement, that pregnant or merely wind-swollen Teutonism. How ponderously it attempted to canonize with its polysyllabic sonority that inverted boy scoutishness of the said youths and maidens. One bad, mad deed, sonnet, scribble of some kind, lousy daub, a day. Bunk without spunk, source without force, futurism without a past, merely a transition from one yelping pose to another. And then I suddenly found myself at the end of the garden, attempting desperately to hide myself behind a rowan tree, while my eyes were held relentlessly to face the door. And then it began slowly to open, and something which was horridly unlike anything I had seen before began passing through it, and I knew it knew I was there. And then my head seemed to burst and flamed asunder, splintered and destroyed, and I awoke, trembling, to feel that something in the darkness was poised an inch or two above me, and then, drip, 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 something began falling on my face. Mary was in the bed next to mine, and I would not scream, but flung the clothes over my head, my eyes streaming with the tears of terror. And so I remained, cowering, till I heard the clock strike 5, and dawn, the ally I longed for, came, and the birds began to sing, and then I slept. I awoke a wreck, and after breakfast, feeling the need to be alone, I pretended I wanted to sketch, and went out into the garden. Suddenly, I recalled Sir William's remark about coming to see him if there was any trouble. Not much difficulty in guessing what he had meant. I'd go and see him about it at once. I wished I knew whether Mary was troubled too. I hesitated to ask her, for if she were not, she was certain to become suspicious and uneasy if I questioned her. And then I discovered that while my brain had been busy with its thoughts, my hand had also not been idle, but had been occupied in drawing a very singular design on the sketching block. I watched it as it went automatically on. Was it a design or a figure of some sort? When had I seen something like it before? My God, in my dream last night. I tore it to pieces and got up in agitation, and made my way to the manor house along a path through tall, bowing, stippled grasses hissing lightly in the breeze. My inclination was to run to the station and take the next train to anywhere. Pure, undiluted panic, an insufficiently analyzed word, that which causes men to trample on women and children when death is making his choice. Of course, I had Mary and Tim and the servants to keep me from it, but supposing they had no claim on me, should I desert them? No, I should not. Why? Such things aren't done by respectable inhabitants of Great Britain, a people despised and respected by all other tribes. Despised as Philistines, but it took the jawbone of an ass to subdue that hardy race. Respected for what? Birkenhead stuff. No, not the noble lord, for there were no glittering prizes for those who went down to the bottom of the sea in ships. My mind deliberately restricting itself to such highly debatable jingoism, I reached the manor house, to be told that Sir William was up in London for the day, but would return that evening. Would he ring me up on his return? Yes, sir. And then, with lagging steps, back to the Red Lodge. I took Mary for a drive in the car after lunch. Anything to get out of the beastly place. Tim didn't come, as he preferred to play in the garden. In the light of what happened, I suppose I shall be criticized for leaving him alone with the nurse, but at that time I held the theory that these appearances were in no way malignant, and that it was more than possible that even if Tim did see anything, he wouldn't be frightened, not realizing it was out of the ordinary in any way. After all, nothing that I had seen or heard, at any rate during the daytime, would strike him as unusual. Mary was very silent, and I was beginning to feel sure, from a certain depression and oppression in her manner and appearance, that my trouble was hers. It was on the tip of my tongue to say something, but I resolved to wait until I had heard what Sir William had to say. It was a dark, sombre, and brooding afternoon, and my spirits fell as we turned for home. What a home! We got back at 6, and I had just stopped the engine and helped Mary out when I heard a scream from the garden. I rushed round to see Tim, his hands to his eyes, staggering across the lawn, the nurse running behind him. And then he screamed again and fell. I carried him into the house and laid him down on a sofa in the drawing room, and Mary went to him. I took the nurse by the arm and out of the room. She was panting and crying down a face of chalk. "What happened? What happened?" I asked. "I don't know what it was, sir, but we had been walking in the lane and had left the door open. Master Tim was a bit ahead of me and went through the door first, and then he screamed like that." "Did you see anything that could have frightened him?" "No, sir, nothing." I went back to them. It was no good questioning Tim, and there was nothing coherent to be learned from his hysterical sobbing. He grew calmer presently, and was taken up to bed. Suddenly he turned to Mary, and looked at her with eyes of terror. "The green monkey! It won't get me, will it, Mummy?" "No, no, it's all right now," said Mary, and soon after he went to sleep, and then she and I went down to the drawing room. She was on the border of hysteria herself. "Oh, Tom, what is the matter with this awful house? I'm terrified. Ever since I've been here, I've been terrified. Do you see things?" "Yes," I replied. "Oh, I wish I'd known. I didn't want to worry you if you hadn't. Let me tell you what it's been like. On the day we arrived, I saw a man pass ahead of me into my bedroom. Of course, I only thought I had. And then I've heard beastly whisperings, and every time I pass that turn in the corridor, I know there's someone just round the corner. And then the day before you arrived, I woke suddenly, and something seemed to force me to go to the window. And I crawled there on hands and knees and peeped through the blind. It was just light enough to see. And suddenly I saw someone running down the lawn, his or her hands outstretched, and there was something ghastly just beside him, and they disappeared behind the trees at the end. I'm terrified every minute." "What about the servants?" "Nurse hasn't seen anything, but the others have, I'm certain. And then there are those slimy patches. I think they're the vilest of all. I don't think Tim has been troubled till now, but I'm sure he's been puzzled and uncertain several times." "Well," I said, "it's pretty obvious we must clear out. I'm seeing Sir William about it tomorrow, I hope, and I'm certain enough of what he'll advise. Meanwhile, we must think over where to go. It is a nasty jar, though. I don't mean merely the money, though that's bad enough, but the fuss, just when I hoped we were going to be so happy and settled. However, it's got to be done. We should be mad after a week of this filth-drenched hole." Just then, the telephone bell rang. It was a message to say Sir William would be pleased to see me at 10:30 tomorrow. With the dusk came that sense of being watched, waited for, followed about, plotted against, an atmosphere of quiet, hunting malignancy. A thick mist came up from the river, and as I was changing for dinner, I noticed the lights from the window seemed to project a series of swiftly changing pictures on its grey, crawling screen. The one opposite my window, for example, was unpleasantly suggestive of 3 figures staring in and seeming to grow nearer and larger. The effect must have been slightly hypnotic, for suddenly I started back, for it was as if they were about to close on me. I pulled down the blind and hurried downstairs. During dinner, we decided that unless Sir William had something very reassuring to say, we would go back to London 2 days later and stay at a hotel till we could find somewhere to spend the next 6 weeks. Just before going to bed, we went up to the night nursery to see if Tim was all right. This room was at the top of a short flight of stairs. As these stairs were covered with green slime, and there was a pool of the muck just outside the door, we took him down to sleep with us. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge waited till the light was out, but then I felt them come thronging, slipping in one by one, their weapon, fear. It seemed to me they were massed for the attack. A yard away, my wife was lying with my son in her arms, so I must fight. I lay back, gripped the sides of the bed, and strove with all my might to hold my assailants back. As the hours went by, I felt myself beginning to get the upper hand, and a sense of exultation came to me. But an hour before dawn, they made their greatest effort. I knew that they were willing me to creep on my hands and knees to the window and peep through the blind, and that if I did so, we were doomed. As I set my teeth and tightened my grip till I felt racked with agony, the sweat poured from me. I felt them come crowding round the bed and thrusting their faces into mine, and a voice in my head kept saying insistently, "You must crawl to the window and look through the blind." In my mind's eye, I could see myself crawling stealthily across the floor and pulling the blind aside, but who would be staring back at me? Just when I felt my resistance breaking, I heard a sweet, sleepy twitter from a tree outside, and saw the blind touched by a faint suggestion of light, and at once those with whom I had been struggling left me and went their way, and, utterly exhausted, I slept. In the morning I found, somewhat ironically, that Mary had slept better than on any night since she came down. 10:30 found me entering the manor house, a delightful, nondescript old place, which started wagging its tail as soon as I entered it. Sir William was awaiting me in the library. "I expected this would happen," he said gravely. "And now tell me." I gave him a short outline of our experiences. "Yes," he said, "it's always much the same story. Every time that horrible place has been let, I have felt a sense of personal responsibility, and yet I cannot give a proper warning, for the letting of haunted houses is not yet a criminal offence, though it ought to be, and I couldn't afford a libel action, and, as a matter of fact, one old couple had the house for 15 years and were perfectly delighted with it, being troubled in no way. But now, let me tell you what I know of the Red Lodge. I have studied it for 40 years, and I regard it as my personal enemy. The local tradition is that the second owner, early in the 18th century, wished to get rid of his wife and bribed his servants to frighten her to death. Just the sort of ancestor I can imagine that blackguard Wilkes being descended from. What devilries they perpetrated I don't know, but she is supposed to have rushed from the house just before dawn one day and drowned herself, whereupon her husband installed a small harem in the house. But it was a failure, for each of these charmers one by one rushed down to the river just before dawn, and finally the husband himself did the same. Of the period between then and 40 years ago I have no record, but the local tradition has it that it was the scene of tragedy after tragedy, and then was shut up for a long time. When I first began to study it, it was occupied by 2 bachelor brothers. One shot himself in the room which I imagine you use as your bedroom, and the other drowned himself in the usual way. I may tell you that the worst room in the house, the one the unfortunate lady is supposed to have occupied, is locked up. You know, the one on the 2nd floor. I imagine Wilkes mentioned it to you. Yes, he did, I replied. Said he kept important papers there. Yes. Well, he was forced in self-defense to do so 10 years ago, and since then the death rate has been lower. But in those 40 years, 20 people have taken their lives in the house or in the river, and 6 children have been drowned accidentally. The last case was Lord Passover's butler in 1924. He was seen to run down to the river and leap in. He was pulled out, but had died of shock. The people who took the house 2 years ago left in a week and threatened to bring an action against Wilkes, but they were warned they had no legal case, and I strongly advise you, more than that, implore you, to follow their example, though I can imagine the financial loss and great inconvenience, for that house is a death trap. I will, I replied. I forgot to mention one thing. When my little boy was so badly frightened, he said something about a green monkey. He did, said Sir William sharply. Well, then, it is absolutely imperative that you should leave at once. You remember I mentioned the death of certain children? Well, in each case they had been found drowned in the reeds just at the end of that lane. And the people about here have a firm belief that the green thing, or the green death, it is sometimes referred to as the first and sometimes as the other, is connected with danger to children. Have you ever seen anything yourself? I asked. I go to the infernal place as little as possible, replied Sir William. But when I called on your predecessors, I most distinctly saw someone leave the drawing-room as we entered it. Otherwise, all I have noted is a certain dream which recurs with curious regularity. I find myself standing at the end of the lane and watching the river, always in a sort of brassy half-light, and presently something comes floating down the stream. I can see it jerking up and down, and I always feel passionately anxious to see what it may be. At first I think it's a log, but when it gets exactly opposite me, it changes its course and comes toward me, and then I see that it's a dead body, very decomposed. And when it reaches the bank, it begins to climb up toward me, and then, I'm thankful to say, I always awake. Sometimes I have thought that one day I shall not wake just then, and that on this occasion something will happen to me. But that is probably merely the silly fancy of an old gentleman who has concerned himself with these singular events rather more than is good for his nerves. That is obviously the explanation, I said, and I am extremely grateful to you. We will leave tomorrow. But don't you think we should attempt to devise some means by which other people may be spared this sort of thing, and this brute Wilkes be prevented from letting the house again? I certainly do, and we will discuss it further on some other occasion. And now go and pack. A very great and charming gentleman, Sir William, I reflected as I walked back to the Red Lodge. Tim seemed to have recovered excellently well, but I thought it wise to keep him out of the house as much as possible. So while Mary and the maids packed after lunch, I went with him for a walk through the fields. We took our time, and it was only when the sky grew black and there was a distant rumble of thunder and a menacing little breeze came from the west that we turned to come back. We had to hurry, and as we reached the meadow next to the house, there came a ripping flash and the storm broke. We started to run for the door into the garden when I tripped over my bootlace, which had come undone, and fell. Tim ran on. I had only just tied the lace and was on my feet again when I saw something slip through the door. It was green, thin, tall. It seemed to glance back at me, and what should have been its face was a patch of soused slime. At that moment Tim saw it, screamed, and ran for the river. The figure turned and followed him, and before I could reach him it hovered over him. Tim screamed again and flung himself in. A moment later I passed through a green and stenching film and dived after him. I found him writhing in the reeds and brought him to the bank. I ran with him in my arms to the house, and I shall not forget Mary's face as she saw us from the bedroom window. By 9 o'clock we were all in a hotel in London, and the Red Lodge was an evil, fading memory. I shut the front door when I had packed them all into the car. As I took hold of the knob, I felt a quick and powerful pressure from the other side, and it shut with a crash. The permanent occupants of the Red Lodge were in sole possession once more. The Specter Priestess of Wrightstone by Herman F. Wright. The ruins of historic old Wrightstone Castle still rear their crumbling towers above the dreary Hampton Bog near Manchester, a fast-decaying but fitting memorial to the foul deeds and fiendish proceedings that have taken place within its bleak walls. The Counts of Wrightstone and their families have long since removed to more favourable London, abandoning the old ancestral home to gloomy memories. The following tale was told me by old Sir Mandeville Wright, 47th Count of Wrightstone, as it was related to him by his father, and thus came the legend down through the centuries from early days in England's history. Previous to, and in the early reign of James I, many strange and weird stories were told among the peasants of the castle and its aristocratic owners, then residing at the court. The villagers told of how a spectre horse, bearing a figure in flashing armour, pranced before the raised drawbridge. Then came the news of Count Charles's death at the court by an emissary of the king. Then the priestess, the Specter Priestess of Wrightstone, as the apparition was termed, appeared, claiming as her victim a poor peasant found wandering near the edge of the bog after dark. After the death of his father, the late Count Charles, the eldest son, young Count Richard of Wrightstone, decided to leave the fashionable court and pay a visit to his ancestral home, which he had never seen. After making his intentions known, the young nobleman was astonished by the peculiar actions of his father's old and trusted servants. Young Richard, on several occasions, had found them conversing together in low tones, and caught his name mingled with that of a priestess in their mysterious conversations. They tried in various ways to dissuade him from going, and when questioned as to their peculiar actions, they became quite sullen and silent. Richard, not to be dictated to by the servants, determined to see Castle Wrightstone. Finally the day arrived when he was to leave for the home of his ancestors. Seated inside the coach with Scrooge, the old family butler, while the other servants perched on the front and rear outer seats, the young man started for the castle. After several hours of weary travel in silence, old Scrooge suddenly demanded, "Master Robert, have you by any chance ever heard of the Druid Priestess of Wrightstone Castle?" Upon the young man's negative answer, Scrooge cleared his throat, as was his custom when preparing for a lengthy oration, and began. "It was always the wish of Count Charles, your father, to keep from you the gloomy secret of his old home. He made me promise never to let you hear of the priestess, but since you have decided to visit Wrightstone, I must tell you, for your own welfare. You have been told that your grandfather, Sir William, was murdered in the castle, but how or why he was murdered you never knew. Did you ever reflect upon that? The secret is, Master Richard, and I like not to tell you, but there is a curse upon Wrightstone. Sir William was found lying on the floor of his study, his heart torn from his body, the work of the priestess. The apparition is evidently a druid priestess, for she carried a druidical sacrificial knife in her hand, with which she pierces her victims and tears out their living hearts. The fiend has haunted the castle for generations, and an old legend tells that the spectre can never be laid until two of the heads of the ruling family of Wrightstone have sacrificed their throbbing hearts to her gleaming scalpel. When or how the legend originated, none can tell. Suffice it to say that in my time your grandfather and 3 peasants have died by her fiendish hand. It is for this reason, Master Richard, that I and the servants implored you to forbear from visiting the haunted castle. I am old, and age brings queer prognostications. I fear I may live to see a second Lord of Wrightstone meet his end thus. God forbid." With these words, Scrooge lapsed into silence, and no amount of questioning from Richard could make the old man speak further. By the time the party arrived at the castle, Richard fully decided to investigate the hauntings of the Druid Priestess. True, he had heard a few strange tales of his father's castle, but of the priestess he had never been told. Though its crude, grey exterior betokened gloom, the bleak walls of Wrightstone hid richly furnished rooms, crackling fires on the large hearths, and cosy corners hidden by velvet tapestries. The first few weeks were devoted to making the great rooms habitable for the reception of the guests, and the incident of the Specter and her weird slayings were forgotten by the young Count for the while. Late one evening, several weeks after his arrival at the castle, Richard was reading over several old and musty manuscripts in the study, in which room the dead body of old Sir William had been found. The blazing logs on the hearth had dwindled to mere glowing embers, and the candles in the massive bronze candelabra were sputtering and burning low. A strange silence brooded over the aged structure, and a choking stuffiness seemed to pervade the room. Richard, annoyed by the choking atmosphere, laid aside the manuscript he was perusing and prepared to rise, when his eye caught the flashing reflection of the candle-light on a polished surface before him. Looking up, he was horrified to behold the Specter Priestess of the castle standing before him. His horror gave way to wonder as he gazed upon the beautiful figure that smiled down upon him. A young girl was the priestess, her golden tresses falling over her shoulders, which were draped in a long, flowing white robe. Her lips were slightly parted in a smile, and her blue eyes seemed to convey a message of fiendish triumph. Nevertheless, they were entrancing, and held the young man spellbound. In her right hand was grasped a gleaming, crescent-shaped knife, while the other hand was concealed in the folds of her robe. The young Count's tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he sank back in the chair, exhausted and helpless. Unconsciousness began to numb his senses. He heard a clear, bell-like voice that seemed to come from far away. "Death comes. Prepare." Richard awoke just as the first rays of the rising sun streamed across the floor of the study. The fire had gone out, and despite the sunny cheerfulness, the peculiar coldness that reminds one of death hung about the room. The young man recalled vividly the dreadful experience of the night before, but was it a reality, or merely a dream caused by a creative and wandering imagination? Which was the truth, the Count could not say, for it seemed so vivid, yet so fantastic. He would tell Scrooge and get the old butler's advice on the matter. There came a gentle tap on the door, and Scrooge entered, bearing a breakfast tray. "Good morning, Master Richard," began the butler. Why, what is the matter? Are you ill?" he asked, in a startled tone, when he beheld the Count's features. "I merely had a rather peculiar dream, Scrooge. I shall be all right in a few minutes." "A dream? Not the priestess, Master Richard?" demanded the old man in a startled tone, his ruddy face becoming suddenly white. "Yes, Scrooge, the priestess," replied the Count, with a peculiar, absent look in his eyes. "I dreamed, or she really told me, I don't know which, to prepare for death." "My God!" gasped the terrified Scrooge, dropping the tray. "You are marked for death within 24 hours. Come, we shall leave for the palace at once. Leave this accursed place, Master Richard." "No," answered the nobleman, slowly shaking his head. "I must stay here, to see her again. Her eyes, they have charmed me, so filled with passion. Scrooge, I love the priestess, and I would die to see her again." "You are bewitched by the fiend," declared the butler, begging the Count to leave the castle. After vainly pleading with him, the old man finally left Richard. Gathering the other servants, Scrooge told them of the apparition's appearance, for he knew it to be no dream, to their young master, and stationed them near the study in a vain attempt to thwart the curse of impending death he believed must come. Richard finally consented to Scrooge's staying in the study with him that evening, although he knew nothing of the platoon of armed servants without the doors. As the night gradually wore on, both men began to doze. Once Scrooge awakened to find Count Richard softly snoring in the great leather chair by the table. Then Scrooge, too, began to snore. The old butler was awakened by the rays of the sun shining in his face. Yawning and stretching, he arose from his cramped position and walked toward the window. Suddenly he stopped, his arms outstretched in astonished fear and horror. At his feet lay the cold body of Count Richard, his heart torn from his breast. The butler gave a cry and fainted beside his dead master. The frightened servants, hearing the cry, rushed into the room and stood horrified about the pair. The next day, the body of Count Richard was interred in the family vault of the Counts of Wrightstone by the village priest. The servants with Scrooge closed up the haunted castle and departed for London. The curse of Castle Wrightstone was ended. The Specter Priestess was seen no more, but the descendants of Count Richard's brother, into whose hands the castle passed, never dared take up their abode within its dreary walls. Finishing his story, Sir Mandeville drew from his pocket a clipping of the Times of March 24th, 1878, and handed it to me. It was a short article, and the paper was yellow with age. To the living heir of Wrightstone, it conveyed the proof of the curse of his ancient ancestors. Manchester, March 24th. While removing stones from the ancient ruined structure known as Wrightstone Castle, near here, to be used for building purposes in this city, several workmen found the skeleton of a young woman. The skeleton was draped in a few strands of a decayed white robe. Clutched in the bony fingers of one hand was an ancient druidical sacrificial knife. The body was turned over to Sir Ernest Greystoke of the British Museum, who is of the opinion that the skeleton is that of a druid priestess, no doubt interred alive in the old castle walls. Strewn around the body and grasped in one hand were found several bits of dried flesh, claimed by several physicians of this city who examined them to be human hearts. Dried blood was also spattered about near the body. There has been a revival of the old superstition of the Specter Priestess of Wrightstone among the villagers of this vicinity, and many are of the opinion that the skeleton recently unearthed is that of the Specter Priestess, who murdered her victims by tearing out their hearts. 2 of the Counts of Wrightstone were supposed to have met their deaths at the hands of the apparition early in the reign of James I. The present Count Wrightstone, Sir Mandeville Wright, is now residing at London. The Secret of the Vault by J. Wesley Rosenquist. I think it was in January that my suspicions first took form and grew. Prior to that, my uncle's visits to the family burial vault had only the appearance of actions natural to grief, and, as on all occasions he carried with him into the cold depths a candle and missal, I presumed his intentions to be only the most pious. In all his words to me concerning the matters of the deceased, he exhibited a tender reverence and profound respect for those he called the immortal spirits. As he said, it was not until the recent death and burial of his wife, my Aunt Helena, that he became aware and fully conscious of another world, and the need of the dead for prayer. This I believed. Even had I suspected earlier, I could not disprove his words, as out of a timid heart I had never ventured into the mortuary chambers deep below the cellar. From childhood I had held in my mind an image of supreme gruesomeness, in which the antique burial vaults in my childish imagination yawned like some ravenous maw, into which all who vanished never returned. In fancy, I constructed a bottomless pit, in which nightmarish forms of darkness crept and grew, a pit filled with forms instilled with a grim life that was an insult flung in the face of God and nature. Death itself held no terrors for me, but only those things which I conceived to be the offspring of death, in the imagination-infested region of my childhood, which I associated inseparably with the vaults. During many of my earlier years, I dwelt morbidly on the subject of what happens to the deceased. Perversely, I gave no thought to paradise or the place where flew the immortal spirit, but farther reflected on the husk left behind, and the possibility of an abnormal awareness, a sluggish and impotent life clinging thereto, defying time and dissolution, impotent only in that it was static and could not manifest itself. I filled my boyish mind with terrible subjects. I had read, I think in my 12th year, of suspended animation, and wondered what was the difference between death from which there was return and death from which there was no return, and if there was an awareness of surroundings in the poor, crumbling shell. I would stand at the head of the narrow, steep stone stairway, holding the heavy oaken door wide open, and ready to flee in an instant, gazing fearsomely into a darkness that defied my penetrating stare. And I felt that my gaze was reciprocated. I was above all things conscious of a curious air of watchfulness that seemed to justify my intuition of an unnatural vitality residing in those who dwelt there. I knew that there was not mere annihilation, but a transformation into something that was neither annihilation nor true life, a vitality that oozed from and through the dissolving shells, thriving amidst decay and darkness with sickening tenacity. Then, when some member of my once large family descended the narrow stairway, I stood with fixed and fascinated stare, straining to catch a glimpse of the nitrous interior, but seeing only the damp, grey-gleaming walls of a passageway that led still further down. And always, the feeble reflections of the taper would yield once more to darkness as the visitant progressed into the vaults, so that it seemed that the ravening maw was indeed filled, satisfied. As I grew older, I witnessed the fateful procession of my family into the vaults. So it came about finally that those who frequented the grim limbo that filled my early years with a superstitious terror failed to return from the black depths below the basement. The living, who had descended so often to pray for the already departed, themselves surrendered to the encroachment of death on the domain of the living. I personified the vaults as a creeping form, a restless entity burrowing beneath the big old house, waiting patiently for the stream of the living that passed as inevitably into the still chambers as the stars progressed in their courses. I often wondered if we do not commit a terrible error by not cremating the dead. Instead, they are placed in vaults and coffins as things no longer animate, without feeling or consciousness. They are put away whole and intact as they died, and time wreaks its will upon them. Perhaps we are mistaken to think that life departs abruptly and completely from the mortal frame, and as greatly in error to attempt to draw a distinct line between organic and inorganic, sentient and insentient, living and dead. There are certainly degrees of life and vitality in human beings. In all cases, then, does this vitality depart sharply and cleanly, instead of ebbing away slowly after the abrupt slump called death? The fact that the bodies of saints so often remain intact for long years has led me to suspect that they do not enjoy their heavenly reward as soon as might be expected after death. There are many cases of suspended animation or catalepsy. At times, the victims awake before they are interred and are saved from live burial. Others are not so fortunate. Who can say where catalepsy tapers off into deeper shades or tones of death? And how deep may the deceased descend into the clouded abyss? If vitality is a fluid, how many drops cling to the interior of the vessel when it is emptied? My Aunt Helena was a vigorous woman. She was not very tall or heavy or muscular, and yet she possessed that strange force or essence called vitality in superabundance. How can we define this? Neither physiology nor chemistry could ever explain what it was that she, more than anyone else I knew except my uncle, emanated continuously during her busy life. I have heard that the human organism emanates a fluid or force deadly to certain minute organisms, and capable of affecting delicate instruments. I wonder if this fluid is identical with what is called the soul. Horrible thought! If this is so, the soul must be divisible. It is then constantly radiating out into space, leaving its traces here and there, like the slimy trail left behind by the snail. Where is immortality, then? For when the restraining vessel disintegrates, the fluid flows away in all directions and evaporates. My aunt was a fair, light-haired, blue-eyed woman. Her features were fine and delicately proportioned, and her form willowy. Therefore, when I speak of her abounding vitality, I think not of the crude strength of the peasant woman, but the subtle radiations of the full moon, the glow of subterranean fires, the concealed potency of the magnet, and the incorporeal energy of the winds. She was the paragon of force and magnetism, of energy that was not born of bone or muscle. She emanated a persuasive magnetism that influenced all about her, a will that bent all before her like wind in the wheat fields. Life seemed to flow from her high, white forehead and her slender fingertips. She was constantly in the best health, and never seemed subject to the maladies that sweep the frail human frame. Her day was filled with activity from dawn to sunset. I remember her today, not as she appeared in the lily glow about the bier, but as she used to move about through the house and in the gardens, leaving her impress on the very walls, her breath on the flowers and shrubs. It was a great shock when she died suddenly, on a chill December night, without warning and without apparent cause. The family physician ascribed her demise to heart failure, but I knew that this verdict was a mockery. It was impossible that she had died from a heart ailment, as she had never shown symptoms of such a malady. Later, I was to understand. If her death was a shock to me, it was an even greater shock to my uncle. So it seemed, for she was the center of his universe. Where formerly there were 3 of us in the great house, there were now only 2. The house became suddenly and completely empty, cold, cheerless. Under my aunt's hands it had slowly acquired, during the years after the death of my parents, a warmth and vitality that it must certainly have absorbed from her. The furniture gleamed, ornaments sparkled, the fire burned with fierce joy in the great fireplace. After her death, the gleam and the sparkle and the joy suddenly went out, like an extinguished candle, plunging the house into a gloom that weighed down on the roof. All the life and vitality that the place had absorbed under Aunt Helena's care departed with her, was imprisoned in the coffin, casting a last glow on the massed white lilies, and flowed away into the burial vaults like water seeking its lowest level, leaving its former level bleak and dry. Was it for this reason that, after her death, the vaults acquired a new, shall we call it, life? To me, the pitch-black mortuary chambers below the cellar took on a new atmosphere, a new significance. The darkness squirmed, thrived with life, seemed to course fluidly through the grimly tenanted subterranean rooms. It was not the same pit of my childhood, where formerly I felt only a sluggish, terrible awareness lurking in the abysmal obscurity of the vaults. There was now an abounding vitality, a burning flame of unexampled brightness, as the torch dims the fitful glow of the ignis fatuus. It was Aunt Helena who, I knew, was resisting somehow the sharp fang of the conqueror worm with the superhuman vital force that must have dwelt latent, not destroyed, in her still form, pushing outward against its concrete prison. After her death, I was again subjected to the morbid fascination of my childhood days. I stood in fright and awe at the head of the steep, narrow stone stairway, gazing into the well of darkness at the foot of the damp, mossy steps. I did this often, the strange spell holding me with a grip of iron, and still I did not dare to descend. I stood ready to flee in an instant, holding the ponderous oaken door wide on its massive copper hinges, powerless to descry anything in the gloomy recesses of the vaults, and, indeed, not knowing what I should expect to see. And I felt undeniably the presence of Helena. As always, I felt where I could not see. Uncle Henry seemed grief-stricken, which was to be expected. Yet I say, seemed. I remember his iron composure at the funeral, and at the placing of the coffin in the vault. I watching on, and not daring to follow the slow procession of pallbearers headed by my uncle, who carried candelabra to light the precipitous descent and the murky path. Then later, I observed him in the library by the fireplace, his head unbowed. The heavy odor of lilies filled the air, the wind whispered drearily outside the windows, light and shadow writhed on the walls like a misty simulacrum of Tartarian vistas. Still he sat there, surrounded by a subtle aura of confidence, of expectation. How was I to guess so soon? In the days that followed, in the weeks that grew out of them, I observed with growing curiosity my uncle's excessively frequent visits to the tomb, always with the missal and single candle. As often as once each day I saw his heavy, muscular form descending into the blackness with slow and steady steps. In the weeks following the death of his wife, my uncle's bearing and demeanour became more and more confident and expectant, quite different from his earlier, assumed air of resignation to the will of God. His vigils beside the tomb of Helena were frequent, as I have said, yet he returned each time from the vaults with the utmost composure, with ill-concealed confidence on his rugged face, although I did not perceive this immediately. In the latter days of January he was almost cheerful. He moved with a brisk step, yet with a great air of mystery. Still I suspected nothing, for whenever we spoke with each other, the restrained, sadness-tinged tones of his voice dispelled such perplexity as had grown from observation of his actions. The first intimation of horror that I received came to me one evening in the hushed atmosphere of his private library, to which no one but him and Aunt Helena had ever had access. He had always spent a considerable part of each day in his room and in his library. On 2 occasions only had I ever caught a glimpse of the ceiling-high shelves. A glimpse and no more. Naturally, I had always felt curiosity about the book-lined room. One day, my curiosity was to receive more satisfaction than I had bargained for. It was on a Sunday, and I had already seen my uncle disappear down the slippery steps into the strangely vibrant darkness. It was on my way to the study that I halted beside the door of Uncle Henry's private library. Who can say what it was that impelled me to try the doorknob? Perhaps it was the old curiosity, perhaps it was caprice, or perhaps I was prompted by something deeper. Then it was that I received the first intimation in that heavily silent environment. On the shelves was a staggering collection of books, which I perceived immediately with a growing apprehension dealt with subjects I felt to be violently incompatible with his professed religious views. Words cannot express my shock, my bewilderment, my doubt, upon examining the numerous volumes. Many were inscribed in Latin, and were of great antiquity. Those I could not read, however, usually contained remarkable and grotesque diagrams and drawings, interlaced triangles, squares, and circles, and charts of the human anatomy covered with astrological and cabalistic symbols appeared frequently in these works. Then, too, there were those books that I could read, and I proceeded to do so at the cost of completely lost equilibrium. Picking out a heavy, leather-bound volume, I opened it and began to read. My fright was great. Consider, for example, the following. "It is said among the Greeks," said the paragraph, it was apparently translated from Latin, "that in an impenetrable mountain fastness in the northeast, where Rome's legions have not yet penetrated, dwells a scattered people whose priests and physicians are unexcelled in necromancy and the control of the elements. Frightened and starved travelers have returned from this mountain region with strangely similar tales. Accounts of the raising of the dead and of lightning and wind called out of the heavens are frequent. It has also been said that these people stand unclothed in bitter cold and melt ice and snow around them with the breath of their bodies. It seems that these strange people, whoever they may be, are the custodians of a very great fund of superhuman wisdom and hold the keys to many arcana. The tree-worshipping priests of Britannia and the black men of the southern continent hold no powers such as these. The soothsayers of the Greeks and the oracles of Delphi are acquainted with mere child's games when one considers the many times confirmed accounts of the occult might of these people. The above, however, was the least of the abominations that I found. It took on the appearance of a mere dissertation on the customs of foreign peoples in strange places, compared to that which next occupied my dazed brain, next absorbed my horror-filled intensity of concentration. Opening a large, leather-bound tome at random, I read, "It is therefore apparent that each soul possesses inherent in itself to effect its own resurrection, a capacity for the special vital fluid possessed by the human organism, 1,000-fold greater than the crude, earthy strength of the animal world. In the human being alone is the solar force specialized, differentiated into what might be called mental or spiritual vital force, in contradistinction to the physical vitality of animals and the sluggish animation of vegetable life. In this respect, men are the vessels of power, the most exalted receptacles of the precious fluid that flows from the plenum of the golden dew of Pleroma, otherwise known to men as Anima Mundi. Behold, then, how each man may resurrect his own body according to the archetype of Christos, and triumph over the destroyer of forms. The secret lies in this, that he who aspires to unending length of days must invoke that power known as the Preserver, and the secret is that each man is his own preserver. By knowledge of the proper means, therefore, one may overthrow the night-clothed and ravening devourer which forces its way into the most secret tomb, the most cleverly concealed vault, to gnaw at the husk therein. The soul may wrench itself from the smothering embrace of night, from the detestable bosom of decay, from the cold and slimy suck of chaos, and radiant and triumphant, emerge from the gaping entrance of its shattered prison, invested with immortality of the body. For it is the terrifying truth, there is no other immortality. That which men call the immortality of the spirit is a dim dream, and the soul without a body flits like a will-o'-the-wisp, from star to star. Certain Oriental peoples have a method of arousing the dead, wherein the veins of the body are opened, and the corpse is cudgelled violently with sticks and flogged with whips, so that a frantic, convulsive, and temporary revivification is brought about. This is hardly to be admired, or less yet to be indulged in, for it is not true immortality, and is a cruel disappointment to the eager, reawakened entity to which the body belongs. There is a more subtle, sure method, however, by which animation may be restored to the dead, provided that the period of latency in the tomb does not exceed 7 days, or slightly more or less than that figure. The blasphemous tract thereupon gave minute directions for the raising of the dead. It spoke confidently, in the utmost detail, about the necessary measures, the arrangement of censers and diagrams, of candles and emblems around and above the tomb, and the intricate, sonorous mantras to be intoned daily in the funereal environs, accompanied by slow-traced diagrams and signs in the air. I closed the book slowly, confusedly, my fingers trembling with a dawning fear. Then I placed the volume back in its proper place, extinguished the light, and fled from the library, closing the door swiftly, silently, behind me. As I hurried to my room, I heard slow, heavy footsteps ascending the stairs from the cellar. I considered myself fortunate indeed to have escaped observation, as a terrible suspicion had crept into my mind concerning the true purpose of my uncle's vigils in the vaults. In the seemingly endless days that followed my intrusion into the locked library of my uncle, it was only with almost superhuman exertion of will that I concealed from him, in word or even general bearing, the fact that I had received the first intimation of abnormality in his daily actions, the fact that I had penetrated into the monstrous repository of occult knowledge into which he withdrew daily for study that did not pursue the conventional paths of learning. I would not have succeeded in this deception had I known the measure in which he was succeeding in necromancy, though it must be understood that my suspicions were still so unformed that I could not assign any definite purpose to his frequent descents into the funereal chambers deep below the house. I observed my uncle's actions thereafter with such intensity that his failure to feel my gaze was miraculous. This concentration brought to my attention things I had failed to observe before, such as long bulges beneath his clothing, betokening, as I was later to discover, a candle made for ceremonial purposes, and small packages that left in the air fragrant trails of sandalwood and frankincense. Always, however, he carried with him the single candle, the weighty missal, which repeated action became obnoxious to me, as I now knew that he had no need or use for a book of orthodox prayer. It seemed to me at times that I could also hear faint echoes of my uncle's voice in the depths below, a voice whose timbre had acquired a new significance. What was it that caused him to become so negligent of his actions in those last few days? What inspired the carelessness that led to my ultimate discovery of the events that had been going on in the vaults? Truly, it was merciful that the truth became known to me bit by bit, rather than in one moment that would have cost me my sanity. First, there was his curiously confident, expectant air as he emerged daily from the vaults. Then followed the discovery of the library and of the packages that he carried with him into the depths. And finally, that last day, I found the diary, which led to the ultimate climax of revelation in the subterranean rooms into which I finally dared to descend. Entering my uncle's room unbidden, while he was absorbed in his daily subterrane vigil, I found the diary on his dresser. Without knowing what to expect, I opened and read. December 23rd. It is now 7 days after the interment of Helena, and I have begun the rites of preservation, which are necessary to preserve the temple from destruction. For it will be many days before the marble chrysalis yields up its precious secret, before the final and glorious resurrection of her who lies so pallid but adamant within. I doubt that the rites could recall her to me without her own innate power of resurrection. The force she had in life she now has in death, subdued and concealed, but flouting conqueror worm with sublime persistency. How can I express the deep humility I feel upon observing daily her imperishable form, white and spotless, unmarked by the tooth of time? In tender reverence and awe I am compelled to genuflect before her quiet immortality, her adamant but subdued and gentle will to life. Her hair seems to flow like a golden river in the darkness of the vault, and a faint nimbus clothes her resisting flesh in a secret and unearthly glamour. Her blue gem eyes are now softly veiled by white rose lids, but they shall soon open. I tremble in passion like a leaf in a gale as I stand daily in the circle of glowing tapers, intoning magical syllables in the hushed atmosphere, swinging the censer rhythmically, while her still form is wreathed in plumes of pungent frankincense and sandalwood. What a strange passion I am filled with when I view her dormant beauty. It seems to me that now she is more desirable, being for the moment beyond my reach, and I, a humble votary, wreathe the marble goddess with incense. What a strange feeling! I am sure she is aware of my presence, though she is truly dead. I feel some strange and supermundane breath of air flow from the sepulchre, as out of vast spaces. A foolish thought. It is as still as death down there, as still as death can be. There is only silence and darkness, and Helena waits patiently in the midst of her gruesome company, until the day shall arrive when she strides forth from the tomb. The burning incense drops for the moment a veil before her radiance. December 27th. The past days have been filled with a sweet anxiety, an ecstatic impatience. Although I repeat the mantras precisely and trace the diagrams unfailingly, it seems to me that I am not the occult scientist I thought myself, but a bereaved spouse frantically imploring, rather than demanding, the return of his loved one. At the end of the ceremony, I unfailingly kneel in adoration before the sepulchre, while my hot and quickened breath congeals on the grey stone. Grey, grey stone covered with sweat and nitre, the enclosing darkness. These I could not bear but for the presence of Helena. Her calm demeanour soothes and refreshes me immeasurably. How cosmic her thoughts must be, how superhuman and unearthly her mood as she lies there. January 2nd. The supermundane wind again. I feel it flow from the shrouded recesses of the vault, and yet the candles do not flicker. The plumes of incense do not waver. But I think I understand now. It is the breath of Anima Mundi. It is the stirring of the breath of life. It is a psychic wind, and has its origin nowhere on earth, although it flows through Helena, who is a gate ajar to the interstellar forces and the thronging multitudes beyond the veil of matter. Hasten! January 7th. How long must I wait? How long must we wait? O cruel time, thy fangs are sharp, they bite deeply. And although thy strength is nothing against her, thy tooth has torn my heart. Helena, doubt, prayer, incantations, waiting, incense mingling with the musty effluvium of the tomb, pungent, aromatic, 7 candles, tall and quietly burning, coloured diagrams in chalk on dank grey stone, silence, silence, then the sonorous chant of resurrection. When will it end? Perhaps. But God preserve me, I dare not doubt. Until now I have had naught but the utmost confidence in the revelations of Ibn Kanu in his work Death and Resurrection. I must not now doubt the potency of the mantras and the symbols, nor Helena's own indomitable will. Long days and weeks have passed since her death, while I have spent every day either beside her tomb or in my library, learning how to hasten the transformation of the human chrysalis, how to break the suna, the marble and mortar cocoon. Endless incantations, dozens of ceremonial candles, a fortune in rare frankincense. What are all these to the price Helena and I would pay if I failed? Her sacrifice was sublime. She was not informed as I was in the occult lore of ages. She knew nothing of the greater arcana. Yet she consented so readily, so willingly, with such sublime confidence in my ability to bring her forth again from the tomb. Not the slightest remonstrance, not the least doubt, and of fear there was none. I but explained to her my intention, my glorious purpose of immortality on earth, and though she did not understand fully, she bowed her head and gave her consent sweetly. She knew what she was to do that night at the table, and she did it without hesitation, faced death without fear. 2 brownish drops in the wine I placed at dinner, bitter. She drank it swiftly. Helena. Hours later I stumbled up flights of stairs, raced in engulfing fear through the empty house, through long, silent corridors that seemed without end, through great hushed rooms wherein a strange animation seemed to have sprung up, past fireplaces leaping with fiery life and walls alive with writhing shadows, through portals that seemed to fly open before my approach in a terror of their own, and out into the cold January air. Snow was falling outside, thick and fast. I fled up the side of a hill, and, reaching the summit, paused there, while my gaze rested on the huge rambling house below, from which I had just flung myself in an overwhelming access of terror. Beneath me it lay like a slumbering behemoth, while the dull greyness of the walls and the roof was transformed into a living, gleaming white, and the light within blazed brazenly and triumphantly out over the rime-blanketed earth. Light sprang into fiery life in every window, lit by an unseen incendiary. The great, snow-bleached structure became suddenly vibrant with light, life. The howling night wind shrieked triumphantly, and my mind projected itself once more inside. The pageant of past minutes rose up before me. Gone now was all the old terror of my childhood, replaced by an overwhelming, torturing curiosity. Dazedly, hardly realizing what I was doing, I opened the ponderous oaken door slowly, silently, on its well-oiled copper hinges. With silent tread, and with a pace of funereal slowness and deliberation, I descended the precipitous, grey, dank steps. Dark, wet walls loomed up on either side, and thick blackness lay before me at the bottom of the descent. A cold, clammy breath blew in my face from the rambling chambers and corridors, into which I was venturing at last, heavily laden with the odour of freshly burned incense. And as I reached the bottom of the stone stairway, and stood quivering in the frigid exhalation of the vault, there beat against my ears the strangely arousing syllables of a low-pitched, vibrant chant. It roamed through the obscurity of the chambers, and smote my attentive ears with a peculiar, invigorating quality. Still hardly realizing that I had made the fearsome descent into this chill limbo, I proceeded through the twisting corridor unhesitatingly, as if my feet and legs were inspired with a volition and animation of their own. Suddenly, I came to a turn in the corridor, and there spread before me the first room, within a circle of 7 candles, whose light beat in visible pulsations against the enclosing darkness. Within, a complex diagram made with chalk on the wet flagstones, wrapped in clouds and plumes of incense arising from 3 senses, knelt my uncle, gazing with a fearful concentration into the recessed vault immediately in front of him. The last syllables flowed from his lips, and then he uttered softly, reverently, yet passionately, "Helena! Helena!" I had halted there at the turn in the passageway, frozen in statuesque immobility, while comprehension dawned luridly on my dazed mind, while the blood withdrew violently from my face, the strength from my limbs, the first courage from my sadly leaping heart. Myself unseen, I watched the mute unfolding of the ultimate climax. My extremities grew cold, my head flushed again with blood, then blanched once more. My pulse raced violently, swiftly. I seemed suddenly suspended in the outer depths of space, while the earth dwindled beneath me like a punctured balloon. My consciousness reeled, but fortunately did not leave me, so that I was able to creep from the corridor to the stairs and up them to the silent quarters above in abject fear. I heard my uncle's expectant cry, and would have turned and fled. Too late. Aunt Helena emerged from the vault slowly, quietly, with a queer delicacy. I never returned to that house. Black Was the Night, by Lawrence Board, Jr. The cold November wind was whipping mournfully about the decaying old house, tugging at the sagging, broken shutters, and rattling the few window panes, left entire, in their rotten, worm-eaten frames. It was raining hard. The streams of chilly water, driven by the howling wind, were pounding heavily against the leaky, untiled roof. Dreary rivulets ran noisily down the eaves, and splashed off onto the muddy grounds below. I stood, silent, by a trellised pane, gazing out into the bleak darkness. For countless nights I had kept patient vigil there, by the window, and had been unrewarded, but tonight was to see the end. I was exultantly sure of it. Beyond the weedy lawn, covered now with myriads of shallow pools, beyond the thin scattering of forlorn trees, their bare withered branches uplifted in futile protest against the vicious blasts of the storm, beyond lay the sunken, rutted roadway along which he must come. Black was the night, impossible for human vision to pierce the ebon mantle of darkness. Yet I waited patiently, somberly, watching the stone-flagged walk whose narrow breadth traversed the muddy lawn to approach the collapsing portico. It had happened on such a stormy night as this, I mused reflectively. It would be only just that the end should come now. I felt no anger, only a faint emotion of pity stirred in me for the man who must come tonight. Such as I are beyond all violent passions. But what was that? Among the deep shadows on the lawn, a deeper shadow stirred. Slowly, silently, a black figure was creeping toward the lonely house. Carefully, I drew back from my window. I had not waited these weary years to lose my prey now, through premature discovery. Through broad fissures in the clapboarded walls, damp draughts swept to play odiously about me. Gaseous exhalations of decay filled the rank, miasmic atmosphere. But these I ignored. I was beyond caring about such trifles. Slowly, the black shadow neared the house. There came the soft creaking of the warped, crumbling planks which floored the dismal portico as the figure mounted upon it. The sagging, unpainted door squeaked shrilly on its loose, rusty hinges as, little by little, it yielded to the firm pressure of a thrusting body. That grim door had opened once before to admit a somber envoy of death. Now it swung wide to admit through the yawning portals death's victim-to-be. I chuckled joyously as I crept from the black and empty room to descend the ancient staircase. The noisy, dilapidated treads did not betray my stealthy footsteps. Silently, I reached the hall below and sidled quietly toward the open door. The man stood on the dismal threshold, warily, attempting to pierce the shadowy gloom as the wind and the rain drove through the door in fitful gusts to spatter the unplastered walls with spray. Still chuckling inaudibly, I crept nearer and nearer. Though he could not see me, I could see him, see his fearful start, as my voice wafted softly to him, borne on the ebony darkness. "Please come in, my dear sir. It is very cold and very wet outside, I know. You wish to view the premises?" He staggered back in sudden terror, but recovered himself admirably and stood stiffly erect, facing me through the blackness, as he demanded, in a voice harsh with the fear he could not entirely control, "Who the devil are you?" I bowed and smiled, though he could see neither in the deep gloom, as I answered cryptically, "I am the one who waits for him who shall return, and, returning, find me keeping watch and ward." Visibly, the man pulled himself together. His broad shoulders squared back, and his massive head swung high as he stared at me through the darkness. His voice came back more assuredly. "A caretaker, eh? Strange that they did not mention one in the village. But no matter. I desire, as you say, to inspect this old homestead. Have you any objections?" Though he was asking a favor, one which might easily be refused, one would think his tone would be courteously requesting, but no. Rather it was arrogant and commanding, as if he dared me to reject his demand. But I would not refuse him. Oh, no. I had been wearily awaiting this night too long. I replied, "It is a great pleasure to have you, sir. Greater than you know. But this hall is damp and chilly. If you will follow me, there is a chamber where you will be more comfortable, and we can talk. It is not much, to be sure, but it is my humble best." I turned and strode away. Let him follow if he will, and I knew he must. He had come too far to turn back unsatisfied now. I was right. For a moment he hesitated, then came after me, stumbling through the blackness, tripping over loose floorboards and swearing angrily as he caromed against the walls. Down the narrow and dark corridor I stepped lightly. The hall was bleak and dreary, noisome with the rank odours of decay. Ghastly, pale fungi clung thickly along the dismal walls. I heard him gasp as he brushed against the soft, clammily cold stuff, but he came on steadily, as I unwillingly admired his nerve. Into a small and cosy room I led him, bright with the flickering light from a blazing log fire, cheerfully warming the chamber with its ruddy glow. Drawn up and waiting by the fireside were two dilapidated chairs. More than this the room did not contain, and more was not needed. A single narrow window gave onto the gloomy grounds outside. The corners of the room were filled with constantly changing shadows, whose size and depth shifted with the flickering flame. I stood aside, and he entered warily, but the hot fire soon dispelled his fears. Eagerly, he crossed the room and hung up his streaming outer garments to dry in its baking heat. I watched him carefully as he passed the dirty brown splotch which stained the bare flooring by the window, but he did not flinch. A good actor he was, or of poor memory, I reflected. As he moved away from the door, I swung its protesting panels shut behind him. Inaudibly, the spring lock snapped into place. Startled, he looked up at me to demand sharply, "Why did you close the door?" I smiled reassuringly as I walked toward him. "Draughts, my dear sir, draughts," I said. "The corridor is damp and chilly, this room warm and dry. Surely you prefer it to remain so?" Nodding, he turned once again to the cheerful fire. I took a seat in the chair deepest in the shadows and waited. The next move was up to him, and he would make it in his own good time. Patiently I sat and stared at him silently. He had changed since I had last seen him, but in these many intervening years that was only natural. I studied him closely, noting the stocky, muscular figure, still formidable, though he must be approaching middle age. A dangerous man I knew only too well. His determined, obstinate features and his air of commanding power proclaimed it. He looked keenly at me in return, and I feared did not like what he saw. I was not surprised. I knew well enough that I was not a pretty sight, though I might have warned him that, before long, he would be as bad. If he had been a weaker man, I believe, he would have shuddered in honest repulsion. But being who he was, he only bit savagely into the end of a long black cigar as he spoke. "I dare say you are wondering who and what I am. Well, my name is Monson, Dr. James Monson, and I am an investigator for a psychical research society. I am here to look into the alleged activities of the ghost which is reputed to infest this homestead." Here he stopped short and glared at me, as if I had expressed doubts as to his veracity. But I only nodded and said nothing. I knew he was lying, of course. His name might be that which he had declared it to be, but his being an investigator for a psychical society was an unqualified untruth. After all, I laughed quietly to myself, who should be better acquainted with such investigators than I? Expansively he went on, convinced that I was only a stupid country yokel who would believe him implicitly. "Since you are the caretaker here, you must be able to tell me all about this so-called apparition. Come, tell me how it looks, when it is likely to appear, and all the details you may have concerning it." Slowly I shook my head as I replied, "I am sorry, but I have never seen this ghost of which you speak." He sat up stiffly and glared incredulously at me as he snorted, "Nonsense, man. Why, the village is full of wild tales about it, and other investigators have reported its existence. No native of these parts dares come within a mile of the place. I am only surprised you have the hardihood to live here. Come now, tell me all about it." Here he reached into a capacious inner pocket, and, producing a bill, tried to press it into my unwilling hand, but I drew back hastily. I did not wish to come in contact with him before the proper time. Again, among the shadows, I shook my head. "You should not believe the villagers' superstitious nonsense," I chided. "I have been here these many years, and have never seen an apparition about." Still he did not believe me, but, momentarily baffled, he fell silent. The chamber was very quiet. The flames of the once blazing fire were burning low. From out of the farther corners, the black shadows crept cautiously, advancing across the narrow floor to embrace more and more of the room's expanse in darkness. They shrank back in sudden dismay as a crackling log collapsed and fell into the red embers, causing a bright flare of ruddy light to shoot forth into the room. But as the glow died reluctantly away, they came on again inexorably. Outside, the fierce storm was at its height. The howling wind swept by the isolated old house, shaking its rotten timbers as if in fury. The chilly rain poured down from the black, sullen skies in veritable torrents, to pound viciously upon the collapsing roof and seek every possible aperture for its unwelcome entry. The grounds outside were nothing but a shallow, icy lake, from whose dull black surface shivering bare trees protruded drearily. Then, somewhere in the empty, brooding house, a loud crashing noise sounded. As its reverberation shot eerily through the deserted, vacant rooms, the man jumped to his feet and stood crouching, his head cocked to one side, listening fearfully, his whole body tense with terrible expectation. I watched him amusedly from my chair among the shadows. Then I murmured mockingly, "Surely, sir, you are not still thinking of the ghost? I thought I assured you that I have never seen one about." Sheepishly, he sank back into his seat and mopped his suddenly streaming face. Then he spoke, seemingly casual. "I am sorry for behaving like this, but for a moment I thought the house was falling. What was that awful noise?" "Probably a crumbling beam in the attic snapped and fell at last." I shrugged. "This house, I fear, is rapidly going to pieces." He glanced wonderingly at me as he said, "I marvel that you dare to continue under this roof. What with ghosts and danger of being buried under the ruins at any moment, it must be very unpleasant having to live here." I smiled secretly. "Ah, but I never said I lived here, did I? I merely stay here, and I shall not have to do that any longer." Puzzled, he looked at me keenly. Then, I fear, came to the conclusion that I was a bit mad. He ignored my reply and turned to matters that most interested him. He asked casually, "Since you won't tell me anything about the ghost, perhaps you will give me the story of why there is supposed to be one. There must be some grim tale behind the superstitions, eh?" I saw through this subterfuge. He wished to get me talking, and then draw me out by degrees, until I should have told him that which he wanted to know. But I was willing. In fact, I had been eagerly awaiting just such an opening. The bleak night was passing, and dawn must soon arrive. I must hurry and complete my task while there was yet time. I began deliberately. "Yes, there is a tale, and though not a very grim one, according to modern ideas, yet the sequel is bad enough. Once a man lived here, all alone in this huge house. This man had a strong distrust of banks and investments, and, being fairly well-to-do, he was foolish enough to keep his fortune secreted in this house. All might have been well, but the news of his peculiar habit got around until it was known all over the surrounding community. Several times robbers attempted to break into the house and steal his hoard, but always he was too alert for them. At last, driven to distraction by the thieves' constant annoyance, he was forced to bank his money, for its possession in an isolated house was becoming a menace to his life. Unfortunately, a tramp passing through the region heard the usual tale of his great wealth lying about unguarded, without hearing that this was no longer true. One stormy autumn night, that tramp, driven by want, attempted to break into this house. It was bad luck for both of them that the owner chanced to be awake and heard his crude attempts to force the door. The man was unarmed, but he determined to ambush the robber as he came along the corridor. He stood in a doorway and waited. Soon the tramp succeeded in opening the front door and crept down the hall in the darkness. As he passed, the waiting man tackled him, and there proceeded to be a grim struggle in the gloom. The tramp was strong, but so too was the other. For several long minutes they fought in blackness so deep that neither could see his antagonist's face. The scene of the fighting shifted from the hall into a small room, where, in even greater fury, it went on. Furniture was smashed, chairs hurled through the shadows. The house trembled as the locked figures crashed from wall to wall. At last, the tramp felt himself tiring, and, in despair, he felt about him in the darkness for some weapon. He was lying now on his back, with the other on top and pounding him heavily. His searching fingers fell on the cool haft of a wicked paper knife, long and slender. He seized it, and, with one vicious upward slash into the soft flesh of his hovering opponent, the fight was ended. Shakily, he disengaged himself from the dying man and staggered to his feet. Now the full consequences of his mad act struck him, and he anxiously hoped he had not killed the other. He found a miraculously unbroken lamp, and lighting it, he bent over the huddled, slumped figure, lying in a widening pool of blood. The man was not yet dead. As the light fell upon the ghastly pale visage, he partially opened his eyes to glare up at the face of his remorse-stricken opponent. For a long moment they stared eye to eye, the first time they had ever seen each other's countenance. With a long, gasping gurgle, the dying man stiffened sharply, and then relaxed. With a cry of fear and despair, the other ran from the room, out of the blood-bathed house, into the night. He was never found. No one but the victim knew what he looked like, and it was surmised that he had quickly cleared out of the region. If it were not for the later appearance of the apparition of the murdered man, the incident would have quickly been forgotten. No one wished to live in a haunted house, and so, deserted, this place has been going to ruin under the stress of wind and weather all these long years since. The man stirred uneasily, the ruddy glow of the dying fire tinging the pallor of his face with crimson. He started to speak, hesitated, then began again. "You seem to know a good deal about the matter for a caretaker. One would almost think you had been there yourself." Then, speaking as if to reassure himself, "But that is impossible. Tell me, you spoke of a sequel. What can it be? So far, the tale is a very commonplace one of an unsolved murder, complicated only by the nonsensical story of a ghost which you have assured me you have never seen." I stared moodily at the fire before answering. The once leaping flames had died away until nothing but red embers covered the grate, their illumination tending to accentuate rather than relieve the deep black shadows that had already engulfed most of the tiny chamber, leaving our position by the fireplace only an island of dim light immersed in a sea of darkness. Then I stirred in my chair as I spoke softly. The sequel is obviously one of vengeance. It has not happened yet, but as long as the guilty man walks the earth unpunished, the blood of his victim will cry out for vengeance, and it will come. That I know. He glanced at me curiously. "You are a strange caretaker," he said. "How can you expect the crime to be avenged? Why, the criminal might be dead." I shook my head slowly. "He is not dead. I am as sure of that as I am that you are sitting beside me now. And murderers always return to the scene of their crime, they say." He stirred uneasily in his chair, then laughed hollowly. "That is nonsense. But even if the murderer should return, no one would know. Why, he could come here tonight, as I have come, and be unrecognized. No one has ever seen his face." Somberly, I gazed at him, then reminded, "The victim saw him." More assured this time, he laughed again as he declared, "And he is dead. Suppose now that, driven by a morbid curiosity, the murderer, who has by now become a man of respectability and reputation, were to return to the scene of his crime, attracted in part, as well as repelled, by the reports of his victim's ghost haunting the house. Suppose that he were mad enough to give way before this morbid attraction, which is silly, of course. Do you think he would risk it if he did not know that he was absolutely in no danger? Why, man, the law cannot touch him." For a long while I did not reply, savoring, in anticipation, the joy of the coming moment. The fire was nearly out now. Only a few gleaming embers cast a dim, lurid gleam against which the black hulk of my companion was silhouetted darkly. I did not care. I would have little use for any light soon. Outside, though the wind still howled and the rain poured down, the black skies were lightening to a sullen leaden hue as the false dawn crept over the invisible horizon. I stiffened in my chair as I murmured softly through the shadows, "You forget the spirit of the dead man. Have you never considered that he might have been waiting for you here all these years?" He turned a startled face toward me. Then he chuckled, relieved. "I admit that I had some such fear. Silly, was it not? For I never believed in ghosts. For me to fear one, anyway. But, as I expected and hoped, it turns out it was only a wild tale. You claim never to have seen this spirit in all these years you have been here. And you should know." Suddenly, he stopped and leaped to his feet. "You devil! Who are you, anyway? So you thought you would trap me into admitting I am the murderer? I'll kill you for this." His chair, overturned in his haste, fell onto the few remaining embers and blotted out their faint illumination entirely. I too had risen to my feet and sidled slowly, joyously toward him, as the blackness covered the room like an ebony mantle. "Kill me, will you?" I murmured softly. "We shall see, though it is impossible, I'm afraid. You seem to have taken me too literally when I declared I had never seen this spirit. Of course I hadn't. I couldn't." I paused for a moment to let the fateful words sink into his fear-stricken mind as I groped for his soft, white throat. "You see, I am the ghost of the man you murdered." 6 Flights to Terror by Manly Bannister. The building was known in the city as the Heathcliff. No one could tell without consulting the records just how long it had been empty. It stood 6 stories above a corner lot, and for a couple of generations had frowned down upon the ebb and flow of city traffic at the cross street. Its red brick facing, once grand, was weathered now. Sandstone cornices, copings and windowsills were chipped and eroded by the elements, crusted with an accumulation of pigeon droppings. Roman arched windows stared blindly with grimed panes. The corner was semi-cylindrical, topped with an angled tower. Its bizarre style of Romanesque architecture made of the Heathcliff an alien thing, as though it had been lifted bodily and transported here from its haunted place deep in a mysterious part of Europe. Clem Lewis hated the building. It was a dead thing, and dead things should be buried. He hated it too, because whenever he lifted his eyes from his work, it was there, cater corner across the street, immense, brooding, sombre, and its many-windowed stare challenged his own with a sullen and unspeakable nastiness. In Clem's mind, the Heathcliff had assumed a personality. Rather, the building had impressed its personality upon Clem's consciousness. There were dozens of buildings in the city he could look at and admire. There were hundreds he could scorn for meanness. There was one he could hate for the inimical life he fancied pulsed in its weathered structure. Not that Clem Lewis believed the building lived. Not at first. Clem didn't have that much imagination. But it seemed to him that a spirit of malignance permeated the gloomy pile, reached across the street between them, and locked his uplifted glance in a silent struggle of will. He was repelled by it. A glance at that sombre facade produced a response that was almost irresistible, an elemental urge that appealed to the baseness of his soul, to the part of him that could forswear light and reason, and could grovel abjectly with fear of something unknown. The surface of his mind rejected the urge. The deep, murky coils of his subconscious responded to the eldritch call of the building as a violin string responds to the rasp of the fiddler's bow. Weird old pile of bricks, Clem one day told the office at large. It ought to be torn down. He fell silent from the sudden thrill that shot through him. Did the thought delight him? Or was the thrill a warning, an acknowledgement that he felt the subtly expressed resentment of a thing, an entity that could read his thoughts? Clem's attitude toward the building did not really congeal into a concrete feeling of loathing until the night he met Anne Summers. He didn't know that was her name at the time. He found it out later. She plummeted into his arms out of the lobby of the Heathcliff, a part of the building still in occasional use. She struck him with such hurried force he had to fling his arms about her to keep them both from tumbling to the sidewalk. It was as late as 10 o'clock, and the wan shine of the street lamps made glittering highlights on the rain-wet street, piled moist shadows in the Roman-arched entrance to the Heathcliff. He saw her face in this light, pale and strained-looking beneath its essential prettiness. Her large, dark eyes were opened wide, fixed with an expression of terror that was familiar to his experience. And while he held her momentarily, she clutched tiny white hands at the sleeves of his topcoat, and her knuckles stood out whiter still than the flesh around them. The drizzling rain moistened chestnut curls, gathered in a damp film upon her fear-greyed cheeks and pertly turned-up nose. It stood in glistening beads upon the little red felt hat she wore. Clem caught his breath first. I beg your pardon, miss." The girl drew back at the sound of his voice. She still clutched the topcoat, and her arms began to shake while her eyes searched his face, and the fear slowly went out of them. "You're cold," he said, for lack of anything better to say. She cast a quick, still frightened glance into the yellow-lit lobby of the Heathcliff, looked back into his face and forced a pallid smile. "No, I'm sorry I bumped you. I wasn't looking." She made as if to draw away, but he held her. "Something is wrong," he said flatly. "You came dashing out of that place like a league of devils was after you. Maybe you need the police." She laughed shakily. "No, certainly not the police. They might arrest me for trespassing." She took a quick breath and released it with a flutterly sigh. "I'm being silly. You'll never forgive me. Now let me go, please." Clem let her go. She walked unsteadily a few steps, then seemed to gather assurance in her pace, and continued rapidly, high heels tap-tapping on the pavement. The wind whispered softly along the weathered facade of the ancient building. The city stirred and grumbled around him in nocturnal passivity. He shrugged and continued his way, thinking of the dismal structure and of the strangely beautiful young woman it had expelled into his arms. He waited at the next corner for a streetcar. When one came along, he found that, for no accountable reason, he was shaking. He was still shaking 20 minutes later when he let himself into his darkened apartment. A couple of slugs of whiskey claimed him sufficiently for a shower and a try at sleep. He dreamed the girl again came flying out of the repulsive maw of the building into his arms. He held her tightly against an insidious force that pulled and worried at her, tried to drag her back into hideous darkness, fraught with a pulsing menace of unguessable horrors. He awoke with a start, pajamas sweat-soaked, and got shakily out of bed. Before he could twist the lamp and shed comforting light upon the room, his glance strayed to the pale oblong of the window. His chest tightened with foreboding. Something was out there, something he had to see. He went to the window and stared and reeled, and he could not stop staring. The space across the street, usually occupied by a row of small bungalows, bulked now with black shadow, a gruesomely distorted shape that fanned upward against the stars in a clearing sky, a faint, phantasmic illusion that bore the unmistakable outlines of the Heathcliff building. As Clem Lewis stared, eyes frozen with terror in the pallid mask of his face, the building stared back, grim, many-eyed, eerie, and threatening. The air whistled from Clem's lungs, and he staggered back, thrusting himself away from the sight. But he had to look. He dragged his eyes around in their sockets. The light of a crescent moon glittered on the damp roofs of a row of neat little bungalows. The office staff whispered behind Clem's back. They talked about his service in the war, and wondered if it had affected him. He's so strange, he's so nervous. Do you suppose he's got combat fatigue? Or whatever it is veterans of the combat zone are supposed to have? Clem needs a rest. Maybe he went back to work too soon after he got out of the service. The whispers reached the main office. Job Mortensen, general manager, had Clem in his office and, offhand, gave him a week's vacation. "You're working too hard," he said in a kindly tone, "and not getting enough sleep. Get away from the city, spend a week in the country, and rest up. The company can spare you right now, and your pay will go on as if you were here." Clem was tempted to refuse, but you didn't refuse a week's vacation with pay, and you didn't tell the boss you weren't overworking, even when you had hardly enough work to keep you busy. Certainly not enough to keep your mind from gnawing at the dreadful, startling knowledge that you had a building following you. Was his mind slipping? Clem wondered. He remembered men carried screaming from the battlefield, minds more horribly fissured and bleeding than their bodies could be and live. For a week now, the Heathcliff building had mercilessly attacked him. At least once each night it positioned itself across the street from his apartment and watched him, called to him through the tangled communication maze of his subconscious, until he responded by going to the window and reveling in horror at the sight. Once he had dressed hurriedly and bolted from the illusion. Down the street was an all-night hamburger stand, and he had closed himself within its steamy warmth and tried to calm his shaking nerves with hot, black coffee. And while he sipped at the thick lip of the mug, the building had searched him out. Looking out through the misted windows, he saw it there across the street, looking in upon him with its many-windowed gaze. He was never alone any more. The building always pursued him. He could neither avoid it nor leave it behind. Going away from the city might bring relief. Where should he go? He closed his mind on the thought. He dared not think the name of the place that sprang to his mind. The building would read his mind and follow him there. He packed, called a taxi, and directed the driver upon a roundabout course toward the station. He met her again there, lovely, frightened Anne Summers. He looked at her, and recognition was swift. She stood out from the crowd of shuffling, hurrying travelers. She crouched rather than sat in the waiting-room seat, and her white-knuckled hand was clenched tightly on the stub of a railroad ticket. A small bag rested on the floor at her feet. He dropped into the seat beside her, with the familiarity of an old acquaintance. "We meet again," he said, with an attempt at lightness. Dark, liquid eyes searched his face, glimmered, and the light went out. "I don't know you," she said stolidly. "Come now," he said, shrugging. "We're both running from the same thing. Why shouldn't we run together?" He noticed shrewdly her sudden start of fright. "Does it follow you, too?" he asked. "I don't know what you mean." Her tone was dry, thick. She darted quick glances about, as if seeking an exit. Then her eyes came back to his face. There was resignation in her expression. "You know all about it," she said tonelessly. He kicked his suitcase. "I don't think we can run away from it either," he confessed. "Wherever we go, that damned building will hound us out. It does follow you, doesn't it?" Oh, yes. You couldn't know unless it follows me, too," he finished for her. "It does. And unless we're both crazy, it's more than I can understand. Meeting you here has given me a better idea than running away." Her eyes grew large with hope. "Suppose you cash in your ticket and let me take you home," he suggested. "We'll stick it out together." She stiffened momentarily, then relaxed and nodded pitifully. He said no more, even after she got a refund on her ticket and came back, and he took her to a cab, and the cab took them to the address she gave. "Will you come up?" she asked shyly. Clem looked down at his suitcase. "I'll see you tomorrow." "You haven't told me your name," she reminded him. He told her, and learned what she was called. "You need a good sleep," he said. "Don't look out the window tonight. You hear?" She shuddered. He forced a grin. "Chin up. I'll be around tomorrow evening, early. We'll do the town. Promise you won't try to run out on me?" "If I do," she smiled sadly, "I'm afraid it will bring me back." He waved to her as the cab drove away. She looked little and alone standing beside her bag on the pavement. So he knew her name, and he knew her fear. The fear was real. It was his own fear, not madness, malignance. The evil life of the building was something beyond his understanding. One is so helpless in the face of a thing one does not and cannot understand. To whom could he go for an explanation? Nobody. They would call him mad. Where could he run? No place. The monster would seek him out. What could he do? Stay and fight. How? That was his problem. They had seen a show and had a drink at El Casper. He took her home in a cab. He was only going to stay a minute. He was confident everything would be all right. He could not know that the building was jealous. Anne's compartment was small and neat, like herself. You could see that at one time or another she had relegated most of the landlord's furniture to the basement, or to other, less fortunate apartments. The tastefully arranged furnishings reflected her own temperament and character. Clem settled comfortably in a lounge chair. Anne mixed cocktails in the diminutive kitchen, chatted brightly with him through the open door. She brought him the mixed drink. "I've been thinking," he said, lending an ear to the clink of ice in the glass. Her expression became drawn. All evening she had been trying to be gay, trying to forget the incredible onus of their lives. There was a genuine attraction between these two. The evening's association had deepened the hold each had upon the other's feelings. They both knew it. "Somehow," Clem went on, "we've run across something that wasn't meant to be discovered. I don't know what's behind it. Maybe it's a kind of illusion. For all we know, half the town may be affected the same way we are, and everybody hiding it. Mob hysteria." "Do you really believe that?" Anne asked him. "No, that was just a slap-dab attempt at scientific explanation. Psychology, that sort of thing. When I first saw you, you were running out of that building, running away from something. I've seen guys running and looking like you looked, but they knew what they were running from. I've wondered, what were you doing there?" Anne furrowed her forehead. I was passing by. All of a sudden I had an urge to go in, see what the place looked like inside. There was only that little light on in the lobby. It was terribly dark on the stairs, even darker up above. I listened, but the place was so quiet I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I don't know why, but I started to go up to the second floor. I hadn't even a flashlight with me. I think I almost got there, then I got frightened." Her face had gone white. "I don't know why I was frightened. I didn't know then. I was so grateful to you for being there when I ran out." Clem drained his glass. "I'm glad I was there," he said quietly, "though it wasn't until after I met you that the building began showing up wherever I went." It was here that night when I got home," Anne confessed. "I didn't scream. I was too scared to scream. It just sat quietly across the street, and it seemed to be watching my windows. I ran into the house. When I could bring myself to look out the window, it was gone. After that I saw it often, even in the daytime, and all over town. I never dared tell anybody about it before." "There is life in a city," Clem mused. "Life that is beyond the life of the people who live there. The people build the city, then the city starts building the people. It twists them about and shapes their lives to fit into its own destiny. You would think that is allegory, but it is fact. We never consider the city itself as being sentient. It borrows the life of the people. Could the city, or part of it, borrow life and not give it back? Suppose it could. Why does that horrible building follow us wherever we go? How does it do it?" "I could explain that in too many ways to make sense. Say it is alive. Say it has superintelligence. It might hop through the fourth dimension. It might work on our minds and make us think we see it. Probably we'll never know. I don't know why it does it either. Maybe because we've guessed its secret, found out what wasn't meant to be discovered." Anne suddenly buried her face in her hands. "I'm afraid, Clem. I'm afraid to be alone. Don't ever let me be alone, will you?" Clem shifted uneasily, reached out and took her hand. "Anne, we have to stand together to fight it. I don't know how we will, but we will. We'll be married tomorrow then." She squeezed his hand, and the response was enough for Clem. A moment later, he was kissing her, murmuring comfortingly. After a while, he kissed her one last time and went away. Clem awoke to the shrilling alarm of the telephone. He stumbled from the bedroom into the living room, bumping his shins on a rocker on the way. It was Anne calling. There was hysteria in her voice. "Clem, Is that you, Clem? Oh, thank God you're there. Clem, it's here. The building outside my window, it doesn't go away, Clem. I shouted and screamed at it to go away. It's still there. It has a voice, Clem, like a big bell. It's calling me. Clem!" Her voice died away in a whimper of terror. Clem rattled the instrument, but got no further response. Cursing savagely, he groped for the light switch, found it, and bounded into his clothes. He left the house running. 2 blocks away, he halted, breathless, and signaled a cruising cab. The cab waited while he bounded up the stairs to Anne's apartment. There was no answer to his thunderous knocking. The door was unlocked. He flung it open and went in. His own hoarse breathing whistled on the blanket of silence. Anne was not there. She was not in the sitting room, not in the ridiculous little kitchenette, not in the bath. Anne was not anywhere. He looked for a note and found none. The phone had been returned carefully to its cradle. He looked in the closet. Anne's coat was on its hanger, her pert little red hat on the shelf. Slips and dresses hung neatly. Several pairs of shoes towed an invisible line on the floor. What had Anne worn when she went out? Where had she gone? He went slowly back to the cab, a haunting fear nagging at his mind. Since leaving Anne, he had not been stalked by the building. He felt all of a sudden as if a great load were gone from his mind. What did that mean? He was not even interested in speculating about the building. Somewhere this night, his fear had left him completely. But Anne. A pain pierced his chest. What had she said? The building was calling to her. It had a voice like a big bell. Had she answered that voice? The thought was nonsense, but had she gone to that building downtown? He gave crisp orders to the driver. Tires swished on the pavement as the cab drove off and left him standing before the dark maw of the Heathcliff building. A bitter chill was in the air, and a few snowflakes had begun to drift down. An earlier rain had frozen as it fell, and the pavement was icy. It was quiet, restlessly quiet, as the heart of a city is at 3 o'clock in the morning. It began to snow harder. Clem hunched his shoulders against the bitter wind and dodged into the building entrance. The door should have been locked. It was not. The yellow bulb in the deserted lobby had long since been extinguished. It was as black as the throat of hell inside, and cold. Clem contacted a pencil flash in his pocket. It cast a pale yellow cone through the darkness. He stood at the foot of the stairs and shot the gleam upward. Somewhere up there, the caretaker should be sleeping. He could see nothing beyond the feeble range of his torch, except greater, more all-enshrouding blackness. He started up stealthily. "Clem!" The voice sounded close, very close, almost as if it had originated inside his own skull. It had been Anne's voice. He halted and listened. "Go away, Clem!" Undoubtedly, it was Anne speaking to him, but the words still sounded as if they came from inside his skull, or perhaps from just ahead, up the stairs. He advanced cautiously, whispering, and damp, mouldy walls flung the whisper back at him. "Take it easy, Anne, dear. I'm coming." "No, Clem, go away. You can't help me." "It won't harm you if you go away." He was sure now that the voice came from just a little way ahead of him, up the stairs. He advanced, softly. They were crazy, he thought. Both of them. At least, he had been. Imagining things about a ratty old building. Anne must have gone under, wandering around in this macabre old shell. He'd have to find her and take her away. He could reason with her when he got her out of the place. "You were right, Clem," Anne said. Her voice was clear, unfrightened, pitched low. It sounded very sweet and very sad. The building lives. It loves life, all the things you and I loved. It wanted me, Clem. You were in the way. Hold on, honey. I'll be with you in a minute, Clem whispered fiercely. Anne's voice receded as he advanced. She pleaded with him to turn back. He reached the landing, found the next flight, and continued up. Another flight, and another. His torch grew weaker. He could barely see the treaders under his feet. A penetrating chill came out of the unseen walls, smote through his topcoat, made his flesh cold. "There is nothing you can do now, Clem," Anne said, reasoning with him. "Go while you can. And remember I loved you, Clem. But this is bigger than either of us. I understand only a little. You never would understand." Clem set his teeth and continued doggedly to trail the voice. Anne's words grew faint, and he came to a door. The door was at the head of the stairs. He groped for the knob as the batteries of his flash failed, aware that he had climbed 6 flights, and the door before him gave upon the roof. When his light went out, complete and utter blackness leaped upon him. He tugged at the door. He met the bitter kiss of the wind, the stinging deluge of snow and flying ice particles. The storm smothered him, filled his eyes and mouth and nostrils. Upon the open roof, the wind whipped with gale-like fury. He staggered upon the treacherous footing. Faintly, he heard Anne's thin entreaty. Go back, Clem." He plunged in the direction of Anne's voice, advanced 20 yards, and came to an obstruction, a wall. The voice came from above now. Clem was beyond power to reason. His mind was possessed by an idée fixe. He must find Anne and take her away from here. Out of breath from the 6-story climb, he panted harshly. The wind whipped and beat at him, hurled blinding snow into his face. He stumbled over something that lay flat on the roof. He stooped, discovered a ladder. Grunting his triumph, he heaved it against the obstruction that blocked his advance. He started up the icy rungs. Anne was crying now. He could detect the tears in her voice. Go back, Clem. Please go back. He stopped, flung his head back, and yelled into the storm. I'm taking you back with me, Anne. Clem! His groping hands went past the top rung of the ladder, found a slanting surface, rounded, slated, slippery, with a coating of ice. It was the roof of the angle tower at the corner of the Heathcliff building. He paused while this knowledge percolated into his numbed brain. But Anne was up there. She was up there somewhere on the tower. He could hear her crying. It wasn't right for Anne to cry. Anne was too lovely ever to cry or be unhappy. He would have to reason with her, make her understand it was just a silly notion she had that the building was haunting her. Clem! Anne's voice was very close, plain in spite of the howling wind. Clem, I told you the building wanted me. It heard us, Clem, planning to get married. It was jealous and took me away. Go back now while you can. You can't have me, not ever. I'm already married, Clem. I'm married to the building. Clem flung himself toward Anne's voice, reaching out and clawing with both hands, as if he might thus seize her. He did not seize Anne. He did not seize anything. There was no purchase, not anywhere. There was only steeply slanting tile, covered thickly with ice, and the snow swirled around. The shriek of the wind grew louder in his ears, and the thought occurred to him that he was falling. But it was too dark to see the grimed, opaque windows hurtling upward past him. With his last thought, he wondered if Anne would be unhappy without him. Up Under the Roof by Manly Wade Wellman. When I was 12 years old, I lived in a shabby old 2-story house, built square below and double-gabled above. The 4 gables contained an upstairs room apiece, each facing a different direction, and the entire 4 making a cross, with a hall and stairwell at the center. The front and side rooms were sealed and plastered and calcimined for bedrooms, but the unfinished rear one held only trunks, boxes, and broken furniture. This part of the house was hot and dusty, and opened right up to the peak of its gable. Directly above its doorway to the central hall gaped an empty dark triangle leading into the slant-sided cave above the bedroom ceilings. This lumber room was called the garret, though it was not a real garret. The real garret was that dark space up under the roof. I was the youngest person in the house by more than a decade, and my youth offended everyone bitterly. I was constantly reminded of my childish stupidity and inexperience. Nobody felt that years would mend me, and in time I grew to share that opinion. I tried never to make a statement or venture an opinion that had not been voiced previously by one of my elders. Even at that, I came in for plenty of snubs and corrections, and learned to withdraw into myself. The downstairs parlor was full of books, and I read in them a great deal, including nearly all of an old Encyclopedia Britannica. This taste for reading attracted some curious attention on the part of my guardians. Occasionally, one of them would suggest to the others that I might be trained for the law or the ministry. Never was I consulted as to my own ambition, which would have shocked the household. I wanted to be a deep-sea diver. The summer was a hot one, and my room, in the gable on the right or northern side, had only one window. The sun's rays fell directly on the sloping walls, which were only the gable's pitches plastered in, affording little insulation. I slept poorly, bothered by strange and vivid dreams. Sometimes I started awake, itching nervously at armpits and groins, hearing every rustle of the cottonwoods outside and the creakings of the house timbers. After a while, I'm not sure exactly when, I began to hear something else. Awareness of that sound grew upon me, first slowly and faintly, then with terrifying clarity, over a number of hot, wakeful nights. It was something up above, between the roof peak and the ceiling, something big and clumsy and stealthy. I remember telling myself once that it was a rat, but the moment the thought came into my head, I knew it for a silly lie. Rats skip and scamper. They are light and sure. This was huge and weighty, of a bulk that I judged was far more than my own, and it moved, I say, with a slow, unsure stealth that had sustained rhythm of a sort. It did not drag or walk, but it moved. Years afterward, I saw through a microscope the plodding of an amoeba. The thing up under the roof sounded as an amoeba looks, a mass stretching out a thin, loose portion of itself, then rolling and flowing all of its substance into that portion, and so creeping along. Only it must have been many, many thousands of times larger than an amoeba. Before long I was hearing the noise every night. I would wait for it, lying awake until it humped itself across the ceiling above me. Always with it came fear that did not diminish with time. I would stare in the dark, my tongue would dry up between my teeth, and my fingertips would tingle as though they had been rubbed sore. On my back would sprout and fan and winnow little involuntary wings of chill, making my spine shrink and quiver as though ice mingled with the marrow. The ceiling, I knew, would descend some night upon me like a great millstone, then crumble about my bed. Something huge and soft would wriggle free of the broken bits and sprawl upon me. There could be no talking about the business, I well knew. Long before, I had learned that nobody would listen or care. As I have said, I was resented by the other dwellers in that house. Once, when a neighbor boy of 15 gave me a terrible beating in the front yard, everyone watched from our front windows, but none stirred to help me, not even when I thought I would fall dead at my enemy's scornful feet. When, Tired of pulping my face with his knuckles, he turned away at last. I dragged myself in and was tongue-lashed on all sides for an hour. Today I cannot remember exactly what was urged against me, but the tears I had not shed for pain welled forth under the scolding. Things like that made me hesitate about asking for help. One morning I did inquire at breakfast if the others had heard anything strange, but I was only reprimanded for interrupting a discussion of local politics. That night the noise was louder and more terrifying than ever. It began above some other room, and then it trundled along my ceiling, slower and still slower, until it paused just over my bed. It seemed to me at that moment that the lath and plaster were no tighter or stronger than a spider web, and that the entity was incalculably more awful than the prince and father of all spiders. It crouched there, almost within reach of me, gloating and hungering, turning over in its dark mind the problem of when and how to take hold of me. I could not have stirred from my bed, could not have cried out even. The thing and its fear were with me always, night after night and week after week, until a day past the middle of the summer, a dark and rainy day when it did not wait for nightfall. I was alone in the house, tired of hearing the rain and the swish of wet leaves outside. I had exhausted the books in the parlor, and remembered a stack of illustrated magazines, very old, in the lumber room. I climbed the stairs. The lumber room was unthinkably ugly and close, with a sort of brown light reflected by the unpainted joists and the insides of the shingles. I found the magazines and began to pore through them. All had been silent, except for the rain outside. But in the midst of my searchings there came a hump, hump from overhead, from the opening that led above the ceilings. Something sly and heavy was there, looking down upon me. But in one scrambling moment I had fled downstairs and to the front door. It was no swelling of courage that made me pause before rushing out, only a sensible, if hopeless, consideration of what must follow. I could leave the house and mope in the rainy street until someone came back. Then I would have to come back too, and in time I would have to go to bed. Then the creature that made the noise would come down. It would wait no longer, for it had seen me and my tortured terror. It would flow to the floor, through my door, and creep into bed with me. I would know how it looked, what colour it was, and what it wanted with me. A cold determination came, I know not whence, stiffening my limbs and neck like new sawdust poured into an empty doll. I walked slowly back through the house to the foot of the stairs. There I paused, trying to lift myself to the bottom step. I could not, and turned and walked to the back porch. There, upon the wood box, lay a hand-axe. It was dull and rusty, and wobbled upon its helve, but I took it, and this time I mounted the steps, slowly, one after another, with long, tight breaths between. The old boards creaked under my feet, as if aghast at my foolish daring. I reached the upper hall, and went back into the lumber room. It had turned darker than when I had first come to find the magazines. I made myself look up at the triangular opening, and that took a mustering of all my willpower. But there was nothing to see. I stuck the handle of the axe into the waistband of my knickerbockers, and dragged a heavy, dust-laden old bureau over against the wall by the door. On that I placed a broken chair, then a candle-box precariously on end. At last I climbed up on the bureau, up on the chair, up on the box. My chin came level with the threshold of the black cavern. It was like gazing into a pool of ink. I got hold of a cross-timber and drew myself slowly up. The candle-box tipped over and fell from beneath my feet, striking the floor of the lumber room with a crash like an explosion. But next moment I had dragged myself up inside the loft. The roof peak was so low above my head that I could barely rise to my knees. I pulled out the axe and tried to hold it in my mouth like a pirate's dirk, but it was too big and heavy, so I kept it in my right hand. Then, on my knees and my left hand, I went forward on top of the rafters. Every inch took me deeper into darkness, and when I reached and crept past a big rough chimney, I might as well have been in a coal mine. First, I went straight to the front of the house. I felt all along the wall and into the corners. Then I dragged myself around. I could see the light at the far end, partly obstructed by the chimney. Crawling back, I explored gropingly the space above the south bedroom. Last of all, I drove myself into the chamber above my own room, where I had always heard the sounds. I found nothing. I always finish with those 3 words when, grown up enough to be listened to, I told this story in after years. But I knew then, and I know now, that there was something, or that there had been something. Until I drove myself to face it, that something had been a mortal peril. Had I done anything else, it would have come looking for me. What would have followed, I am sure nobody can think. But from that time forward there was not the slightest murmur of noise up under the roof. I grew to sleep so soundly that I had to be shaken in the mornings. Nor did I ever know fear again, not even in the war. The Believers by Robert Arthur. "This is it," Nick Dean said with enthusiasm after he had stared down at the old Carraday house for a couple of minutes. "This is what I had in mind, right down to the last rusty hinge and creaking floorboard." Danny Lomax heaved a sigh of relief. "Praise be to Allah," he intoned. "We've wasted almost a week finding a joint that suited you just right, and that doesn't leave us much time to start beating the drum. Although I'll admit—" Danny squinted down at the brooding old pile of stone and lumber that still retained some traces of a one-time dignity. "I'll admit you've really turned up a honey at last. If that ain't a haunted house, it'll do until one comes along." Nick Dean stood for a moment longer, appraising the Carraday mansion, on whose arched entrance the carved figure 1784 still defied the corroding elements. The building was a long, L-shaped colonial-type house with stone foundations and hand-sawed clapboard upper structure. It had been painted some dark color once, but the color had gone with the years, leaving the structure a scabrous, mottled hue that had, to the eye of one who stared too long at it in the uncertain light of dusk, an unpleasant appearance of slow, sinuous movement. The building was 2-storied, with attics, and seemed to contain a number of rooms. Woods, once cut back, had crept up almost to the walls, and though it was only second-growth stuff, pine and cedar, they gave the place a cramped, crowded feeling. A weed-grown dirt carriage drive connecting with a half-impassable county road that seemed never to be used any more, and the tumbled ruins of a couple of outbuildings finished off the scene. "It has everything, Danny," Nick Dean went on with animation. "Absolutely everything, but a ghost. Which is just fine and dandy with me," the technical assistant allotted him by his radio hour sponsors, So Pure Soaps Present Dead Danger with Dean, asserted. "Of course, I don't believe in ghosts, as the hillbilly said about the hippopotamus, but that's all the more reason I don't want to go meeting one. I'm too old to go around revising my beliefs just to please a spook." "That's just it," Nick Dean told him. "A resident haunt that somebody or other had seen, or thought he'd seen and described, would cramp my style. Of course, nobody comes out here, and it's spooky enough to make any casual passerby take another road, but there's no definite legend attached to it, and that's what I've been looking for. That, plus a proper background. And this has the proper background. 3 generations of Carradays died here. Malaria, probably. Look at the swamp back there. The last Carraday ran away to sea and died in Java. The place has been empty 15 years now, except for a tramp found in it one winter, dead of pneumonia. Nobody's gonna buy it, not away out here in a swampy section of woods, and for a couple $1,000 the estate agent will be glad enough to let us have the key and do anything we want to it, including furnishing it with a nice, brand new ghost." which is just what I'm gonna do. And believe me, it'll be a Lulu. Nicholas Dean, hand-tailored spooks, ghost maker to the nobility, Danny Lomax grunted. You know, I used to read your books and believe 'em. That chapter where you told about the doomed virgin dancing girl in the old temple at Angkor Wat and how you saved her just before the priest came for her gave me a big kick once. I was sap enough to think it had really happened. Well, there is a temple at Angkor Wat, Nick Dean grinned, and dancing girls, too. For all I know, one of them may be a virgin. So if you enjoyed the story, why complain? You believed it when you read it, didn't you? Yeah, Danny Lomax agreed, stamping out a cigarette. I believed it. Then you got your money's worth. The tall, bronzed man, sun-lamp treatments every evening, carefully timed by his valet Walters, kept that bronze in good repair, asserted. And 1 million people still believe it, just as 5 million people are going to believe in the Faraday curse. Okay, the small, wiry man assented. I'm not here to argue. Let's scram. Even if the Faraday curse is strictly a Nick Dean phony, I don't like this dump in these shadows. If I had a lot of baby spooks I wanted to raise to be nice, big haunts, I'd bring 'em here and plant 'em. The atmosphere is so unhealthy. Nick Dean grinned again. The flashing-toothed smile that had won him indulgence all around the globe had been photographed against the columns of the Athenaeum, halfway up Mount Everest, atop an elephant going over the Alps, and too many other places to list. He brushed back the jet-black hair that lay so smoothly against his skull, and started back toward the road from the little knoll they'd climbed to get a view of the house. Danny Lomax followed, making plans out loud. We can have him run a rebroadcast unit on a truck up to the road here, he decided. You'll have a portable sender on your back, and the truck will pick it up and retransmit to Hartford. Hartford will pipe it into New York and out through the networks. We'll give the equipment a thorough check, and there's not much chance of anything going wrong. Your Crosley rating has been falling off lately, but this'll hypo the box office up to the top again. Most of your listeners have already read the stuff you've been dramatizing on the ether, you know. This one, a direct broadcast from a haunted house at night on Friday the 13th, will pull 'em in. You're a phony, Dean, but you got some good ideas, and this is one of the better ones. If what? Nick demanded challengingly as they reached the road and prepared to clamber into the gleaming roadster that had gotten them there. If you put it over. Danny Lomax took the right-hand seat and slammed the door. A lot of newspaper guys don't like you any too well, and if there's any stink to this thing, they'll horse-laugh it to death. There's got to be a ghost, and your audience has got to believe in it. Don't make any mistake about that. There'll be a ghost. Nick Dean shrugged, putting the roadster into motion. And they'll believe in it. I'll be right in the room with them. I'm working on the script now. I'm going to ask them to turn out the light when they listen, and imagine they're with me, waiting in the dark for the thing that for 100 years has been the curse of the Faradays to appear. I'll be armed only with a flashlight, a Bible, and a contract, Danny interrupted. Sorry, don't mind my cynical ways. I was dropped from the social register on my head while still a babe. And a crucifix, Dean continued, a little nettled by now. They'll hear boards creaking, and a death watch beetle ticking in the wall, and plenty of other details. I'll make them up as I go along. Spontaneity always gives the most convincing effect, I've found, and they'll be convinced. Aren't they always? Yeah, the little advertising man agreed reluctantly. When you turn on the heat, old ladies swoon with excitement, and little kids scream all night in their cribs. There was one heart failure, an old maid in Dubuque, after last month's show, the one in which you were fighting an octopus 40 feet beneath the surface, down in the Malay purling waters. There'll be half a dozen this time, Nick Dean prophesied complacently. When I start into the Faraday house to meet the thing with a face like an oyster. A face like an oyster, huh? Danny Lomax repeated and swallowed hard. That's what it's gonna look like? Nick Dean chuckled and nodded. If there's anything deader looking than a watery blue oyster that's been open too long, he said, I don't know what it is. Where was I? Oh, yes. Well, when I start into that house to wait for the approach of the thing with an oyster face, I'm gonna scare the living livers out of 5 million people. If you guys do your jobs right. We will, Danny promised. We'll ship out photos of the house. I'll plant the story the locals should repeat to a couple of fellows in the village. We'll ballyhoo you all the way down the line. The only thing we won't do is try to fix the weatherman to make it a stormy night. You'll have to take your chances on that." "It's generally foggy down here in the swamps at night," Dean replied, quite seriously. "Fog is as good as a storm any time." "Yeah," Danny Lomax acquiesced, twisting around to look down at the house in the hollow below, the road having taken them up a slope behind it. Fog was already forming in tenuous grey wisps, as the disappearance of the sun brought cool air currents rolling down into the swampy dell. They made a little dancing approach toward the empty, silent building that was quite unappetizing to anyone with a good imagination. "Fog's good enough for me any time. You know, Dean, maybe it's a good thing you don't believe in spooks yourself." "Maybe it is, at that." Nick Dean grinned as they topped a rise, and the Carraday house disappeared from view. "Maybe it is, at that." It was not a foggy night, yet there were mists about the Carraday house as Danny Lomax, Nicholas Dean, and two newspapermen, Ken Blake and Larry Miller, prepared to enter it. Sitting as it did in the very bottom of a little glen, so that any cool, mist-producing air currents there might be would flow toward it, it was wrapped in pale vapor that danced and shifted in slow, stately movements. The quarter moon thrust a weak finger of radiance down into the woods. It was 11 o'clock, and time for Dare Danger with Dean to hit the ether with its special broadcast. Danny Lomax had earphones clamped to his ears, tentacles of wire trailing back from them to the broadcast truck pulled up beside the road on the little rise that overlooked the house. The house was 400 yards away, and Danny Lomax was conscious of a vague regret it wasn't 4 million as he snatched off the earphones and dropped his hand. Nick Dean caught the signal, which meant that the theme song was finished, as well as the lengthy announcement outlining the circumstances of the broadcast from the New York studio. His deep, expressive voice took up the tale without a hitch. "This is Nicholas Dean speaking," he said easily into the mic attached to his chest and connected to the pack broadcaster slung over his shoulder. "The old Carraday mansion lies in a depression below me, some 400 yards away. Wan moonlight illuminates it. Veils of fog wrap around it as if to hide it from man's gaze. For 15 years, no human being has spent a night beneath its roof, alive." His voice paused significantly to let his unseen audience experience its first prickle of pleasurable terror. "But tonight I'm going to brave the curse of the Carradays. I'm going to enter the house, and in the great master bedroom where 3 generations of Carradays died, I'm going to wait for the unknown thing that legends tell of to appear. I am going toward the house now, with 2 reputable newspapermen at my side. One of them has a pair of handcuffs, the other the key. They are going to cuff me to the sturdy bedposts of the ancient 4-poster that can be seen through the window, dust-covered, in the master bedroom. That is to ensure that I shall not leave before midnight strikes, before this ill-omened Friday the 13th passes away into the limbo of the vanished days." Nick Dean's voice went on, rising and falling in carefully cadenced rows, doing little tricks to the emotions of listeners a mile, 1,000 miles, 3,000 miles away. He and Danny Lomax and the 2 reporters trudged on downhill toward the house. This was a last-minute inspiration of Nick Dean's, this handcuff business. The press had taken a somewhat scoffing note toward the stunt broadcast, but Nick Dean's showman instinct had risen to the occasion. There was a compellingness to the idea of a man being chained in a deserted house, haunted or not, being unable to leave, which had impressed the radio column writers. Dean kept on talking as they approached the old mansion, flashlight beams dancing ahead of them. He described the woods, the night sounds, the dancing mist, the appearance of the empty, silent mansion ahead of them, and did a good job. Not that it was necessary for the 3 men with him. Even before they reached the house, the carefully cultivated skepticism which Blake and Miller had sported was gone from their faces. Cynical though they were, Danny Lomax thought he could catch traces of uneasiness on their countenances. The place had that kind of an atmosphere about it. "We are standing on the rotten, creaking porch now," Dean was telling his audience. One reporter is unlocking the door with the key given us reluctantly by the white-haired agent for the property, a man whose expression tells us that he knows many things about this house his closed lips will not reveal. The door creaks open. Our lights probe the black throat of the hall. Dust is everywhere, seeming inches thick. It rises and swirls about us as we enter. They went in, and Nick Dean's tread was the firmest of the four as they strode the length of a narrow hall and reached the stairs. Their light showed side rooms filled with old furniture whose dust covers had not been removed in almost 2 decades. The stairs were winding and creaked. The air was as musty as it always is in houses long closed. They reached the upstairs, and a finger of moonlight intruded through an end window. Their flashlights reflected off a dusty mirror, and Larry Miller jumped uneasily. Nick Dean chuckled into the microphone, and a million listeners nodded in quick approval of his courage. "My friends are nervous," Nick Dean was telling them. "They feel the atmosphere that hangs so heavy in these silent rooms, trod only by creatures of the unseen. I do not blame them. I would feel nervous too if I did not have a complete belief in the inability of any spiritual creature to harm a living man. Their existence I do not deny. I do, instead, affirm it resolutely. But their harmlessness I'm convinced of. We are now in the bedroom, where I shall wait." The bedroom was big. The door leading into it, though, was low and narrow, and the windows were small. A broken shutter hanging outside creaked ever so slightly in an unseen air current. There was a bureau, 2 old chairs, a cedar chest, a rag rug, and the 4-poster bedstead. The coverlet, grey with dust, lay over the mattress. Nick Dean grimaced as he saw it, but his voice did not falter. Danny Lomax snatched the coverlet off the bed and shook it. Dust filled the air, and he coughed as he put the coverlet back into place. He slid a chair up beside the bed, and Nick Dean, without disturbing the broadcast, slid off his pack transmitter and placed it on the chair. He lay down on the bed, and Larry Miller, with a pair of handcuffs from his pocket, linked one ankle to the left bedpost. Danny Lomax adjusted the mic so that Nick Dean could speak into it without having to hold it, and Dean waved his hand in a signal of preparedness. "My friends are preparing to depart," he told his audience, and his words leaped from the room to the waiting truck, from there to Hartford, 20 miles away, and thence to New York, then to the world, or whatever part of it might be listening. In a moment I will be alone. I have a flashlight, but to conserve the batteries I'm going to turn it out. May I make a suggestion? Why do not you, who listen, turn out your lights too, and we will wait together in darkness for the approach of the creature known as the Curse of the Caradays, a creature which I hope, before the next hour is over, to describe to you. What it is, or what it looks like, I do not know. The one man who could tell, the agent for the property, faithful to his trust, though the last Caraday died long since in far-off Java, will not speak. Yet if the portents are favorable, we, you and I, may see it tonight." Clever, Danny Lomax thought, his trick of identifying the audience with himself, making them feel as if they were on the spot, too. One of the big secrets of his success. "Now," Nick Dean was saying, "I take my leave of my companions." Then Danny and the 2 reporters were leaving. Nick Dean kicked his leg, the chain of the handcuff rattled, and Larry Miller jumped. Nick waved a sardonic hand after them. They went downstairs, not dawdling, and no one spoke until they were outside. Then Blake drew a deep breath. "He's a phony," he said with a reluctant admiration. "And you know as well as I do that if he sees anything tonight, it'll be strictly the product of his imagination, or of that bottle in his coat pocket. But just the same, I wouldn't spend an hour in that joint handcuffed to the furniture for a month's pay." Without hesitating, they set off for the waiting truck, and the small knot of men, technicians, reporters, and advertising agency men clustered around it. And as they hurried, in Boston, in Sioux Falls, Kalamazoo, Santa Barbara, and 1,000 other towns, lights went out in a house here, another there, as some of Nick Dean's far-flung audience obeyed his melodramatic suggestion to listen to him in the darkness. And 200,000 families settled themselves to wait with him, hanging on his every word, their acceptance of everything he said complete, their belief utter. When the three of them reached the rebroadcast truck again, the little group of half a dozen men there were clustered about the rear, where a half-circle of light burned through the darkness, and a loudspeaker repeated Nick Dean's every word. Dean was building atmosphere still. His resonant voice was picturing the house, the shadows, the dust, the darkness that seemed to crouch within the hallways, and as he spoke, not a man there but could see the pictures he evoked rising up before their eyes. "Listen," Nick Dean was saying, and Danny Lomax could visualize the big bronze man grinning sardonically as he spoke. "And hear with me the small night sounds that infest this ancient, spirit-ridden dwelling. Somewhere a board is creaking, perhaps for no tangible cause. I cannot tell, but it comes to me clearly." Listening, they could hear it too. The eerie, chill-provoking creak of a floorboard or stairway in midnight silence. Nick Dean had 2 bits of wood in his pocket that he rubbed together to get that effect, but only Danny Lomax knew that, and even knowing, he did not like the sound. "I hear the creaking." Nick Dean's voice was low, suspense-filled now. "I hear the creaking and something else. A monotonous tick, tick, tick that seems to become louder and louder as I listen to it. The frightening beat of the death watch beetle within the walls of this room." They could hear that too, as Nick Dean's voice died out. Hear it, and their own breathing became diminuendo, as if they too were in that room, listening with a man bound to the great four-poster there. And in Atlanta, in Rochester, in Cincinnati, in Memphis, Mobile, Reno, Cheyenne, and 1,000 other cities, 1,000 other towns, 1,000 other villages, in 200,000 homes, Nick Dean's listeners heard it too in the hushed silence with which they listened, and swallowed a little harder, looked about them a little uneasily, and smiled, smiles that were palpably artificial. And they believed. Danny Lomax would have believed too, if he hadn't known of the small metal contrivance by which Nick Dean managed the Death Watch beetle noises. Even knowing, he admitted to himself that it was an impressive performance. When Nick Dean had boasted that he would make 5 million people believe in the curse of the Caradays, he had exaggerated, but not about their believing. His audience probably didn't number more than 1 million, but he had that million by now in a complete state of acceptance for anything he might want to say next. Danny glanced at his watch, turning his wrist so that the timepiece caught the light. 35 minutes gone, 25 to go. Time now for Dean to start turning on the heat. Time for the sock punch to start developing. He'd built up his background and sold his audience. Now he ought to begin to deliver. He did. A moment later, Nick Dean's voice paused abruptly. The sudden silence held more suspense than any words he could have spoken. It held for 10 seconds, 20, 30. Then he broke it only with a half-whispered announcement. "I think I can hear something moving outside the house." Around the sound truck, there was utter silence, save for the whine of the generator that was pumping the broadcast over the hills and woods to Hartford. "Whatever it is." Nick Dean's voice was still low, still that of a man who whispers an aside even while intent upon something else. "Whatever it is, it's coming closer. It seems to be moving slowly up from the small patch of swamp just south of the house." Absently, Danny Lomax reached for a cigarette. Nick was sticking to the general script they'd outlined. Almost at the last minute, they'd decided against a spiritual manifestation, a ghost, pure and simple. Instead, with his usual instinct for getting the right note, Nick Dean had switched to a thing. Something nameless, something formless, something unclassifiable, something out of the night and the swamp, and the unknown. Something that might be alive and might not be alive, but something that, when Nick Dean got through describing it, would be very, very real.
"Whatever it is, it's coming closer,"
Nick Dean reported then.
"I hear a dragging, dull sound, as of something heavy moving through dead brush and over rough ground. It may be just an animal, perhaps even a stray cow or a horse or a wild pig escaped from a pen somewhere on an adjacent farm."
A million listeners held their breath a moment, then prepared to let it go. Of course, just a starving horse or a cow, something warm, something familiar, something harmless. Then,
"It's pulling at the boards which cover the cellar windows,"
Nick Dean exclaimed.
"It's trying to get into the house."
Danny Lomax held his cigarette unlighted until the flaring match burned his fingers. In spite of their determined skepticism, there was an intentness to the faces of the reporters and technicians gathered around the end of the sound truck. They knew or guessed this was a phony. Yet the sudden jolt, after Dean had given their nerves a moment in which to relax, got them all, just as it was getting the whole great unseen audience. Danny Lomax, from years of listening to radio programs behind the scenes, had developed a sixth sense of his own. He could tell almost to a degree just how a program was going over, whether it was smashing home or laying an egg. He could feel the audience that listened reacting, and he could sense what their reactions were. Now something was pulling at him, something strained and tense and uneasy. 1,000,000 people or more was listening, were believing, were living through the scene with Nicholas Dean, and crouched there in the chilly night beside the broadcast truck, Danny Lomax could feel the waves of their belief sweeping past him, impalpable but very real. Nick Dean's voice had quickened. He was reporting now the sound of nails shrieking as they pulled free, as boards gave way. He described a heavy, squashy body forcing its way through the tiny window. He made his listeners hear the soft, squashy sounds of something large and flabby moving through the darkness of the cellar of the house, finding the stairs, going up them slowly, slowly, slowly.
"Now it's in the hall."
The big man's words were short, sharp, electric.
"It's coming toward the door. I hear boards creaking beneath its weight. It senses that I'm here. It's searching for me. I confess I'm frightened. No sane man could fail to be. However, I'm convinced it can't hurt me. If it's a psychic manifestation, it's harmless, however horrifying its appearance may be. So I'm keeping a firm grip on my nerves. Only if they betray me can I be endangered. And they will not betray me. Whatever it is, it's just outside the doorway now. I can sense it looking in at me. The room is in darkness. The moon is set. I have my flashlight, though, and I'm gonna turn it full on the thing in the doorway. I can smell a musty, damp odor, as of swamps and wet places. It is very strong, almost overpowering. But now I'm going to turn on the light."
Nick Dean's voice ceased. Danny Lomax's wristwatch ticked as loudly as an alarm clock. The seconds passed. 10, 20, 30, 40. Someone shifted position. Someone's breath was rasping like that of a choking sleeper. Then,
"It's going."
Nick Dean's voice was a whisper.
It looked at me and would have entered. I could sense what it wished. It wished me. But I have the Bible and crucifix I brought tightly in my hand. The light has been shining full into its face, if I can call it that. I did not lower my gaze, and now it's going. I can no longer see it. The light of my flash falls on the black, empty frame of the doorway. It is slithering back down the hall toward the steps. It is returning to the swamp from which it came when it sensed my presence here. I can hardly describe it. I don't know what it was. It stood as high as a man, yet its legs were only stumps of grayness, without feet of any kind. Its body was long and bulbous, like a misshapen turnip. Its flesh grayish and uneven. It shone a little, as if with slime, and I saw droplets of water on it catch the light of my torch. It had a head, a great round head that was as hairless as the rest of it, and a face. I cannot make you see it as I saw it. Staring into it, I could only think of an oyster, a monstrous, wet, blue-gray oyster with two darker spots that must have been eyes. It had arms. At least two masses of matter attached to either side of its body reached out a little toward me. There were no hands on the end of them, just strings of corruption. That was all I could see. Then it turned. Now it is gone. It has reached the bottom steps, going down with a shuffling, bumping noise. It is moving toward the cellar stairs, the floor creaking beneath it, back to the cellar window through which it forced itself, back to the depths of the swamp from which it emerged. Yet the sense of it still hangs in this room, and I know that if my will should slacken, it could feel it and return. But it must not. I will not let it. It must return to the bottomless muck from which it came.
Danny Lomax touched his dry lips with his tongue. This was it. This was the high spot. This was where Nick Dean got over or fell flat on his face. Danny knew that whichever it was, he'd be able to sense it. And he did. Not failure. Success. The unseen currents that eddied around him were belief. The belief of 1,000,000 people wrapped in a skein spun of words. The belief of 1,000,000 listeners seeing in their minds something that had never existed, but which Nick Dean had created and put there. Tomorrow they might laugh. They might belittle and ridicule the very fact they had listened, but they'd never be able to forget how they had felt. And now, for the moment at least, they believed. Danny let out a breath and looked at his watch. Almost midnight. Nick Dean was speaking again.
It's gone now. It's outside again, seeking the swamp from which it came. This is Nicholas Dean speaking. I'm going to sign off now. I've been through quite a nerve strain. Thanks for listening, everybody. I'm glad that you weren't disappointed, that something happened tonight to make this broadcast worth your listening. Good night, all. This is Nicholas Dean saying good night.
Danny Lomax saw the chief of the rebroadcast crew throw a switch and nod to him. He leaned forward toward a secondary mic in the truck, slipping on a pair of headphones. "All right, Nick," he said. "You're off the air. We're coming down to unlock you now."
Okay.
Nick Dean's voice came back, a little ragged.
Hurry, will you? I'm getting sick of it here. The last couple of minutes I could swear I have heard noises outside. Maybe I'm too good. I'm believing myself. How'd it go?
"Went fine," Danny told him. "They ate it up. 1,000,000 people are sitting in their parlors this minute, getting the stiffness out of their muscles and trying to pretend they didn't believe you."
I told you they would.
Dean's voice was momentarily complacent. Then it became edged again.
Listen, hurry, will you? Damn it, there is something moving around outside this house. You say they ate it up?
"Straight," Danny Lomax told him. "I could feel it. They're all still seeing that thing you described with the oyster face, crawling in through the cellar window, slithering up the stairs, standing in your doorway."
Cut it,
Dean ordered abruptly.
"And come down here. There's something coming in the cellar window where we loosened the boards for the reporters to find."
Lomax turned. "Oh, Joe," he called to the driver. "Take the truck down in front of the house, will you? Save walking. What did you say then, Nick? I missed it."
I said there's something coming in the cellar window.
Nick Dean's voice was almost shrill.
It's knocking around in the cellar. It's coming toward the stairs.
"Steady, Nick, steady," Danny Lomax cautioned. "Don't let your nerves go now. You and I know it's just a gag. Don't go and—"
Mother of heaven!
Dean's breath was coming in gasps. Danny could hear it whistle into the mic at the other end of the two-way hookup.
There's something coming up the stairs. Come and get me out of here.
Danny looked up, a frown between his eyes. "Joe, get going, will you?" he snapped, and the driver looked around in annoyed surprise. "Right away," he grunted, and the truck jerked forward. "This fast enough to suit you?" Danny Lomax didn't answer. "Nick, you all right?" he demanded of the mic, and Dean's voice, almost unrecognizable, came back.
Danny,
it gobbled.
There's something coming up the stairs with a sort of thump. I can smell marsh gas and ammonia. There's something making a slithery sound. I tell you, something has got into this house from the swamp and is after me."
The truck was jolting in second down the long unused road. The reporters had swung on. They were staring at Danny, sensing something, they didn't know what, going wrong. Danny, the earphones tight, hung over the mic. Take it easy, he soothed. "Just had one drink too many, Nick. We wrote all that down. It's just on paper. You just said it. A million people believed it, but you and I don't have to, Nick. We—"
"Christ!"
Nick's cry was a prayer, not a curse.
"There's something in the hall. Something that scrapes and thumps. The floorboards are creaking. Danny, don't you know I'm chained here and it's coming after me? It is! It is!"
Nick Dean's voice was hysterical.
"It's at the doorway. It's—"
The voice was drowned out by a scraping of gravel as the truck's brakes went on abruptly. Wheels fought for traction, lost it. A muddy spot underfoot had slewed the broadcast truck to one side. The long, untended road gave no hold. The rear wheels slid toward the ditch beside the road and in. The truck jolted, toppled, was caught as the hubs dug into a clay bank. The newspapermen were jolted off. Danny Lomax was bounced away from the mic, his earphones torn off his head. He scrambled back toward the mic, pulling himself up against the slant of the body. The earphones were cracked. He threw a switch, cutting in the speaker. "Nick!" he cried. "Nick!"
"In the doorway now,"
came the terror-shrill wail from the speaker.
"Coming in. Oyster face, great, blank, watery oyster face. Danny, put me back on the air. Tell 'em all it's just a joke. Tell 'em it isn't so. Tell 'em not to believe. Danny, do you hear? Tell 'em not to believe. It's coming in. It wants me. It smells, and it's all wet and watery, and its face. Danny, tell 'em not to believe. It's 'cause they believe. It didn't exist. I thought it up. But they all believed me. You said they did. A million people all believing at the same time, believing strong enough for you to feel. They've made it, Danny. They've brought it to life. It's doing just what I said it did, and it looks just like Danny, help me! Help me!
The speaker screamed, vibrated shrilly at the overload, and was silent. And in the sudden hush, an echo came from the night. No, not an echo, but the scream itself they had been hearing. Faint and dreadful it reached them, and Danny Lomax was quite unable to move for an instant, that stretched on and on as he listened. Then he galvanized into life, and as he darted into the darkness, the others followed. With horrifying abruptness, Nick Dean's faint screams had ceased. He could see the Carraday house ahead, dark, silent, tomb-like. It was 300 yards away, and the curve of the road, they couldn't go through the brush in black night, hid it momentarily. The 300 yards took almost a minute. Then Danny, gasping, turned into the old carriage drive. Nick Dean's words still screamed in his mind. They've made it, Danny. They've brought it to life. A million people all believing at the same time. Could? His mind wouldn't ask itself the question, or answer it, but he had felt the currents of belief. In 200,000 homes, 1 million people had sat and listened and believed, and in the concentrated power of their believing, had they stirred some spark of force into life, had they gelled into the form of their belief a creature that... Feet pounded behind him. Someone had a flashlight. The beam of it, thrown out ahead, stabbed the night. It played over the house, and for a moment darted into the darkness beyond, and to one side. And Danny Lomax caught a glimpse of movement, a vague, grey-white glimmer of motion, a half-seen shape that moved with speed through the dense vegetation toward the half-acre swamp south of the house, and for an instant shone faintly, as if with slime and wetness. If there was any sound of movement, Danny Lomax did not hear it, because the scuffle of running feet and the hoarse breathing of running men behind drowned it out. But as he listened intently, he thought he heard a single scream, muffled and cut abruptly short, as though a man had tried to cry out with his mouth almost covered by something wet and soft and pulpy. Danny Lomax pulled up and stood quite still as the newspapermen and technicians came up with him and ran past. He scarcely heard them, was scarcely aware of them, for his whole body was cold. Something was squeezing his insides with a giant hand, and he knew that in just an instant he was going to be deathly sick. And he knew already that the bedroom upstairs was empty, that the searchers would find only half a handcuff hanging from the footboard of the bed, its chain twisted in two, some marks in the dust, and a few drops of slimy water to tell where Nick Dean had gone. Only those, and an odor hanging pungent and acrid in the halls. Pigeons from Hell by Robert E. Howard. 1. The Whistler in the Dark. Griswold awoke suddenly, every nerve tingling with a premonition of imminent peril. He stared about wildly, unable at first to remember where he was or what he was doing there. Moonlight filtered in through the dusty windows, and the great empty room with its lofty ceiling and gaping black fireplace was spectral and unfamiliar. Then, as he emerged from the clinging cobwebs of his recent sleep, he remembered where he was and how he came to be there. He twisted his head and stared at his companion, sleeping on the floor near him. John Branner was but a vaguely bulking shape in the darkness that the moon scarcely grayed. Griswold tried to remember what had awakened him. There was no sound in the house, no sound outside except the mournful hoot of an owl far away in the piney woods. Now he had captured the elusive memory. It was a dream, a nightmare so filled with dim terror that it had frightened him awake. Recollection flooded back, vividly etching the abominable vision. Or was it a dream? Certainly it must have been. But it had blended so curiously with recent actual events that it was difficult to know where reality left off and fantasy began. Dreaming, he had seemed to relive his past few waking hours in accurate detail. The dream had begun abruptly as he and John Branner came in sight of the house where they now lay. They had come rattling and bouncing over the stumpy, uneven old road that led through the pinelands, he and John Branner, wandering far afield from their New England home in search of vacation pleasure. They had sighted the old house, with its balustraded galleries rising amidst a wilderness of weeds and bushes, just as the sun was setting behind it. It dominated their fancy, rearing black and stark and gaunt against the low, lurid rampart of sunset, barred by the black pines. They were tired, sick of bumping and pounding all day over woodland roads. The old deserted house stimulated their imagination with its suggestion of antebellum splendor and ultimate decay. They left the automobile beside the rutty road, and as they went up the winding walk of crumbling bricks, almost lost in the tangle of rank growth, pigeons rose from the balustrades in a fluttering, feathery crowd, and swept away with a low thunder of beating wings. The oaken door sagged on broken hinges. Dust lay thick on the floor of the wide, dim hallway, on the broad steps of the stair that mounted up from the hall. They turned into a door opposite the landing and entered a large room, empty, dusty, with cobwebs shining thickly in the corners. Dust lay thick over the ashes in the great fireplace. They discussed gathering wood and building a fire, but decided against it. As the sun sank, darkness came quickly, the thick, black, absolute darkness of the pinelands. They knew that rattlesnakes and copperheads haunted southern forests, and they did not care to go groping for firewood in the dark. They ate frugally from tins, then rolled in their blankets fully clad before the empty fireplace, and went instantly to sleep. This, in part, was what Griswold had dreamed. He saw again the gaunt house looming stark against the crimson sunset, saw the flight of the pigeons as he and Branagh came up the shattered walk. He saw the dim room in which they presently lay, and he saw the two forms that were himself and his companion, lying wrapped in their blankets on the dusty floor. Then, from that point, his dream altered subtly, passed out of the realm of the commonplace, and became tinged with fear. He was looking into a vague, shadowy chamber, lit by the grey light of the moon which streamed in from some obscure source. For there was no window in that room, but in the grey light he saw three silent shapes that hung suspended in a row, and their stillness and their outlines woke chill horror in his soul. There was no sound, no word, but he sensed a presence of fear and lunacy crouching in a dark corner. Abruptly, he was back in the dusty, high-ceilinged room before the great fireplace. He was lying in his blankets, staring tensely through the dim door and across the shadowy hall, to where a beam of moonlight fell across the balustraded stair, some 7 steps up from the landing. And there was something on the stair, a bent, misshapen, shadowy thing that never moved fully into the beam of light, but a dim, yellow blur that might have been a face was turned toward him, as if something crouched on the stair, regarding him and his companion. Fright crept chilly through his veins, and it was then that he awoke, if indeed he had been asleep. He blinked his eyes. The beam of moonlight fell across the stair just as he had dreamed it did, but no figure lurked there. Yet his flesh still crawled from the fear the dream or vision had roused in him. His legs felt as if they had been plunged in ice water. He made an involuntary movement to awaken his companion, when a sudden sound paralyzed him. It was the sound of whistling on the floor above. Eerie and sweet it rose, not carrying any tune, but piping shrill and melodious. Such a sound in a supposedly deserted house was alarming enough, but it was more than the fear of a physical invader that held Griswold frozen. He could not himself have defined the horror that gripped him. But Branagh's blankets rustled, and Griswold saw he was sitting upright. His figure bulked dimly in the soft darkness, the head turned toward the stair, as if the man were listening intently. More sweetly and more subtly evil rose that weird whistling. "John," whispered Griswold from dry lips. He had meant to shout, to tell Branagh that there was somebody upstairs, somebody who could mean them no good, that they must leave the house at once. But his voice died dryly in his throat. Branagh had risen. His boots clumped on the floor as he moved toward the door. He stalked leisurely into the hall and made for the lower landing, merging with the shadows that clustered black about the stair. Griswold lay incapable of movement, his mind a whirl of bewilderment. Who was that whistling upstairs? Why was Branagh going up those stairs? Griswold saw him pass the spot where the moonlight rested, saw his head tilted back as if he were looking at something Griswold could not see, above and beyond the stair. But his face was like that of a sleepwalker. He moved across the bar of moonlight and vanished from Griswold's view, even as the latter tried to shout to him to come back. A ghastly whisper was the only result of his effort. The whistling sank to a lower note, died out. Griswold heard the stairs creaking under Branagh's measured tread. Now He had reached the hallway above, for Griswold heard the clump of his feet moving along it. Suddenly, the footfalls halted, and the whole night seemed to hold its breath. Then, an awful scream split the stillness, and Griswold started up, echoing the cry. The strange paralysis that had held him was broken. He took a step toward the door, then checked himself. The footfalls were resumed. Branner was coming back. He was not running. The tread was even more deliberate and measured than before. Now the stairs began to creak again. A groping hand, moving along the balustrade, came into the bar of moonlight. Then another, and a ghastly thrill went through Griswold as he saw that the other hand gripped a hatchet which dripped blackly. Was that Branner who was coming down that stair? Yes, the figure had moved into the bar of moonlight now, and Griswold recognized it. Then he saw Branner's face, and a shriek burst from Griswold's lips. Branner's face was bloodless, corpse-like. Gouts of blood dripped darkly down it. His eyes were glassy and set, and blood oozed from the great gash which cleft the crown of his head. Griswold never remembered exactly how he got out of that accursed house. Afterward, he retained a mad, confused impression of smashing his way through a dusty, cobwebbed window, of stumbling blindly across the weed-choked lawn, gibbering his frantic horror. He saw the black wall of the pines, and the moon floating in a blood-red mist in which there was neither sanity nor reason. Some shred of sanity returned to him as he saw the automobile beside the road. In a world gone suddenly mad, that was an object reflecting prosaic reality. But even as he reached for the door, a dry, chilling whir sounded in his ears, and he recoiled from the swaying, undulating shape that arched up from its scaly coils on the driver's seat and hissed sibilantly at him, darting a forked tongue in the moonlight. With a sob of horror, he turned and fled down the road, as a man runs in a nightmare. He ran without purpose or reason. His numbed brain was incapable of conscious thought. He merely obeyed the blind, primitive urge to run until he fell, exhausted. The black walls of the pines flowed endlessly past him, so he was seized with the illusion that he was getting nowhere. But presently, a sound penetrated the fog of his terror, the steady, inexorable patter of feet behind him. Turning his head, he saw something loping after him. Wolf or dog, he could not tell which, but its eyes glowed like balls of green fire. With a gasp, he increased his speed, reeled around a bend in the road, and heard a horse snort, saw it rear and heard its rider curse, saw the gleam of blue steel in the man's lifted hand. He staggered and fell, catching at the rider's stirrup.
"For God's sake, help me,"
he panted.
"The thing, it killed Branner. It's coming after me. Look!"
Twin balls of fire gleamed in the fringe of bushes at the turn of the road. The rider swore again, and on the heels of his profanity came the smashing report of his six-shooter. Again, and yet again. The fire sparks vanished, and the rider, jerking his stirrup free from Griswold's grasp, spurred his horse at the bend. Griswold staggered up, shaking in every limb. The rider was out of sight only a moment. Then he came galloping back.
"Took to the brush. Timberwolf, I reckon. Though I never heard of one chasing a man before. Do you know what it was?"
Griswold could only shake his head weakly. The rider, etched in the moonlight, looked down at him, smoking pistol still lifted in his right hand. He was a compactly built man of medium height, and his broad-brimmed planter's hat and his boots marked him as a native of the country, as definitely as Griswold's garb stamped him as a stranger.
"What's all this about, anyway?"
"I don't know," Griswold answered helplessly.
"My name's Griswold. John Branner, my friend who was traveling with me. We stopped at a deserted house back down the road to spend the night. Something..."
At the memory, he was choked by a rush of horror.
"My God!" he screamed. "I must be mad. Something came and looked over the balustrade of the stair. Something with a yellow face. I thought I dreamed it, but it must have been real. Then somebody began whistling upstairs, and Brenner rose and went up the stairs, walking like a man in his sleep or hypnotized. I heard him scream, or someone screamed. Then he came down the stair again with a bloody hatchet in his hand. And my God, sir, he was dead. His head had been split open. Oh, I saw brains and clotted blood oozing down his face, and his face was that of a dead man. But he came down the stairs. As God is my witness, John Brenner was murdered in that dark upper hallway, and then his dead body came stalking down the stairs with a hatchet in its hand to kill me.
The rider made no reply. He sat his horse like a statue, outlined against the stars, and Griswold could not read his expression, his face shadowed by his hat brim.
"You think I'm mad?" he said hopelessly. "Perhaps I am." "I don't know what to think," answered the rider. "If it was any house but the old Blassomville manor, well, we'll see. My name's Buckner. I'm sheriff of this county. Took a prisoner over to the county seat in the next county and was riding back late."
He swung off his horse and stood beside Griswold, shorter than the lanky New Englander, but much harder knit. There was a natural manner of decision and certainty about him, and it was easy to believe that he would be a dangerous man in any sort of a fight.
"Are you afraid to go back to the house?"
he asked, and Griswold shuddered, but shook his head, the dogged tenacity of Puritan ancestors asserting itself.
"The thought of facing that horror again turns me sick. But poor Branner," he choked again. "We must find his body. My God," he cried, unmanned by the abysmal horror of the thing. "What will we find? If a dead man walks, what?" "We'll see."
The sheriff caught the reins in the crook of his left elbow and began filling the empty chambers of his big blue pistol as they walked along. As they made the turn, Griswold's blood was ice at the thought of what they might see lumbering up the road with a bloody, grinning death mask. But they saw only the house looming spectrally among the pines down the road. A strong shudder shook Griswold. "God, how evil that house looks against those black pines. It looked sinister from the very first. We went up the broken walk and saw those pigeons fly up from the porch." "Pigeons?" Buckner cast him a quick glance. "You saw the pigeons?" "Why, yes, scores of them perching on the porch railing." They strode on for a moment in silence before Buckner said abruptly, "I've lived in this country all my life. I passed the old Blassomville place 1,000 times, I reckon, at all hours of the day and night. But I never saw a pigeon anywhere around it, or anywhere else in these woods." "There were scores of them," repeated Griswold, bewildered. "I've seen men who swore they'd seen a flock of pigeons perched along the balusters just at sundown," said Buckner slowly. "Negroes. All of them except one man. Tramp. He was building a fire in the yard, aiming to camp there that night. I passed along there about dark, and he told me about the pigeons. I came back there the next morning. The ashes of his fire were there, and his tin cup, and skillet where he'd fried pork, and his blankets looked like they'd been slept in. Nobody ever saw him again. That was 12 years ago. The blacks say they can see the pigeons, but no black would pass along this road between sundown and sunup. They say the pigeons are the souls of the Blassomvilles, let out of hell at sunset. The Negroes say the red glare in the west is the light from hell, 'cause then the gates of hell are opened and the Blassomvilles fly out." "Who were the Blassomvilles?" asked Griswold, shivering. "They owned all this land here. French-English family. Came here from the West Indies before the Louisiana Purchase. The Civil War ruined them like it did so many. Some were killed in the war. Most of the others died out. Nobody's lived in the manor since 1890, when Miss Elizabeth Blassomville, the last of the line, fled from the old house one night like it was a plague spot. Never came back to it. This your auto?" They halted beside the car, and Griswold stared morbidly at the grim house. Its dusty panes were empty and blank, but they did not seem blind to him. It seemed to him that ghastly eyes were fixed hungrily on him through those darkened panes.
Buckner repeated his question. "Yes, be careful. There's a snake on the seat, or there was." "Not there now," grunted Buckner, trying his horse and pulling an electric torch out of the saddlebag. "Well, let's have a look." He strode up the broken brick walk as matter-of-factly as if he were paying a social call on friends. Griswold followed, close at his heels, his heart pounding suffocatingly. The scent of decay and mouldering vegetation blew on the faint wind, and Griswold grew faint with nausea that rose from a frantic abhorrence of these black woods, these ancient plantation houses that hid forgotten secrets of slavery and bloody pride and mysterious intrigues. He had thought of the South as a sunny, lazy land, washed by soft breezes laden with spice and warm blossoms, where life ran tranquilly to the rhythm of black folk singing in sun-bathed cotton fields. But now he had discovered another unsuspected side, a dark, brooding, fear-haunted side, and the discovery repelled him. The oaken door sagged as it had before. The blackness of the interior was intensified by the beam of Buckner's light playing on the sill. That beam sliced through the darkness of the hallway and roved up the stair, and Griswold held his breath, clenching his fists. But no shape of lunacy leered down at them. Buckner went in, walking light as a cat, torch in one hand, gun in the other. As he swung his light into the room across from the stairway, Griswold cried out, and cried out again, almost fainting with the intolerable sickness at what he saw. A trail of blood drops led across the floor, crossing the blankets Branner had occupied, which lay between the door and those in which Griswold had lain. And Griswold's blankets had a terrible occupant. John Branner lay there, face down, his cleft head revealed in merciless clarity in the steady light. His outstretched hand still gripped the haft of a hatchet, and the blade was embedded deep in the blanket and the floor beneath, just where Griswold's head had lain when he slept there. A momentary rush of blackness engulfed Griswold. He was not aware that he staggered, or that Buckner caught him. When he could see and hear again, he was violently sick and hung his head against the mantel, retching miserably. Buckner turned the light full on him, making him blink. Buckner's voice came from behind the blinding radiance, the man himself unseen. "Griswold, you've told me a yarn that's hard to believe. I saw something chasing you, but it might have been a timber wolf or a mad dog. If you're holding back anything, you better spill it. What you told me won't hold up in any court. You're bound to be accused of killing your partner. I'll have to arrest you. If you'll give me the straight goods now, it'll make it easier. Now, didn't you kill this fellow, Branner? Wasn't it something like this? You quarreled, he grabbed a hatchet and swung at you, but you dodged and then let him have it?" Griswold sank down and hid his face in his hands, his head swimming. "Great God, man, I didn't murder John. Why, we've been friends ever since we were children in school together. I've told you the truth. I don't blame you for not believing me, but God help me, it is the truth." The light swung back to the gory head again, and Griswold closed his eyes. He heard Buckner grunt. "I believe this hatchet in his hand is the one he was killed with. Blood and brains plastered on the blade, and hair sticking to it. Hair's exactly the same color as his. This makes it tough for you, Griswold." "How so?" the New Englander asked, dully. "Knocks any plea of self-defense in the head. Branner couldn't have swung at you with his hatchet after you split his skull with it. You must have pulled the axe out of his head, stuck it into the floor, and clamped his fingers on it to make it look like it attacked you. And it would have been damn clever if you'd used another hatchet." "But I didn't kill him," groaned Griswold. "I have no intention of pleading self-defense." "That's what puzzles me," Buckner admitted frankly, straightening. "What murderer would rig up such a crazy story as you've told me to prove his innocence? Average killer would have told a logical yarn, at least. Blood drops lead him from the door. The body was dragged. No, couldn't have been dragged. The floor isn't smeared. He must have carried it here, after killing him in some other place. But in that case, why isn't there any blood on your clothes? Of course you could have changed clothes and washed your hands, but the fellow hasn't been dead long." "He walked downstairs and across the room," said Griswold hopelessly. "He came to kill me. I knew he was coming to kill me when I saw him lurching down the stair. He struck where I would have been if I hadn't awakened. That window, I burst out at it. You see, it's broken." "I see. But if he walked then, why isn't he walking now?" "I don't know. I'm too sick to think straight. I've been fearing that he'd rise up from the floor where he lies and come at me again. When I heard that wolf running up the road after me, I thought it was John chasing me. John running through the night with his bloody axe and his bloody head and his death grin." His teeth chattered as he lived that horror over again. Buckner let his light play across the floor. "The blood drops leading to the hall. Come on, we'll follow them." Griswold cringed. "They lead upstairs." Buckner's eyes were fixed hard on him. "Are you afraid to go upstairs with me?" Griswold's face was gray. "Yes, but I'm going, with you or without you. The thing that killed poor John may still be hiding up there." "Stay behind me," ordered Buckner. "If anything jumps us, I'll take care of it. But for your own sake, I warn you that I shoot quicker than a cat jumps, and I don't often miss. If you've got any ideas of laying me out from behind, forget 'em. Don't be a fool." Resentment got the better of his apprehension, and this outburst seemed to reassure Buckner more than any of his protestations of innocence. "I want to be fair," he said quietly. "I haven't indicted and condemned you in my mind already. If only half of what you're telling me is the truth, you've been through a hell of an experience, and I don't want to be too hard on you. But you can see how hard it is for me to believe all you've told me." Griswold wearily motioned for him to lead the way, unspeaking. They went out into the hall, paused at the landing. A thin string of crimson drops, distinct in the thick dust, led up the steps. "Man's tracks in the dust," grunted Buckner. "Go slow. I've got to be sure of what I see, because we're obliterating them as we go up." One set going up, one coming down. Same man. Not your tracks. Branner was a bigger man than you are. Blood drops all the way. Blood on the banisters like a man had laid his bloody hand there. A smear of stuff that looks... brains. Now what? You walk down the stair, a dead man, shuddered Griswold, groping with one hand, the other gripping the hatchet that killed him. "Or was carried," muttered the sheriff. "But if somebody carried him, where are the tracks?" They came out into the upper hallway, a vast, empty space of dust and shadows, where time-crusted windows repelled the moonlight, and the ring of Buckner's torch seemed inadequate. Griswold trembled like a leaf. Here in darkness and horror, John Branner had died. "Somebody whistled up here," he muttered. "John came as if he were being called." Buckner's eyes were blazing strangely in the light. "The footprints lead down the hall," he muttered. "Same as on the stair. One set going, one coming. Same prints. Judas!" Behind him, Griswold stifled a cry, for he had seen what prompted Buckner's exclamation. A few feet from the head of the stair, Branner's footprints stopped abruptly, then returned, treading almost in the other tracks. And where the trail halted, there was a great splash of blood on the dusty floor, and other tracks met it, tracks of bare feet, narrow but with splayed toes. They too receded in a second line from the spot. Buckner bent over them, swearing. "The tracks meet, and where they meet there's blood and brains on the floor. Branner must have been killed on that spot with a blow from a hatchet. Bare feet coming out of the darkness to meet shod feet, and both turned away again. The shod feet went downstairs. The bare feet went back down the hall." He directed his light down the hall. The footprints faded into darkness, beyond the reach of the beam. On either hand, the closed doors of chambers were cryptic portals of mystery. "Suppose your crazy tale was true," Buckner muttered, half to himself. "These aren't your tracks. They look like a woman's. Suppose somebody did whistle and Branner went upstairs to investigate. Suppose somebody met him here in the dark and split his head. The signs and tracks would have been, in that case, just as they really are. But if that's so, why isn't Brenner lying here, where he was killed? Could he have lived long enough to take the hatchet away from whoever killed him and stagger downstairs with it? No. Recollection gagged Griswold. I saw him on the stair. He was dead. No man could live a minute after receiving such a wound. I believe it, muttered Buckner. But it's madness, or else it's too clever. Yet, what sane man would think up and work out such an elaborate and utterly insane plan to escape punishment for murder, when a simple plea of self-defense would have been so much more effective? No court would recognize that story. Well, let's follow these other tracks. They lead down the hall. Here, what's this? With an icy clutch at his soul, Griswold saw the light was beginning to grow dim. The battery is new, muttered Buckner, and for the first time Griswold caught an edge of fear in his voice. Come on, out of here, quick! The light had faded to a faint red glow. The darkness seemed straining into them, creeping with black cat feet. Buckner retreated, pushing Griswold, stumbling behind him as he walked backward, pistol cocked and lifted, down the dark hall. In the growing darkness, Griswold heard what sounded like the stealthy opening of a door. And suddenly, the blackness about them was vibrant with menace. Griswold knew Buckner sensed it, as well as he, for the sheriff's hard body was tense and taut as a stalking panther's. But without haste he worked his way to the stair and backed down it, Griswold preceding him, and fighting the panic that urged him to scream and burst into mad flight. A ghastly thought brought icy sweat out on his flesh. Suppose the dead man were creeping up the stair behind them in the dark, face frozen in the death grin, blood-caked hatchet lifted to strike. This possibility so overpowered him that he was scarcely aware when his feet struck the level of the lower hallway, and he was only then aware that the light had grown brighter as they descended, until it now gleamed with its full power. But when Buckner turned it back up the stairway, it failed to illuminate the darkness that hung like a tangible fog at the head of the stair. The damn thing was conjured, muttered Buckner. Nothing else. It couldn't act like that naturally. Turn the light into the room, begged Griswold. See if John is... He could not put the ghastly thought into words, but Buckner understood. He swung the beam around, and Griswold had never dreamed that the sight of the gory body of a murdered man could bring such relief. He's still there, grunted Buckner. If he walked after he was killed, he hasn't walked since. But that thing... Again he turned the light up the stair and stood chewing his lip and scowling. 3 times he half lifted his gun. Griswold read his mind. The sheriff was tempted to plunge back up that stair, take his chance with the unknown. But common sense held him back. I wouldn't have a chance in the dark, he muttered, and I've got a hunch the light would go out again. He turned and faced Griswold squarely. There's no use dodging the question. There's something hellish in this house, and I believe I have an inkling of what it is. I don't believe you killed Branner. Whatever killed him is up there, now. There's a lot about your yarn that don't sound sane, but there's nothing sane about a flashlight going out like this one did. I don't believe that thing upstairs is human. I never met anything I was afraid to tackle in the dark before, but I'm not going up there until daylight. It's not long until dawn. We'll wait for it out there on that gallery. The stars were already paling when they came out on the broad porch. Buckner seated himself on the balustrade, facing the door, his pistol dangling in his fingers. Griswold sat down near him and leaned back against a crumbling pillar. He shut his eyes, grateful for the faint breeze that seemed to cool his throbbing brain. He experienced a dull sense of unreality. He was a stranger in a strange land, a land that had become suddenly imbued with black horror. The shadow of the noose hovered above him, and in that dark house lay John Branner, with his butchered head. Like the figments of a dream, these facts spun and eddied in his brain, until all merged in a grey twilight. The sleep came uninvited to his weary soul.
He awoke to a cold white dawn, and full memory of the horrors of the night. Mists curled about the stems of the pines, crawled in smoky wisps up the broken walk. Buckner was shaking him. "Wake up! It's daylight!" Griswold rose, wincing at the stiffness of his limbs. His face was grey and old. "I'm ready. Let's go upstairs." "I've already been." Buckner's eyes burned in the early dawn. "I didn't wake you up. I went as soon as it was light. I found nothing. The tracks of the bare feet. Gone." "Gone?" "Yes, gone. The dust had been disturbed all over the hall, from the point where Branner's tracks ended, swept into corners. No chance of tracking anything there now. Something obliterated those tracks while we sat here, and I didn't hear a sound. I've gone through the whole house, not a sign of anything." Griswold shuddered at the thought of himself sleeping alone on the porch while Buckner conducted his exploration. "What shall we do?" he asked listlessly. "With those tracks gone, there goes my only chance of proving my story." "We'll take Branner's body into the county seat," answered Buckner. "Let me do the talking. If the authorities knew the facts as they appear, they'd insist on you being confined and indicted. I don't believe you killed Branner, but neither a district attorney, judge, nor jury will believe what you told me, or what happened to us last night. I'm handling this thing my own way. I'm not going to arrest you until I've exhausted every other possibility. Say nothing about what's happened here when we get to town. I'll simply tell the district attorney that John Branner was killed by a party or parties unknown, and that I'm working on the case. Are you game to come back with me to this house and spend the night here, sleeping in that room as you and Branner slept last night?" Griswold went white, but answered as stoutly as his ancestors might have expressed their determination to hold their cabins in the teeth of the Pequots. "I'll do it. Let's go then. Help me pack the body out to your auto." Griswold's soul revolted at the sight of John Branner's bloodless face in the chill white dawn, and the feel of his clammy flesh. The grey fog wrapped wispy tentacles about their feet as they carried their grisly burden across the lawn. 2. The Snake's Brother. Again, the shadows were lengthening over the pinelands, and again 2 men came bumping along the old road in a car with a New England license plate. Buckner was driving. Griswold's nerves were too shattered for him to trust himself at the wheel. He looked gaunt and haggard, and his face was still pallid. The strain of the day spent at the county seat was added to the horror that still rode his soul like the shadow of a black-winged vulture. He had not slept, had not tasted what he had eaten. "I told you I'd tell you about the Blassonvilles," said Buckner. "They were proud folks, haughty and pretty damn ruthless when they wanted their way. They didn't treat their slaves as well as the other planters did. Got their ideas in the West Indies, I reckon. There was a streak of cruelty in them, especially Miss Celia, the last one of the family to come to these parts. That was long after the slaves had been freed, but she used to whip her mulatto maid just like she was a slave, the old folks say. The Negroes said when a Blassonville died, the devil was always waiting for him out in the Black Pines. Well, after the Civil War, they died off pretty fast, living in poverty on the plantation, which was allowed to go to ruin. Finally, only 4 girls were left, sisters living in the old house and eking out a bare living, with a few blacks living in the old slave huts and working the fields on the share. They kept to themselves, being proud and ashamed of their poverty. Folks wouldn't see them for months at a time. When they needed supplies, they sent a Negro to town after them. But folks knew about it when Miss Celia came to live with them. She came from somewhere in the West Indies, where the whole family originally had its roots. A fine, handsome woman, they say, in the early 30s. But she didn't mix with folks any more than the girls did. She brought a mulatto maid with her, and the Blassonville cruelty cropped out in her treatment of this maid. I knew an old man years ago who swore he saw Miss Celia tie this girl up to a tree, stark naked, and whip her with a horse whip. Nobody was surprised when she disappeared. Everybody figured she'd run away, of course. Well, one day in the spring of 1890, Miss Elizabeth, the youngest girl, Came into town for the first time in maybe a year. She came after supplies. Said the blacks had all left the place. Talked a little more, too, a bit wild. Said Miss Celia had gone, without leaving any word. Said her sisters thought she'd gone back to the West Indies, but she believed her aunt was still in the house. She didn't say what she meant. Just got her supplies and pulled out for the manor. A month went past, and a black came into town and said that Miss Elizabeth was living at the manor alone. Said her 3 sisters weren't there anymore, that they left one by one without giving any word or explanation. She didn't know where they'd gone and was afraid to stay there alone, but didn't know where else to go. She'd never known anything but the manor, and had neither relatives nor friends. But she was in a mortal terror of something. The black said she locked herself in her room at night and kept candles burning all night. It was a stormy spring night when Miss Elizabeth came tearing into town on the one horse she owned, nearly dead from fright. She fell from her horse in the square. When she could talk, she said she'd found a secret room in the manor that had been forgotten for 100 years. And she said that there she found her 3 sisters, dead and hanging by their necks from the ceiling. She said something chased her and nearly brained her with an axe as she ran out the front door, but somehow she got to the horse and got away. She was nearly crazy with fear and didn't know what it was that chased her. Said it looked like a woman with a yellow face. About 100 men rode out there right away. They searched the house from top to bottom, but they didn't find any secret room or the remains of the sisters. But they did find a hatchet sticking in the door jamb downstairs, with some of Miss Elizabeth's hair stuck on it, just as she'd said. She wouldn't go back there and show them how to find the secret door. Almost went crazy when they suggested it. When she was able to travel, the people made up some money and loaned it to her. She was still too proud to accept charity, and she went back to California. She never came back, but later it was learned, when she sent back to repay the money they'd loaned her, that she'd married out there. Nobody ever bought the house. It stood there, just as she'd left it. And as the years passed, folks stole all the furnishings out of it. Poor white trash, I reckon. A Negro wouldn't go about it, but they came after sunup and left long before sundown. What did the people think about Miss Elizabeth's story? Asked Griswold. Well, most folks thought she'd gone a little crazy, living in that old house alone. But some people believed that mulatto girl Joan didn't run away after all. They believed she'd hidden in the woods and glutted her hatred of the Blassonvilles by murdering Miss Celia and the 3 girls. They beat up the woods with bloodhounds, but never found a trace of her. If there was a secret room in that house, she might have been hiding there, if there was anything to that theory. She couldn't have been hiding there all these years, muttered Griswold. Anyway, the thing in the house now isn't human. Buckner wrenched the wheel around and turned into a dim trace that left the main road and meandered off through the pines. Where are you going? There's an old Negro that lives off this way a few miles. I want to talk to him. We're up against something that takes more than white man sense. The black people know more than we do about some things. This old man is nearly 100 years old. His master educated him when he was a boy, and after he was freed, he traveled more extensively than most white men do. They say he's a voodoo man. Griswold shivered at the phrase, staring uneasily at the green forest walls that shut them in. The scent of the pines was mingled with the odors of unfamiliar plants and blossoms, but underlying all was a reek of rot and decay. Again, a sick abhorrence of these dark, mysterious woodlands almost overpowered him. Voodoo, he muttered. I'd forgotten about that. I never could think of black magic in connection with the South. To me, witchcraft was always associated with old crooked streets in waterfront towns, overhung by gabled roofs that were old when they were hanging witches in Salem. Dark, musty alleys where black cats and other things might steal at night. Witchcraft always meant the old towns of New England to me. But all this is more terrible than any New England legend. These somber pines, old deserted houses, lost plantations, mysterious black people, old tales of madness and horror. God, what frightful ancient terrors there are on this continent fools call young. Here's old Jacob's hut, announced Buckner, bringing the automobile to a halt. Griswold saw a clearing and a small cabin squatting under the shadows of the huge trees. The pines gave way to oaks and cypresses, bearded with grey, trailing moss, and behind the cabin lay the edge of a swamp that ran away under the dimness of the trees, choked with rank vegetation. A thin wisp of blue smoke curled up from the stick-and-mud chimney. He followed Buckner to the tiny stoop, where the sheriff pushed open the leather-hinged door and strode in. Griswold blinked in the comparative dimness of the interior. A single small window let in a little daylight. An old negro crouched beside the hearth, watching a pot stew over the open fire. He looked up as they entered, but did not rise. He seemed incredibly old. His face was a mass of wrinkles, and his eyes, dark and vital, were filmed momentarily at times, as if his mind wandered. Buckner motioned Griswold to sit down in a string-bottomed chair, and himself took a rudely made bench near the hearth, facing the old man. "Jacob," he said bluntly, "the time's come for you to talk. I know you know the secret of Blossomville Manor. I've never questioned you about it because it wasn't in my line, but a man was murdered there last night, and this man here may hang for it, unless you tell me what haunts that old house of the Blossomvilles." The old man's eyes gleamed, then grew misty as if clouds of extreme age drifted across his brittle mind. "The Blossomvilles," he murmured, and his voice was mellow and rich, his speech not the patois of the piney woods darky. "They were proud people, sirs, proud and cruel. Some died in the war, some were killed in duels, the menfolk, sirs. Some died in the manor, the old manor." His voice trailed off into unintelligible mumblings. "What of the manor?" asked Buckner patiently. "Miss Celia was the proudest of them all," the old man muttered. "The proudest and the cruelest. The black people hated her, Joan most of all. Joan had white blood in her, and she was proud, too. Miss Celia whipped her like a slave." "What is the secret of Blossomville Manor?" persisted Buckner. The film faded from the old man's eyes. They were dark as moonlit wells. "What secret, sir? I do not understand." "Yes, you do. For years that old house has stood there with its mystery. You know the key to its riddle." The old man stirred the stew. He seemed perfectly rational now. "Sir, life is sweet, even to an old black man." "You mean somebody would kill you if you told me?" Well, the old man was mumbling again, his eyes clouded. "Not somebody. No human being. The black gods of the swamps. My secret is inviolate, guarded by the big serpent, the god above all gods. He would send a little brother to kiss me with his cold lips, a little brother with a white crescent moon on his head. I sold my soul to the big serpent, and he made me maker of Zoovambies." Buckner stiffened. "I heard that word once before," he said softly, "from the lips of a dying black man when I was a child. What does it mean?" Fear filled the eyes of old Jacob. "What have I said? No, I said nothing." "Zoovambies," prompted Buckner. "Zoovambies," mechanically repeated the old man, his eyes vacant. "A Zoovambi was once a woman. On the slave coast they know of them. The drums that whisper by night in the hills of Haiti tell of them. The makers of Zoovambies are honored of the people of Damballa. It is death to speak of it to a white man. It is one of the snake god's forbidden secrets." "You speak of the Zoovambies," said Buckner softly. "I must not speak of it," mumbled the old man, and Griswold realized that he was thinking aloud, too far gone in his dotage to be aware that he was speaking at all. "No white man must know that I danced in the black ceremony of the voodoo, and was made a maker of zombies and Zoovambies. The big snake punishes loose tongues with death." "A Zoovambi is a woman?" prompted Buckner. "Was a woman," the old negro muttered. "She knew I was a maker of Zoovambies. She came and stood in my hut and asked for the awful brew. The brew of ground snake bones and the blood of vampire bats. and the dew from a nighthawk's wings, and other elements unnameable. She had danced in the black ceremony. She was ripe to become a Zuvambi. The black brew was all that was needed. The other was beautiful. I could not refuse her. Who? Demanded Buckner tensely, but the old man's head was sunk on his withered breast, and he did not reply. He seemed to slumber as he sat. Buckner shook him. You gave a brew to make a woman a Zuvambi? What is a Zuvambi? The old man stirred resentfully and muttered drowsily. A Zuvambi is no longer human. It knows neither relatives nor friends. It is one with the people of the black world. It commands the natural demons, owls, bats, snakes, and werewolves, and can fetch darkness to blot out a little light. It can be slain by lead or steel, but unless it is slain thus, it lives forever, and it eats no food such as humans eat. It dwells like a bat in a cave or an old house. Time means naught to the Zuvambi. An hour, a day, a year, all is one. It cannot speak human words nor think as a human thinks, but it can hypnotize the living by the sound of its voice, and when it slays a man, it can command his lifeless body until the flesh is cold. As long as the blood flows, the corpse is its slave. Its pleasure lies in the slaughter of human beings. And why should one become a Zuvambi? Asked Buckner softly. Hate, whispered the old man. Hate, revenge. Was her name Joan? Murmured Buckner. It was as if the name penetrated the fogs of senility that clouded the voodoo man's mind. He shook himself, and the film faded from his eyes, leaving them hard and gleaming as wet black marble. Joan, he said slowly. I've not heard that name for the span of a generation. I seem to have been sleeping, gentlemen. I do not remember. I ask your pardon. Old men fall asleep before the fire, like old dogs. You ask me of Blasphemville Manor? Sir, if I were to tell you why I cannot answer you, you would deem it mere superstition. Yet the white man's God be my witness. As he spoke, he was reaching across the hearth for a piece of firewood, groping among the heaps of sticks there, and his voice broke in a scream as he jerked back his arm convulsively, and a horrible, thrashing, trailing thing came with it. Around the voodoo man's arm a mottled length of that shape was wrapped, and a wicked, wedge-shaped head struck again in silent fury. The old man fell on the hearth, screaming, upsetting the simmering pot and scattering the embers, and then Buckner caught up a billet of firewood and crushed that flat head. Cursing, he kicked aside the knotting, twisting trunk, glaring briefly at the mangled head. Old Jacob had ceased screaming and writhing. He lay still, staring glassily upward. Dead? Whispered Griswold. Dead as Judas Iscariot, snapped Buckner, frowning at the twitching reptile. That infernal snake crammed enough poison into his veins to kill a dozen men his age. But I think it was the shock and fright that killed him. What shall we do? Asked Griswold, shivering. Leave the body on that bunk. Nothing can hurt it if we bolt the door so the wild hogs can't get in, or any cat. We'll carry it into town tomorrow. We got work to do tonight. Let's get going. Griswold shrank from touching the corpse, but he helped Buckner lift it on the rude bunk, and then stumbled hastily out of the hut. The sun was hovering above the horizon, visible in dazzling red flame through the black stems of the trees. They climbed into the car in silence and went bumping back along the stumpy train. He said the big snake would send one of his brothers, muttered Griswold. Nonsense, snorted Buckner. Snakes like warmth, and that swamp is full of them. It crawled in and crawled up among that firewood. Old Jacob disturbed it, and it bit him. Nothing supernatural about that. After a short silence, he said, in a different voice, That was the first time I ever saw a rattler strike without singing, and the first time I ever saw a snake with a white crescent moon on its head. They were turning into the main road before either spoke again. You think that the mulatto Joan has skulked in the house all these years?
Griswold asked. You heard what old Jacob said, answered Buckner grimly. Time means nothing to a Zuvambi. As they made the last turn in the road, Griswold braced himself against the sight of Blassonville Manor, looming black against the red sunset. When it came into view, he bit his lip to keep from shrieking. The suggestion of cryptic horror came back in all its power. Look, he whispered from dry lips as they came to a halt beside the road. Buckner grunted. From the balustrades of the gallery rose a whirling cloud of pigeons that swept away into the sunset, black against the lurid glare. III. The Call of Zuvembi. Both men sat rigid for a few moments after the pigeons had flown. Well, I've seen them at last, muttered Buckner. Only the doomed see them, perhaps, whispered Griswold. That tramp saw them. Well, we'll see, returned the southerner tranquilly as he climbed out of the car. But Griswold noticed him unconsciously hitch forward his scabbarded gun. The oaken door sagged on broken hinges. Their feet echoed on the broken brick walk. The blind windows reflected the sunset in sheets of flame. As they came into the broad hall, Griswold saw the string of black marks that ran across the floor and into the chamber, marking the path of a dead man. Buckner had brought blankets out of the automobile. He spread them before the fireplace. I'll lie next to the door, he said. You lie where you did last night. Shall we light a fire in the grate? Asked Griswold, dreading the thought of the blackness that would cloak the woods when the brief twilight had died. No, you've got a flashlight and so have I. We'll lie here in the dark and see what happens. Can you use that gun I gave you? I suppose so. I never fired a revolver, but I know how it's done. Well, leave the shooting to me, if possible. The sheriff seated himself cross-legged on his blankets and emptied the cylinder of his big blue Colt, inspecting each cartridge with a critical eye before he replaced it. Griswold prowled nervously back and forth, begrudging the slow fading of the light as a miser begrudges the waning of his gold. He leaned with one hand against the mantelpiece, staring down into the dust-covered ashes. The fire that produced those ashes must have been built by Elizabeth Blassonville more than 40 years before. The thought was depressing. He stirred the dusty ashes with his toe. Something came to view among the charred debris, a bit of paper stained and yellowed. Still idly he bent and drew it out of the ashes. It was a notebook with mouldering cardboard backs. What have you found? Asked Buckner, squinting down the gleaming barrel of his gun. Nothing but an old notebook. Looks like a diary. The pages are covered with writing, but the ink is so faded and the paper is in such a state of decay that I can't tell much about it. How do you suppose it came in the fireplace without being burned up? Thrown in long after the fire was out, surmised Buckner. Probably found and tossed in the fireplace by somebody who was in here stealing furniture. Likely somebody who couldn't read. Griswold fluttered the crumbling leaves listlessly, straining his eyes in the fading light over the yellowed scrolls. Then he stiffened. Here's an entry that's legible. Listen. He read. I know someone is in the house besides myself. I can hear someone prowling about at night when the sun has set and the pines are black outside. Often in the night, I hear it fumbling at my door. Who is it? Is it one of my sisters? Is it Aunt Celia? If it is either of these, why does she steal so subtly about the house? Why does she tug at my door and glide away when I call to her? Shall I open the door and go out to her? No, I dare not. I am afraid. Oh God, what shall I do? I dare not stay here, but where am I to go? By God, ejaculated Buckner. That must be Elizabeth Blassonville's diary. Go on. I can't make out the rest of the page, answered Griswold, but a few pages further on I can make out some lines. He read, Why did the Negroes all run away when Aunt Celia disappeared? My sisters are dead. I know they are dead. I seem to sense that they died horribly, in fear and agony. But why? Why? If someone murdered Aunt Celia, why should that person murder my poor sisters? They are always kind to the black people. Joan? He paused, scowling futilely. A piece of the page is torn out. Here's another entry under another date. At least I judge it's a date. I can't make it out for sure. The awful thing that the old negress hinted at? She named Jacob Blount and Joan, but she would not speak plainly. Perhaps she feared to... Part of it gone here. Then... No. How can it be? She is dead or gone away. Yet she was born and raised in the West Indies, and from hence she let fall in the past. I know she delved into the mysteries of the voodoo. I believe she even danced in one of their horrible ceremonies. How could she have been such a beast? And this horror. God, can such things be? I know not what to think. If it is she who roams the house at night, who fumbles at my door, who whistles so weirdly and sweetly, no, I must be going mad. If I stay here alone, I shall die as hideously as my sisters must have died. Of that, I am convinced. The incoherent chronicle ended as abruptly as it had begun. Griswold was so engrossed in deciphering the scraps that he was not aware that darkness had stolen upon them, hardly aware that Buckner was holding his electric torch for him to read by. Waking from his abstraction, he started and darted a quick glance at the black hallway. What do you make of it? What I've suspected all the time, answered Buckner. That mulatto maid, Joan, turned Zuvembi to avenge herself on Miss Celia. Probably hated the whole family as much as she did her mistress. She'd taken part in voodoo ceremonies on her native island until she was ripe, as old Jacob said. All she needed was that black brew. He supplied that. She killed Miss Celia and the 3 older girls, and would have gotten Elizabeth but for chance. She's been lurking in this old house all these years, like a snake in her ruin. But why would she murder a stranger? You heard what old Jacob said, reminded Buckner. Zuvembi finds satisfaction in the slaughter of humans. She called Branner up the stair and split his head and stuck the hatchet in his hand and sent him downstairs to murder you. No court will ever believe that, but if we can produce her body, that will be evidence enough to prove your innocence. My word will be taken that she murdered Branner. Jacob said Zuvembi could be killed. In reporting this affair, I don't have to be too accurate in detail. She came and peered over the balustrade of the stair at us, muttered Griswold. But why didn't we find her tracks on the stair? Maybe you dreamed it. Maybe Zuvembi can project her spirit. Hell, why try to rationalize something that's outside the bounds of rationality? Let's begin our watch. Don't turn out the light, exclaimed Griswold involuntarily. Then he added, Of course, turn it out. We must be in the dark, as... He gagged a bit, as Branner and I were. But fear, like a physical sickness, assailed him when the room was plunged in darkness. He lay trembling, and his heart beat so heavily he felt as if he would suffocate. The West Indies must be the plague spot of the world, muttered Buckner, a blur on his blankets. I've heard of zombies. Never knew before what a Zuvembi was. Evidently some drug concocted by the voodoo men to induce madness in women. That doesn't explain the other things, though. The hypnotic powers, the abnormal longevity, the ability to control corpses. No, a Zuvembi can't be merely a mad woman. It's a monster, something more or less than a human being, created by the magic that spawns in black swamps and jungles. Well, we'll see. His voice ceased, and in the silence Griswold heard the pounding of his own heart. Outside in the black woods a wolf howled eerily, and owls hooted. Then silence fell again like a black fog. Griswold forced himself to lie still on his blankets. Time seemed at a standstill. He felt as if he were choking. The suspense was growing unendurable. The effort he made to control his crumbling nerves bathed his limbs in sweat. He clenched his teeth until his jaws ached and almost locked, and the nails of his fingers bit deeply into his palms. He did not know what he was expecting. The fiend would strike again, but how?
Would it be a horrible, sweet whistling, bare feet stealing down the creaking steps, or a sudden hatchet stroke in the dark? Would it choose him or Buckner? Was Buckner already dead? He could see nothing in the blackness, but he heard the man's steady breathing. The Southerner must have nerves of steel. Or was that Buckner breathing beside him, separated by a narrow strip of darkness? Had the fiend already struck in silence and taken the sheriff's place, there to lie in ghoulish glee until it was ready to strike? 1,000 hideous fancies assailed Griswold, tooth and claw. He began to feel that he would go mad if he did not leap to his feet, screaming, and burst frenziedly out of that accursed house. Not even the fear of the gallows could keep him lying there in the darkness any longer. The rhythm of Buckner's breathing was suddenly broken, and Griswold felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. From somewhere above them rose a sound of weird, sweet whistling. Griswold's control snapped, plunging his brain into darkness deeper than the physical blackness which engulfed him. There was a period of absolute blankness, in which a realization of motion was his first sensation of awakening consciousness. He was running, madly, stumbling over an incredibly rough road. All was darkness about him, and he ran blindly. Vaguely he realized that he must have bolted from the house and fled for perhaps miles before his overwrought brain began to function. He did not care. Dying on the gallows for a murder he never committed did not terrify him half as much as the thought of returning to that house of horror. He was overpowered by the urge to run as he was running now, blindly, until he reached the end of his endurance. The mist had not yet fully lifted from his brain, but he was aware of a dull wonder that he could not see the stars through the black branches. He wished vaguely that he could see where he was going. He believed he must be climbing a hill, and that was strange, for he knew there were no hills within miles of the manor. Then above and ahead of him, a dim glow began. He scrambled toward it, over ledge-like projections that were more and more taking on a disquieting symmetry. Then he was horror-stricken to realize that a sound was impacting on his ears, a weird, mocking whistle. The sound swept the mists away. Why? What was this? Where was he? Awakening and realization came like the stunning stroke of a butcher's maul. He was not fleeing along a road or climbing a hill. He was mounting a stair. He was still in Blassonville Manor, and he was climbing the stair. An inhuman scream burst from his lips. Above it the mad whistling rose in a ghoulish piping of demoniac triumph. He tried to stop, to turn back, even to fling himself over the balustrade. His shrieking rang unbearably in his own ears, but his willpower was shattered to bits. It did not exist. He had no will. He had dropped his flashlight, and he had forgotten the gun in his pocket. He could not command his own body. His legs, moving stiffly, worked like pieces of mechanism detached from his brain, obeying an outside will. Clumping methodically, they carried him shrieking up the stair toward the witchfire glow shimmering above him. "Buckner!" he screamed. "Buckner! Help, for God's sake!" His voice strangled in his throat. He had reached the upper landing. He was tottering down the hallway. The whistling sank and ceased, but its impulsion still drove him on. He could not see from what source the dim glow came. It seemed to emanate from no central focus, but he saw a vague figure shambling toward him. It looked like a woman, but no human woman ever walked with that skulking gait, and no human woman ever had that face of horror, that leering yellow blur of lunacy. He tried to scream at the sight of that face, at the glint of keen steel in the uplifted claw-like hand, but his tongue was frozen. Then something crashed deafeningly behind him. The shadows were split by a tongue of flame which lit a hideous figure falling backward. Hard on the heels of the report rang an inhuman squawk. In the darkness that followed the flash, Griswold fell to his knees
and covered his face with his hands. He did not hear Buckner's voice. The Southerner's hand on his shoulder shook him out of his swoon. A light in his eyes blinded him. He blinked, shaded his eyes, looked up into Buckner's face, bending at the rim of the circle of light. The sheriff was pale. "Are you hurt? God, man, are you hurt? There's a butcher knife there on the floor." "I'm not hurt," mumbled Griswold. "You fired just in time. The fiend. Where is it? Where did it go? Listen." Somewhere in the house there sounded a sickening flopping and flapping, as of something that thrashed and struggled in its death convulsions. "Jacob was right," said Buckner grimly. "Lead can kill them. I hit her all right. Didn't dare use my flashlight, but there was enough light. When that whistling started, you almost walked over me getting out. I knew you were hypnotized, or whatever it is. I followed you up the stairs. I was right behind you, but crouching low so she wouldn't see me, and maybe get away again. I almost waited too long before I fired, but the sight of her almost paralyzed me. Look!" He flashed his light down the hall, and now it shone bright and clear, and it shone on an aperture gaping in the wall where no door had showed before. "The secret panel Miss Elizabeth found," Buckner snapped. "Come on!" He ran across the hallway, and Griswold followed him dazedly. The flopping and thrashing came from beyond that mysterious door, and now the sounds had ceased. The light revealed a narrow, tunnel-like corridor that evidently led through one of the thick walls. Buckner plunged into it without hesitation. "Maybe it couldn't think like a human," he muttered, shining his light ahead of him. "But it had sense enough to erase its tracks last night, so we couldn't trail it to that point in the wall and maybe find the secret panel. There's a room ahead, the secret room of the Blassonvilles." And Griswold cried out, "My God, it's the windowless chamber I saw in my dream, with the 3 bodies hanging." Buckner's light playing about the circular chamber became suddenly motionless. In that wide ring of light, 3 figures appeared, 3 dried, shriveled, mummy-like shapes, still clad in the mouldering garments of the last century. Their slippers were clear of the floor as they hung by their withered necks from chains suspended from the ceiling. "The 3 Blassonville sisters," muttered Buckner. "Miss Elizabeth wasn't crazy after all. Look!" Griswold could barely make his voice intelligible. "There, over there in the corner." The light moved, halted. "Was that thing a woman once?" whispered Griswold. "God, look at that face, even in death. Look at those claw-like hands with black talons like those of a beast. Yes, it was human, though. Even the rags of an old ballroom gown. Why should a mulatto maid wear such a dress, I wonder? This has been her lair for over 40 years, muttered Buckner, brooding over the grinning, grisly thing sprawling in the corner. This clears you, Griswold. A crazy woman with a hatchet. That's all the authorities need to know. God, what a revenge. What a foul revenge. Yet what a bestial nature she must have had in the beginning, to delve into voodoo as she must have done. The mulatto woman? Whispered Griswold, dimly sensing a horror that overshadowed all the rest of the terror. Buckner shook his head. We misunderstood old Jacob's maunderings, and the things Miss Elizabeth wrote. She must have known, but family pride sealed her lips. Griswold, I understand now. The mulatto woman had her revenge, but not as we'd supposed. She didn't drink the black brew old Jacob fixed for her. It was for somebody else, to be given secretly in her food or coffee, no doubt. Then Joan ran away, leaving the seeds of the hell she'd sowed to grow. That's not the mulatto woman? Whispered Griswold. When I saw her out there in the hallway, I knew she was no mulatto. Those distorted features still reflect her family likeness. I've seen her portrait, and I can't be mistaken. There lies the creature that was once Celia Blassonville.
The Ghost of a Hand by Sheridan Le Fanu. Miss Rebecca Chatsworth, in a letter dated late in the autumn of 1753, gives a minute and curious relation of occurrences in the tiled house, which, it is plain, although at starting she protests against all such fooleries, she has heard with a peculiar sort of particularity. I was for printing the entire letter, which is really very singular as well as characteristic, but my publisher meets me with his veto, and I believe he is right. The worthy old lady's letter is perhaps too long, and I must rest content with a few hungry notes of its tenor. That year, and somewhere about the 24th of October, there broke out a strange dispute between Mr. Alderman Harper of High Street, Dublin, and my Lord Castle Mallard, who, in virtue of his cousinship to the young heir's mother, had undertaken for him the management of the tiny estate on which the tiled house stood. This Alderman Harper had agreed for a lease of the house for his daughter, who was married to a gentleman named Prosser. He furnished it and put up hangings and otherwise went to considerable expense. Mr. and Mrs. Prosser came there sometime in June, and after having parted with a good many servants in the interval, she made up her mind that she could not live in the house, and her father waited on Lord Castle Mallard, and told him plainly that he would not take out the lease, because the house was subjected to annoyances which he could not explain. In plain terms, he said it was haunted, and that no servants would live there more than a few weeks, and that after what his son-in-law's family had suffered there, not only should he be excused from taking a lease of it, but that the house itself ought to be pulled down as a nuisance, and the habitual haunt of something worse than human malefactors. Lord Castle Mallard filed a bill in the equity side of the Exchequer to compel Mr. Alderman Harper to perform his contract by taking out the lease. But Alderman drew an answer, supported by no less than 7 long affidavits, copies of all of which were furnished to his lordship, and with the desired effect. For rather than compel him to place them upon the file of the court, his lordship struck and consented to release him. I am sorry the case did not proceed at least far enough to place upon the files of the court the very authentic and unaccountable story which Miss Rebecca relates. The annoyances described did not begin till the end of August, when one evening Mrs. Prosser, quite alone, was sitting in the twilight at the back parlour window, which was open, looking out into the orchard, and plainly saw a hand stealthily placed upon the stone window-sill outside, as if by someone beneath the window at her right side, intending to climb up. There was nothing but the hand, which was rather short, but handsomely formed, and white and plump, laid on the edge of the window-sill, and it was not a very young hand, but one aged somewhere about 40, as she conjectured. It was only a few weeks before that the horrible robbery at Clondalkin had taken place, and the lady fancied that the hand was that of one of the miscreants who was now about to scale the windows of the tiled house. She uttered a loud scream and an ejaculation of terror, and at the same moment the hand was quietly withdrawn. Search was made in the orchard, but there were no indications of any persons having been under the window, beneath which, ranged along the wall, stood a great column of flower-pots, which it seemed must have prevented anyone's coming within reach of it. The same night there came a hasty tapping, every now and then, at the window of the kitchen. The women grew frightened, and the servant man, taking firearms with him, opened the back door, but discovered nothing. As he shut it, however, he said a thump came on it, and a pressure as of somebody striving to force his way in, which frightened him. And though the tapping went on upon the kitchen window-panes, he made no further explorations. About 6 o'clock on the Saturday evening following, the cook, an honest, sober woman, now aged nigh 60 years, being alone in the kitchen, saw, on looking up, it is supposed the same fat but aristocratic-looking hand, laid with its palm against the glass, as if feeling carefully for some inequality in its surface. She cried out, and said something like a prayer on seeing it, but it was not withdrawn for several seconds after. After this, for a great many nights, there came at first a low and afterwards an angry rapping, as it seemed with a set of clenched knuckles at the back door. And the servant man would not open it, but called to know who was there, and there came no answer, only a sound as if the palm of the hand was placed against it, and drawn slowly from side to side with a sort of soft, groping motion. All this time, sitting in the back parlour, which for the time they used as a drawing-room, Mr. and Mrs. Prosser were disturbed by rappings at the window, sometimes very low and furtive, like a clandestine signal, and at others sudden, and so loud as to threaten the breaking of the pane. This was all at the back of the house, which looked upon the orchard, as you know. But on a Tuesday night, at about 9:30, there came precisely the same rappings at the hall door, and went on, to the great annoyance of the master and terror of his wife, at intervals for nearly 2 hours. After this, for several days and nights, they had no annoyance whatsoever, and began to think that the nuisance had expended itself. But on the night of the 13th of September, Jane Easterbrook, an English maid, having gone into the pantry for the small silver bowl in which her mistress's posset was served, happening to look up at the little window of only 4 panes, observed, through an auger hole which was drilled through the window frame for the admission of a bolt to secure the shutter, a white, pudgy finger, first the tip, and then the 2 first joints introduced, and turned about this way and that, crooked against the inside, as if in search of a fastening, which its owner designed to push aside. When the maid got back into the kitchen, we are told, she fell into a swoon, and was all the next day very weak. Mr. Prosser, being, I've heard, a hard-headed and conceited sort of fellow, scouted the ghost, and sneered at the fears of his family. He was privately of opinion that the whole affair was a practical joke or a fraud, and waited an opportunity of catching the rogue flagrante delicto. He did not long keep this theory to himself, but let it out by degrees with no stint of oaths and threats, believing that some domestic traitor held the thread of the conspiracy. Indeed, it was time something were done, for not only his servants, but good Mrs. Prosser herself had grown to look unhappy and anxious. They kept at home from the hour of sunset, and would not venture about the house after nightfall, except in couples. The knocking had ceased for about a week, when one night, Mrs. Prosser being in the nursery, her husband, who was in the parlour, heard it begin very softly at the hall door. The air was quite still, which favoured his hearing distinctly. This was the first time there had been any disturbance at that side of the house, and the character of the summons was changed. Mr. Prosser, leaving the parlour door open, it seems, went quietly into the hall. The sound was that of beating on the outside of the stout door, softly and regularly, with the flat of the hand. He was going to open it suddenly, but changed his mind, and went back very quietly, and on to the head of the kitchen stair, where was a strong closet over the pantry, in which he kept his firearms, swords, and canes. Here he called his manservant, whom he believed to be honest, and with a pair of loaded pistols in his own coat pockets, and giving another pair to him, he went as lightly as he could, followed by the men, and with a stout walking cane in his hand, forward to the door. Everything went as Mr. Prosser wished. The besieger of his house, so far from taking fright at their approach, grew more impatient, and the sort of patting which had aroused his attention at first assumed the rhythm and emphasis of a series of double knocks. Mr. Prosser, angry, opened the door with his right arm across, cane in hand. Looking, he saw nothing, but his arm was jerked up oddly, as it might be with the hollow of a hand, and something passed under it, with a kind of gentle squeeze. The servant neither saw nor felt anything, and did not know why his master looked back so hastily, cutting with his cane, and shutting the door with so sudden a slam. From that time Mr. Prosser discontinued his angry talk and swearing about it, and seemed nearly as averse from the subject as the rest of his family. He grew, in fact, very uncomfortable, feeling an inward persuasion that, when, in answer to the summons, he had opened the hall door, he had actually given admission to the besieger. He said nothing to Mrs. Prosser, but went up earlier to his bedroom, where he read a while in his Bible and said his prayers. I hope the particular relation of this circumstance does not indicate its singularity. He lay awake for a good while, it appears, and, as he supposed, about 12:15, he heard the soft palm of a hand patting on the outside of the bedroom door, and then brushed slowly along it. Up bounced Mr. Prosser, very much frightened, and locked the door, crying, "Who's there?" but receiving no answer, but the same brushing sound of a soft hand drawn over the panels, which he knew only too well. In the morning, the housemaid was terrified by the impression of a hand in the dust of the little parlour table, where they had been unpacking delft and other things the day before. The print of the naked foot in the sea sand did not frighten Robinson Crusoe half so much. They were by this time all nervous, and some of them half crazed about the hand. Mr. Prosser went to examine the mark, and made light of it, but, as he swore afterwards, rather to quiet his servants than from any comfortable feeling about it in his own mind. However, he had them all, one by one, into the room, and made each place his or her hand, palm downward, on the same table, thus taking a similar impression from every person in the house, including himself and his wife, and his affidavit deposed that the formation of the hand so impressed differed altogether from those of the living inhabitants of the house, and corresponded with that of the hand seen by Mrs. Prosser and by the cook. Whoever or whatever the owner of that hand might be, they all felt this subtle demonstration to mean that it was declared he was no longer out of doors, but had established himself in the house. And now Mrs. Prosser began to be troubled with strange and horrible dreams, some of which are set out in detail in Aunt Rebecca's long letter, are really very appalling nightmares. But one night, as Mr. Prosser closed his bedchamber door, he was struck somewhat by the utter silence of the room, there being no sound of breathing, which seemed unaccountable to him, as he knew his wife was in bed, and his ears were particularly sharp. There was a candle burning on a small table at the foot of the bed, besides the one he held in one hand, a heavy ledger connected with his father-in-law's business being under his arm. He drew the curtain at the side of the bed, and saw Mrs. Prosser lying, as for a few seconds he mortally feared, dead, her face being motionless, white, and covered with a cold dew, and on the pillow, close beside her head, and just within the curtains, was, as he first thought, a toad, but really the same fattish hand, the wrist resting on the pillow, and the fingers extended towards her temple. Mr. Prosser, with a horrified jerk, pitched the ledger right at the curtains, behind which the owner of the hand might be supposed to stand. The hand was instantaneously and smoothly snatched away. The curtains made a great wave, and Mr. Prosser got round the bed in time to see the closet door, which was at the other side, pulled to by the same white, puffy hand, as he believed. He drew the door open with a fling and stared in, but the closet was empty, except for the clothes hanging from the pegs on the wall and the dressing-table and looking-glass facing the windows. He shut it sharply and locked it, and felt for a minute, he says, as if he were like to lose his wits. Then, ringing at the bell, he brought the servants, and with much ado they recovered Mrs. Prosser from a sort of trance, in which he says, from her looks, she seemed to have suffered the pains of death, and Aunt Rebecca adds, from what she told me of her visions with her own lips, he might have added, and of hell also. But the occurrence which seems to have determined the crisis was the strange sickness of their eldest child, a little boy aged between 2 and 3 years. He lay awake, seemingly in paroxysms of terror, and the doctors, who were called in, set down the symptoms to incipient water on the brain. Mrs. Prosser used to sit up with the nurse by the nursery fire, much troubled in mind about the condition of her child. His bed was placed sideways along the wall, with its head against the door of a press or cupboard, which, however, did not shut quite close. There was a little valance about a foot deep round the top of the child's bed, and this descended within some 10 or 12 inches of the pillow on which it lay. They observed that the little creature was quieter whenever they took it up and held it on their laps. They had just replaced him, as he seemed to have grown quite sleepy and tranquil, but he was not 5 minutes in his bed when he began to scream in one of his frenzies of terror. At the same moment, the nurse for the first time detected, and Mrs. Prosser equally plainly saw, following the direction of her eyes, the real cause of the child's sufferings. Protruding through the aperture of the press, and shrouded in the shade of the valance, they plainly saw the white, fat hand, palm downwards, presented towards the head of the child. The mother uttered a scream and snatched the child from its little bed, and she and the nurse ran down to the ladies' sleeping room, where Mr. Prosser was in bed, shutting the door as they entered, and they had hardly done so when a gentle tap came to it from the outside. There is a great deal more, but this will suffice. The singularity of the narrative seems to me to be this, that it describes the ghost of a hand, and no more. The person to whom that hand belonged never once appeared, nor was it a hand separated from a body, but only a hand so manifested and introduced that its owner was always, by some crafty accident, hidden from view. In the year 1819, at a college breakfast, I met a Mr. Prosser, a thin, grave, but rather chatty old gentleman, with very white hair drawn back into a pigtail, and he told us all, with a concise particularity, a story of his cousin James Prosser, who, when an infant, had slept for some time in what his mother said was a haunted nursery in an old house near Chapelizod, and who, whenever he was ill, over-fatigued, or in any wise feverish, suffered all through his life, as he had done from a time he could scarcely remember, from a vision of a certain gentleman, fat and pale, every curl of whose wig, every button and fold of whose laced clothes, and every feature and line of whose sensual, benignant, and unwholesome face was as minutely engraven upon his memory as the dress and lineaments of his own grandfather's portrait, which hung before him every day at breakfast, dinner, and supper. Mr. Prosser mentioned this as an instance of a curiously monotonous, individualized, and persistent nightmare, and hinted the extreme horror and anxiety with which his cousin, of whom he spoke in the past tense as poor Jemmy, was at any time induced to mention it. Dark Mummery by Thorpe McCluskey. Until the early spring of 1939, I had never entered a reputedly haunted house, nor had I ever met anyone who had done so. It all came about in rather a rambling sort of way, starting off with 12 or 15 of us driving down to Phipps Cove on a Saturday afternoon to spend the weekend with the Bradley Merrills. How long ago that seems now. I looked forward to a truly delightful weekend. I already knew, or at least was acquainted with, several of the guests. Bob Mansfield, who paints for art's sake, but designs fanciful and expensive apartments for the very wealthy for a living. Rebikoff, who has a marionette show. Gladys Sugden, the caustic, hoydenish novelist, and 3 or 4 others. Merrill, by the way, was and still is an illustrator. The afternoon was very casual and delightful. We played a sort of haphazard tennis on the lawn, swam, those of us with polar bear instincts, in the freezing surf, and just talked and wandered about. Dinner was at 7, in a high-ceilinged, creamy white room with a huge black marble fireplace at one end, in which a driftwood fire snapped, showering multicolored sparks against the heavy screen. The meal was leisurely. It was already dark outside as we finally assembled in the big, gracious living room for brandies and highballs. As usual, Bradley and Elsa had prepared no set routine for the evening. Vladimir Lesov started things off by wandering over to the Chickering and treating us to an impromptu concert. Then Clevedor put on some of his magic, and following Clevedor we danced. The evening passed swiftly. It was with incredulous surprise that I saw Bradley glance at the tall walnut clock in the hall and dramatically raise his hand. In 10 seconds, my pious friends and I hope not too drunken companions, it will be exactly midnight, Eastern Standard Time. He had hardly finished speaking when the old clock whirred and rasped and bonged out 12 slow strokes. We all listened gravely, and immediately the brazen clangor had ceased, Gladys Sugden made the inevitable suggestion. Ghost story. Who'll tell a ghost story? Dryly, Bob Mansfield applied the sophisticated squelch. Why, Gladys, you of all people. We don't have to do anything as tame as that, not when there's a haunted house right here at the cove. I had heard of that house. A few miles distant along the shore road, it had stood empty for a half-century or more. It was popularly supposed to have been built by Jeremiah Phipps, one of New England's more successful privateersmen, or, too frequently, pirates. Gladys, with just a trifle too much eagerness, so it seemed to me, fell in with the idea. Perfect! What could be better for Saturday night hijinks? I've always had a sneaking longing to go inside that house. Let's snoop over there tonight. There's a lovely moon. Well, we took a vote. The ayes won, of course, overwhelmingly. I think I suspected trickery from the very start. As a matter of fact, I learned afterward that I was right, and who the ringleaders were: Bradley, Bob Mansfield, and a meek-looking little cartoonist named Gregory. Gladys was in it, too. My certainty that we were in for some ghostly amateur theatricals was clinched when I noticed, as we were getting ready to leave the house, that Mansfield and Gregory had unobtrusively disappeared. I suspected that they were to be the ghosts of the evening. We piled into 3 or 4 cars and drove the 6 or 7 miles to the Phipps mansion. In the moonlight, it looked even more ancient, more forbidding than in daylight, with its gaunt exterior chimneys and its deeply recessed, many-paned windows. As we swarmed toward its black pile, I looked in the shadows cast by the house, by the trees, for Mansfield's car, but there were 100 pools of inky shadow where a car could be hidden. Bradley did not have to unlock or force the door. It was unlocked and opened easily. That seemed significant to me. I was surer than ever that someone had gone ahead and was already hidden inside. When we were all in the hallway, Bradley closed the door behind us with a creaking of ponderous hinges, a rusty click of the wrought-iron latch, and turned on a flashlight. He led the way, with an assurance that led me to believe he had been there before, into a large room at the front of the house. I glimpsed briefly a long staircase leading up into the darkness at the end of the hallway. I sensed rather than saw the ornate moulding surmounting cold, vault-like spaces, a shrouding of heavy fine dust over everything. But I noticed, too, that Bradley had been careful to keep the beam of his flashlight turned upward until we were all inside that huge parlor, and I felt sure he had done that to keep us from noticing the fresh footprints of Mansfield and Gregory in the dust underfoot. Except for the light from the flashlight, the parlor was almost totally dark. Heavy wooden shutters over the windows permitted no moonlight to enter, except through 2 or 3 narrow cracks in the warped panels. The light was too faint to reveal more than the presence and position of the people in the room. Certainly, it was not strong enough to permit us to identify each other. "Well, Brad, we're here," Gladys Sugden chirped perkily. "Bring on your ghosts, or shall we go looking for them? Who's afraid of the big bad ghosts anyway?" Bradley parried that one. "This is supposed to be a haunted house, isn't it, Gladys? Can't a ghost appear in this room as well as upstairs or in the cellar? I, for one, am staying here and waiting for whatever happens. I don't want any rotten floors collapsing under me. This place isn't any palace of mirth." I suspected he was afraid that we might stumble onto his ghosts before they had a chance to get into their phosphorus paint. He won his point. He turned off the flashlight, to make it seem more realistic, he said, and we waited. I don't know just what I expected to happen. I admit, the uncertainty of waiting made me feel creepy, and it must have affected the others, who did not suspect any funny business much more powerfully. There was unreality in the whole adventure. There was unreality in the shadowy vagueness of our figures. There was unreality in the cold stillness of the long-shuttered room. I caught myself wondering how a bunch of supposedly intelligent adults could act so downright foolish. Then I began to notice the light. At first it was just the faintest, vaguest glow, hardly more than a lessening of the total blackness beyond the open hallway door. I seemed to feel the outlines of the hallway growing into visibility without actually seeing them as yet, limned in a sort of purplish absence of complete darkness. That strange light was so vague that it might almost have been imagined. But the sudden creeping shriveling down my spine was real enough. The others felt it too. I could sense that they were shrinking away from the doorway. The faint light grew stronger, and tension gripped me with a certainty that something was creeping silently down that staircase into the hall, invisible to me as yet from where I stood. I acknowledged unwillingly then that Bradley was putting on his show with utter artistry. No hollow groans or clanking chains, none of those too theatrical effects that defeat their own purpose. It was the very absence of effect that left our imaginations unhampered and built up an eerie apprehension in us. I wondered how Bradley would produce his ghosts without spoiling the effect. Perhaps he didn't intend to actually produce them at all. Perhaps he intended to get his effect in some other, less obvious way. I don't know how long we stood there in that empty room. It may have been several minutes, while no person spoke or changed position, while we strained our eyes trying to see in the light that was hardly less than blackness. The light, I told myself with admiration of my own cleverness, that must be made by the slow uncovering of a stained glass window, letting the moonlight in. Once or twice I heard someone's breathing sharply indrawn, then released in a half-gasp. Then I saw the figures standing in the unearthly purplish gloom. Again, a queer flash of unwilling approbation swept me. Those figures were not skeletoned in phosphorus paint or anything as crude as that. They were merely vague blotches in human shape, standing silently in the almost non-existent visibility in the hallway. I have wondered since just how few of us did not, at that moment, really believe that they were ghosts. Gradually then, in much the same manner as indirect lighting is controlled, the purplish glow began to brighten. With the increase in illumination, I began to feel sure that I recognized those 2 motionless figures. The one on the right, tall, slightly stooped, was certainly Mansfield. The dark blotch hiding the lower part of his face was a false beard. Those baggy trousers, that hinting of a cutlass at the waist, were all parts of the pirate costume Bradley had considered most appropriate for the occasion. The other fellow, standing to the left and slightly behind Mansfield, was Gregory, all right. He'd put a great daub of paint on his breast to simulate blood. He kept his hands folded over it. The figures neither moved nor spoke. The light was too dim for me to distinguish details of their features, and as it became slightly stronger, something of a nervous shock swept over me, as I sensed, rather than saw, that their lips were moving, as though they were trying to speak, that their hands were out-thrust toward us, as though warning us back. It was an effect, undeniably. Bradley was putting his show over well, after all. Splitting the silence, a woman screamed, a high-pitched, keening note. In an instant, the hypnotic tension that had gripped us all was broken. Bradley cursed and flipped on the flashlight. With a quick rushing of anxious footsteps, Gladys Sagden was at the side of the girl, who was sobbing violently. Bradley's voice boomed out reassuringly. "That's all, that's enough. It's just been a joke, folks. For God's sake, make her understand that it's just a joke, Gladys. A joke that wasn't in very good taste. I'm sorry." He swung the light on the two figures standing in the doorway. "All right, Bob, Gregory, fun's fun, a joke's a joke, enough's enough. Come on in, break it up." But the two figures did not move. They still stood there, holding their hands outstretched toward us, their lips moving. Then Bradley swore, viciously, horribly, without mirth. "You pig-headed fools! Can't you see that you're scaring one of the girls half to death? Get in here and take off that junk." Still, the figures stood there, motionless, tableau-esque. I think that we were all beginning to be afraid that they had entered so fully into the spirit of the deception that they were temporarily crazed. Even Bradley had no knowledge of what they might do next. What further macabre jest they might have planned was as unknown to him as to us. Curiously, though I was watching them with single-minded attention, I noticed other things too. I noticed, with a sort of detached interest, that there really was, as I'd suspected, a stained-glass window high above the staircase, a window which dispelled that unearthly glow over the hallway, now stronger, now weaker, as the moon was bright or obscured by clouds. Almost stealthily, Bradley kept edging forward. He was within 6 feet of Mansfield, his torch shining blindingly in Mansfield's face. I was only a pace or two behind, and I could see Mansfield's face clearly. There was an uncanny fixity in his gaze that gave me, despite myself, a feeling of discomfort that was very close to horror. The thought came to me abruptly, is this damned place really haunted after all? Have these fellows seen something that drove them out of their minds? Bradley cursed again, sharply. The unexpected, brutal sound jarred against my eardrums with the force of an explosion. With the curse, Bradley leaped forward. His right hand, furiously outstretched, clutched at Mansfield. Mansfield and Bradley glided, back, swiftly, yet effortlessly. The sudden, relatively violent motion of all three reminded me bizarrely of the quick shifting of scenes thrown on a screen by an old-fashioned magic lantern. Then the tableau was resumed, but now Bradley was standing in the center of the hallway, holding his right hand out before him, looking at it with a strange intentness. Mansfield and Gregory had halted at the foot of the staircase, their hands still out-thrust, thrusting us back. Bradley spoke like a drunken person. "Bob? Bob?" His shoulders hunched, he shuffled doggedly, unsteadily forward, and as he approached Mansfield and Gregory, turned and leaped up the staircase, the light from the flashlight shining full on them, on the staircase and the wall above and behind them. Then that thing happened which is beyond normal human experience. Instantaneously, suddenly as a bolt of lightning, two strangers were also there at the top of the staircase. Two sun-swathed, lithe-muscled men with flashing teeth beneath heavy moustaches, with the glint of gold in their ears and the glitter of cutlasses in their hands. It was like a silent motion picture, running at top speed. There was no sound, only an utter violence of motion. There should have been the thudding of bare feet on the staircase, but I heard no such sound. There should have been the heavy panting of those men and the harsh burst of their curses, but I heard only silence. Mansfield and Gregory plunged upward to the head of the staircase. Mansfield was slightly in the lead. His right arm swung up in a chopping blow that seemed to go through one of the men, as through a mirage. His body, tense to meet resistance that was not there, spun crazily around and plunged over the low balustrade. I listened for the crash of his fall, and heard no sound. I saw Gregory catapult against the other stranger, hurtle through that man in the instant a cutlass flashed, and disappear beyond my range of vision on the staircase landing. Abruptly, no one was there, no one at all. The head of the staircase gaped down at us, blank, barren, deserted. I heard Gladys Sugden screaming. She was trying to call Mansfield's name, but the sounds that came from her lips were unrecognizable. My body was trembling violently, and spasms of hot and cold swept over me. I think that horror gripped us all then like a mighty fist, squeezed us until we were incapable of thought, until we could only stand there and feel it engulfing us in beating waves. I knew then that those two strangers were the ghosts, the true ghosts of old Jeremiah Phipps's mansion. What, in the name of the Almighty, had we just seen reenacted? The experience through which Mansfield and Gregory had passed early in the evening, an experience so mind-shattering that it had driven them mad? Where were they? Bradley! My voice was a whispered rattle. Where are they? Mansfield and Gregory, where are they? Bradley looked at me, his eyes enormous, his lips trembling. Where are they? He repeated slowly. He moved his hands in an odd, uncontrolled way, helplessly. While he stared at me, I took the flashlight from him. Somehow, I started up the staircase, and Bradley followed. At the top, on the landing where, like uplifted arms, narrower flights continued upward into the gloom, we halted. There, beneath a stained-glass window, huddled far back against the wall and hidden from view from below by the pitch of the staircase, lay the twisted body of a man, fallen as if death had come as he had catapulted across the landing from the staircase below. Bradley moaned, and I felt the balustrade shudder as he sagged heavily against it. I was trembling uncontrollably. The body was the body of Gregory. Somehow, we found the courage, after a moment, to look down. With photographic clarity our eyes saw, and our numbed minds recorded automatically, the staring horror in Gregory's wide-open, glazing eyes, the smear of crimson paint over his heart. Without speaking, we turned away and staggered down that staircase. As though urged by a fate beyond human capacity to resist, I turned the flashlight beam into the dark recess behind the staircase, beneath the balustrade, across which Mansfield had seemed to plunge. Without surprise, I saw that Mansfield's body was there, spread-eagled as though he had put out his arms to break the fall, crushed against the naked floor, his neck broken. I remember little of what else happened that night. I do not know if among us there were hysterical outbursts or a more terrible, controlled silence. I do not remember how or when we left that house. Memory grows clearer with the next day, with the beginnings of the grinding police investigation, the certainty with which the police believed that we had trumped up a fantastic story to cover a double murder in our fast set the newspaper headlines. It was a long time before that night in the old Phipps house was forgotten by the public, but it was forgotten at last, and for years it remained as no more than an area of nightmare in the recesses of my memory, until last summer, when the old house was finally torn down to save taxes, somebody told me. About that time, I chanced to meet Bradley in town one day. He looked more distinguished than ever with his prematurely white hair, and he looked at my greying temples with wry understanding. They're either too young or too old. He softly sang a phrase from the hit song and made a quick, angry gesture with his right hand. We're too old, and that's that. How about lunch? In the quiet, around the corner off the Avenue restaurant to which he took me, he told me those things which drew all the threads together, wrote finis to the story of Phipps's mansion. I couldn't stay away after they started to raise that house, he said slowly, quietly. I went down there almost every day. I knew that they would find something. Call it premonition, intuition, what you will. I knew that they would find something, some explanation in that staircase. I watched them take up the flooring on that landing, rip up the rubble, the stone and mortar beneath. That house was built to endure. Old Phipps, when he built it, was ready to settle down all right. But first he had to get rid of his past. He must have had a couple of his men who wanted to stay on shore with him, even though he'd split his bloody plunder with them, with his crew. But old Phipps knew that those two fellows we saw at the top of that staircase weren't the kind he wanted around him, in his respectability. This must have been what happened. When the masons had just about finished filling in that staircase, old Phipps just bashed in the heads of those two sailors of his and dumped the bodies in the mortar and covered them up. They found the skeletons just the other day, you know. I picked up my coffee, put it down again. I read in the paper about the gold earrings and the cutlasses they dug up with those skeletons, I said. Bradley looked at me thoughtfully. Funny about those cutlasses. Remember that Gregory's body was unmarked and that he died of heart failure? I picked up my cup again. Once again I put it down. Gregory. Mansfield, I whispered. What a horrible way to die. Think of it. They went up that staircase the second time, after they had already seen the ghosts. That was a reenactment, wasn't it, Bradley? We could have saved them then. They were crazy with fear, but not crazy enough not to try to yarn us. We should have knocked them down, tied them up, anything. Only we should have saved them somehow. Slowly, Bradley shook his head. A curious, far-away look, the look of one who gazed into the depths of the infinite, came into his eyes. No, my friend, we couldn't have saved them. It was too late for that. For they were already dead when we saw them in that, yes, it was a reenactment. They were dead before we entered the house. We saw not 2, but 4 ghosts that night. When I tried to grasp Mansfield there in that hallway, my hand went through him as though through a nothingness that was cold and empty and terrible as the black dead space beyond the farthest stars. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,